We will start with the Karakia, which we will do in our normal way, and then I'm going to do some housekeeping to start off with. Whakatakata hao ki te uru, whakatakata hao ki te tonga. Kia mā kine kine ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. Ehi ake ana te atakura, he tio, he hoka, he hauhu, ti hei Māori ora. Take a seat, please. Welcome everybody, and I see we have a fairly solid gallery. It's good to see a lot of public interest in this. In fact, I know we're always going to get a lot of public interest in this. Just in terms of the process, you know that there is extensive public participation today. That was because we collectively said that we would like to do that here in open rather than do, obviously there have been some meetings in private between over the last couple of weeks, but we said we wanted to do that today. That does mean that there's a lot of time there, but councillors, what we've done is we've allocated essentially half the time effectively to the public participants. The other half essentially is in your hands, and if you want to get through quicker, ask the questions you really need to ask, not the ones you just feel on a whim you might want to ask. So that is very much in your hands. I'm going to get very, very shortly to mayoral announcements. When I do that, it is the 11th day of the 11th month, and we will rise to recognise all the people that served our country, but not at the moment, Sean. I've just got to do one other bit first. But thank you for your enthusiasm for that. But I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that. Okay, apologies. I'm going to move. Oh, sorry. The other bit was to mention that we'd also going to have a couple of breaks along the way. Councillors, I know you want to make sure you keep the energy levels up, so we will do that. And there will be, I think, there's food being provided for everybody too. Is here? Yeah. Okay. So you are our guests, and we welcome you. Right. Apologies. There are no apologies. No, I just want to check who have we got on Zoom. It's just Tamitha. Yes. Councillor, nice to see you there. Right, so there are no apologies. Announcements by the Mayor. As I said, this is Armistice Day, 102 years ago. Today was the day in which the First World War finished, and I'd like us all to just rise for a moment just to remember all the people that gave their lives, both in service, but all those who were the innocent victims of conflict. Thank you all. Conflict of interest declarations? None. Confirmation of the minutes. I'd like to move that we approve the minutes of the council meeting held 28th of October, seconded by Councillor Sparrow. Thank you. Can you all vote, please? I'm not sure. I'm sure she'll be here shortly. Okay, there are no, thank you for that, that's all done. Yep, thank you. There are no items not on the agenda. Now we get to public participation.
Mayor Foster, I'd just like to seek leave of the meeting under Standing Order 20.11 to make a personal statement.
Right, the personal statement is in relation to. You might want to tell me what the matter is. Because it is by the permission of the chairperson, so just if you could tell us
yes.
in a second, because I don't know how long you're going to take with that.
It's a personal statement involving myself.
And anyone else?
Yes, it's a personal statement about a complaint that I've made to the Chief Executive about the behaviour of Mayor Foster earlier today.
Okay, we will deal with that later on then. Thank you.
Mayor Foster, that's the decision of the chairperson. I'd like to ask for a vote for that decision to be put to a vote, please.
It's a 75%.
Complaint is, so do you? Yeah, I think what we will do is adjourn the meeting for a moment. as to how we do this. This could get interesting. I have declined to accept that. So if Councillor Condi, I think you're challenging that. So you need a 75% majority to overrule me declining that. So we will vote. Those who. So Councillor Condi wishes to make a personal explanation involving her and me. So. Sorry?
Will it be dealt with?
Have to be dealt with at some stage. It's a question of whether you want to deal with it now. And I suspect that if you do, you may well find there's another personal explanation, which could be interesting.
So yes, no.
No is deal with it later, if there's a desire to deal with it later. Okay, councillors, you happy? We're going to vote. Those who want to vote for the personal explanation being done now, please vote with the green button, and those who want to vote against it, the red button. Okay, that doesn't proceed, so we'll have to be dealt with another time.
Mayor Foster, I'd like to table a document in the meeting.
Nature of the document. Have a look at the tabling of it. Do that again. Just for a moment, so the the advice I've had is that I will accept the tabling of the document, which will form part of the minutes of this meeting, and then we can move on from there. Thank you. Right, public participation. First up, and apologies for the delay there, Thomas Witzler from Enterprise Miramar. So Thomas, you have up to 10 minutes. If you want to use less than that, we are grateful for that. And then we will take any questions if there are any.
Everyone, I'll just get straight into it, considering that for hearing. So I'm Thomas Witzler, Chairman of Enterprise Miramar Peninsula Incorporated, and I'm here with Mary Ann Anderson, our Liaison Officer. So there's slides that accompany what I'll be saying. So just background to EMPI. We're been a business association since 2006, and we were the first business improvement district in Wellington. We have an elected board who, together with businesses, landlords and the community, enhance the prosperity, safety and security in Miramar, and they donate their time. We are dedicated to furthering the economic development of Miramar and made up of vibrant businesses and people who care. We care about our businesses and about our community. The majority of our members live in the peninsula and have raised their families in the peninsula. A lot of our staff and customers live in the peninsula, and we treasure the wonderful environment we live in. We want growth, but sensible and sustainable growth. Our MOU. We have an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with Wellington City Council. Its objectives are listed on the slide. It was signed to signal the start of a new relationship under the Business Improvement Program. In relation to Shelly Bay, the Council has not lived up to this. The Council did not think to share what it was up to when making Shelly Bay SHA, and did not tell us what it would mean. This flummoxed us, as up until that point we had a very good relationship. A week would not go by without visits from senior executive or council. What our membership and community care about, 950 people answered our survey. They asked the most about the peninsula. The respondents came up with, which is, and again refer, a lot of it's on the slide, but when asked what needs to be addressed, we got these answers, which is, again, you'll see on the slide, transport, housing development, natural environment, traffic, infrastructure, access and connections, and the community. Miramar's coastal setting and the consideration of climate change, sea level rise and resilient issues were also mentioned by many. The main concerns are on this slide, which is process, traffic congestion, impacts on recreation, financial impact to Shelly Bay Road, climate change, destructive for this community council conduct. So process. The council has cut out and told we are NIMBYs. You have been hamstrung by bad Hasher decisions. However, the council, as owner of the land at Shelly Bay and the party with the chequebook, you could have done more. Why have you not reviewed your process? Daylight is the best disinfectant. What are you afraid of finding out? Council staff must be free to express their experts' opinions. You need to be confident that you are getting their advice and not some modified, sanitised and watered down version. I act as an expert witness every day, acting for government departments, local authorities, developers, etc. And no one tells me to change my advice. If I do not support a position, I walk from the client the job without hesitation. But your staff cannot do that. You should be very concerned about a culture that is screaming from the documents that many have now seen. You should be asking yourself, what have you not been told? You need to peer review all the expert and traffic and transport advice. If you do not do this, you are complicit. Traffic congestion. Our members are sick of traffic in the eastern suburbs. It keeps getting worse. It is highly variable and unpredictable. Our traffic expert worked on ASB and the airport runway extension. He can't believe the lack of analysis on State Highway 1 and Miramar Ave. Why is this development different? Mr. Spence said the network just had to absorb the extra traffic, which is somewhat unbelievable. Impact on recreation, safety on Shelly Bay Road. It is remarkable that the council is supporting this without requiring a proper shared path. You are a walking, cycling council. If the project goes ahead, the impact on recreation will be devastating, especially when someone gets killed or badly hurt. Imagine 3 to 4 cars per minute in each direction. A cycle group leaving the cutting at 20 kilometres an hour will have 30 cars backed up behind the time they reach Shelly Bay. Drivers will take risks, they will pass, they will toot, they will abuse, they will run them into the ditch or into some walkers. This is why a 3-metre minimum shared path is needed, like Mr. Spence and Mr. Swanson said. If you don't spend the money on the path, recreation will decrease. Mr. Kelly's report that we gave you in August last year told you this, it was ignored by you. Costs for fixing the road. The quote on the slide is from Sarah Free. I'll give you a moment just to read it. Can I grab some water, please, Mary? Grab some water. She is right. It's going to cost millions. We sent the Chief Executive the cost information and expert reports for the cycle path for Marine Drive and at Eastbourne. The project is costing $30 million. If you let this proposal go ahead, Shelly Bay will soon have the same traffic as Marine Drive, i.e. 6,000 to 7,000 vehicle movements per day. Excuse me. Stantec, the Wellington company's traffic consultants, said that Shelly Bay Road will be okay because it's going to be like Marine Drive. The problem is Stantec is also advising Hutt City Council that Marine Drive is not safe and needs to be upgraded. We are still waiting for a reply from the Chief Executive. Climate change. The Regional Council commissioned a Tonkin-Taylor report in 2013. The report said the coastal road from Miramar North around Port Haleswell to Seatoun may be inundated in localised areas even with the lowest sea level rise scenario of 0.6 metre rise. The report recommended 2 main interventions: managed retreat or road raising with accompanying seawalls. It is bewildering that WCC's response to this is to encourage a development at Shelly Bay and to mitigate climate change by having floodable garages. This might be fine in the short term. It will not in the long term. When the council's infrastructure fails...
Thomas, you've got another minute.
Thank you. And stormwater and wastewater networks are inundated with seawater, and the residents and businesses at Shelly Bay can't flush their toilets. Whose door will they knock on? Storm surges will also cause roading issues, including expectations from new residents that they will have access to Shelly Bay 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The insurance industry will be callous, just a matter of time. In the last 20 years, I've been involved in failed building litigation. In 70% of the cases, the local council is left to pick up the tab, as you are the last man standing. Climate change will be the next wave of litigation. It will be directed at councils. The denial of this and an issue through the life of the project will make for great reading in the future as someone builds a case against the council.
Thomas, can I get you to wind up, please?
Sure. You are not on notice. Ratepayers cannot afford you to ignore this.
Thank you. Thank you. I said we'd stick to the first 10 minutes for that. I've got a question from Councillor Day.
Kia ora kōrua, thank you for coming into kōrero with us.
You're
Appreciate that. As you said to us, daylight is the best disinfectant. Can you tell us who is funding and has funded your litigation?
No, because I don't. A lot of it is I don't want to know, because in relation to the litigation, there've been what I do understand, private people from throughout New Zealand, and it goes into a trust, which I don't see and don't want to be influenced by, because as an expert witness, I'm not interested in, by and large, payment of things, as long as their intentions are well intended.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Rush.
Thomas, one of the difficult things that will come out of today, should the council decide not to sell and lease, is an increase in costs for seawalls and other things in strengthening. Would the people of Miramar be prepared to contribute a targeted rate to help with that, in your opinion?
I think for the right proposal, I think, as we've seen, there's been proposals tabled by others, and yes, I don't think funding of it would be unrealistic at all, because it's going to require more than just sensible mitigation, but also a significant amount of injection of private capital.
Thomas, Mary, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next up, we have Earl Hope Pearson for the Wellington Company. Earl, welcome. Which is up to the 10 minutes for presentation, and then we can go up to 20 for questions if people want to ask them.
Yep, I'll be quick. Thank you, Mayor, councillors, for allowing the Wellington Company, Shelly Bay Taikuru, to make the submission. Ian Castles gives his apologies due to personal reasons, which I'm sure you're aware of. I'm making this submission on behalf of the Wellington Company and its development entity, Shelly Bay Taikuru Limited. Firstly, it's disappointing that the development of Shelly Bay Taikuru, which has been contemplated by council and others for many, many years now, and confirmed by 2017 by councillors, has become the subject of so much conjecture. The personal attacks, the faceless claims, inaccurate information that's been injected into the public arena can only be called sad. TWC's involvement in Shelly Bay Taikuru came about in 2015 at the request of Taranaki Whānui, at a time when Taranaki Whānui faced significant challenges as an iwi. TWC at the time came forward to provide assistance. The drivers and motors were simple.
Sorry, please, in the audience, if you can, whatever your feelings, can you please allow the public participants to be heard in silence?
I'll just repeat that. TWC at the time came forward to provide assistance. The drivers and motors were simple. A strong iwi in Wellington is good for Wellington. It's good for New Zealand. And this driver has been the basis of our relationship to date. Our approach has been one of partnering to help Taranaki Whānui achieve its vision and aspirations for its members and wider community. We make no apologies to anyone, nor do we need to explain ourselves for the agreements we have or what we've achieved in partnership with Taranaki Whānui. In 2015, when Shelly Bay Taikuru was identified by Council and confirmed by councillors as a SHA and legislated by the then Housing Minister, we engaged the best and we sought to gain consent for what we believe to be and will be a significant asset for all of Wellington. Our vision for Shelly Bay...
Sorry, look, I'm not quite sure who's interrupting, but if we can identify the person, I'm going to have to ask you to leave the room. So please don't do it again. Actually, officers, if somebody could actually keep an eye out, because it's not fair on the public participants, whether you disagree with them or not. Sorry, Earl.
Yep. Our vision for Shelly Bay Taikuru is simple: to build a strong community by creating a high-quality mixed-use development that's connected, environmentally responsible, and sets a new benchmark for living in Wellington City. The principles and values for Shelly Bay Taikuru are a welcoming public waterfront, a memorable city destination, a livable urban neighbourhood, residential amenity and choice, public attraction and generosity, sustainable innovation, green community, certainty of high quality. Most importantly, we want to create a community that's inclusive, not exclusive. We want to ensure Taranaki Whānui are represented. We've given considerations to all aspects of the development: community, public safety, best practice design, infrastructure design, urban design, architecture, all governed by a comprehensive design guide and master plan. This has been informed by experts in their respective disciplines. Our response to Shelly Bay Taikuru is comprehensive. The consent process has involved making 2 consent applications, being subjected to a barrage of misinformation, court cases and other antics. As I noted, these can only be considered sad. In 2019, independent commissioners confirmed our consent for Shelly Bay Taikuru. This was a robust process. It was independent of the noise. We accept there will be some effects. No development occurs without some form of effect. However, the claims and scaremongering that has ensued has sought to amplify the effects. We have rather sought to mitigate the effects. In late 2019, at a community meeting held by MBID, where MBID presented what Thomas just presented, Ian gave a commitment to engage with community on the proposal and to listen. We listened to all, the good, the bad, and some of it, complete madness. A lot of positive and constructive feedback was provided through this engagement process. It was this feedback that a commitment was made to community. A letter was sent to community, it was shared with community, and was shared with all. Shelly Bay Taikuru will be New Zealand's first Green Star community of scale. Shelly Bay Taikuru will be distinctively Taranaki Whānui in identity, with Taranaki Whānui artists and designers contributing directly to the design and artistic applications of Shelly Bay Taikuru. We'll be investing in transport alternatives. We don't just talk about them, they're real. Mechanisms have been created for Taranaki Whānui to participate. We want Taranaki Whānui to participate, and they will do so in their own time, and we will assure that. We're delivering affordable housing, and we've made a commitment to that. We are contributing back to community via our contributions to the Wellington City mission. We'll be engaging a design collective to collaborate to ensure certainty of design, and we have some of the best architects and designers and engineers in Wellington working on it presently. These undertakings are not last-minute gasps to win public opinion. These are real, and we will deliver. Here we are nearly 4 years since the first concept was confirmed for Shelly Bay Taikuru, and we're still debating the merits of a development that offers so much and will benefit so many. Our position is simple. We respect that everyone has a right to an opinion, whether it's right or wrong. We've been through a robust process. We've not glossed over the key issues of today and the future, and these have been incorporated into every aspect of Shelly Bay Taikuru. There is a lot of noise and threats, many which are quite divisive. We don't want to enter into those. We've invested a lot, and if Wellington wants to develop business needs to have confidence in those that lead, or else why would anyone want to turn up, partner or do business with council? We've nothing to hide and are happy to continue to defend our position, and we're constantly defending it. We've listened to what we have listened, and what we say we will do. The benefits of Shelly by Tokura are significant. Jobs, investment, housing, a new way of thinking, retention of heritage, enhancement of public spaces and public accessibility, a development that will enhance Taranaki Whānui's footprint, a solution to Shelly Bay Tokuru, one that is real and it's not a dream, and there's been a lot of dreamers. Council, a deal is a deal.
Excuse me. Can you, Cyrus, if you can ask the person who's interrupting to leave? I did give enough warnings.
It's astonishing that so much drivel can come out of one person's mouth. It's land.
Please carry on.
Council, a deal is a deal. A no today does not negate Council's responsibilities at Shelly Bay Tokuru. We're not stopping. Council have only one option, and that is a yes. And I encourage you as councillors to do what's right. Thank you.
Point of order.
Sorry, officers again. Thank you.
One option.
We have paused the clock for you.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, right. Okay, thank you, and apologies for that, but you know we can't conduct business in that way. Okay, councillors, I have questions from councillors Pannett, Foon, O'Neill, Rush, and myself, and we'll see how we go. Okay, if we can make to the point.
Thank you so much, Earl, for coming in and for showing us the designs yesterday. I think some of the buildings were very nice. But as you know, I do have some concerns around liability, so particularly in terms of climate change. So just be absolutely clear, the developers will take the liability. There'll be no claims against council if this sale goes ahead. And then the liability, does that then go back to council, or will the owners just need to tolerate any damage that may or may not occur to their properties?
Thank you, Councillor Pannett. The issue around liability and concerns around inundation and sea level rise is not new for council. A number of our developments, we have consent notices that are issued on them whereby there's a Section 71, which therefore indemnifies council and puts that back on the owner. Owners go into that process with their eyes wide open. So in terms of a matter of process, that application already exists. We have a number of developments. We work on a number of other developers' developments where that's applied to the site through the building consent process, and I would have no qualm in that being applied to the properties at Shelly Bay. I'd also like to note that we have sought to future-proof. We're not going to deny that climate change is not an issue, but we have sought to future-proof the development through design.
Thanks, Earl.
Kia ora, Earl. Just traffic is understandably one of the biggest concerns about the development on the road. What will the development do to mitigate those effects, and what moves will you do to stand by making sure that those alternative solutions are there?
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Foon. As part of the development, and as part of it being a comprehensive development, we view the ferry service as being integral. We have one of the most underutilised harbours anywhere I've been. Anybody that's lived in Eastbourne, and it's interesting the comments about the road, that can use the ferry uses the ferry, and we will be promoting that. We've also given an undertaking that we will run a private shuttle service from Shelly Bay. I think you're all aware that the change in one's transport modes in years of late has been significant. Whilst we can't guarantee anything, I would imagine as a green community, things like car sharing, things like use of electric bikes and other applications will be at the forefront. You know, we're in a changing environment. We're in an unprecedented environment where I know countless people that actually work from home or work within their communities, and that's something that we're exploring within our commercial precinct. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thanks, Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, Earl. Thank you for coming to talk with us today. One of the guiding principles for my decisions is that this development is ambitious in order to help Taranaki whānui iwi. Can you provide me an assurance that the development going forward has some sort of agreement or benefits in place for iwi members?
Yep. That's not new or foreign to us. As I mentioned, we work in a partnering arrangement with Taranaki whānui with various commercial applications and other. So at the forefront of our mind is that they play an integral role within the development, and we provide opportunities within the development for Taranaki whānui, whether that's individual uri members or the iwi as a whole. And we're working on that currently. We shared some stuff with councillors over the last couple of days.
Excuse me.
So we're committed. We're not resting on our laurels. We work with Taranaki whānui.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Rush.
Thanks, Earl. A couple of questions. You say a deal is a deal, but today we're discussing the commercial terms of the deal. If I don't think you're paying enough, I'm not a willing seller. So does that mean we don't have a deal?
Well, it was voted for in 2017. We've been waiting for council to turn up. We've been through numerous processes. You know, we haven't changed our terms. Our consent application is what we lodged. We went through numerous court processes, none of them bought by ourselves. We've defended our position. We've resought consent. We're ready to go. We're ready to do this.
But if I'm an unwilling seller, then there's no deal.
Well, council agreed to it in 2017.
Okay. Just one
We
more.
haven't changed the terms.
You mentioned a letter with a lot of commitments, and you set out a number of aspirational things. Are those part of the key commercial terms?
Some of them are, yep, but we're happy to append that letter to the KCTs, to the DA if needed.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Myself, I've got three quick questions if I can. The first one of them is just can you go back through the land, as I understand it, is all now in the ownership of TWC or some subsidiary of TWC rather than Port Nicholson Settlement Block Trust?
No, you own some of the land still, Mayor.
Oh, apart from what we own.
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah,
the land holdings are in the ownership of Shelly Bay Taikuru Limited.
So what is the further financial benefit that Port Nicholson Block Settlement Trust gets from the decision that we make or don't make today?
I'll defer that to Taranaki whānui to comment on when they're here, Mayor.
Okay. Second question is you talked about engaging with the community in 2019 and going through a robust process. Why didn't you seek to have that process earlier? Because, I mean, the whole thing about an SHA is it prevents people actually participating in a meaningful way.
Well, I think the purpose of HASHA is its non-notification, so
Precisely.
There's no process around that. Council designated it a HASHA and it was confirmed by the Minister of the time. We went through a process. It was following the engagement process that we went to with that Miramar bid held, where they presented what community wanted, that Ian provided that group at the time an undertaking he would engage. If community turned out and would unanimously no, we wouldn't do the development because no one would turn up to purchase the development or participate in the development. Through that engagement process, it was far from that. There are a lot of people that actually support it.
And the final one is you mentioned ferry service being integral. So I did actually just check that with the regional council. I said it's not a definite by any stretch of the imagination, more possible than probable. So how are you going to make sure that it's a definite thing that happens? I mean, how are you going to subsidise it or pay for it?
Well, it'll be a commercial agreement between ourselves and East by West. So East by West are a commercial operation.
Oh, so it's a commercial arrangement by you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that once it gets up and running and people see the benefits of that service, Mayor, we'll hopefully see more. A ferry service will help to relieve congestion massively.
I agree with your sentiment there. I just ask you.
It'd be great to see council support it then.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Earl, you were involved in 2017 in the decision. You were there, weren't you?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
It seems such a long time ago. Look, one of the resolutions that we passed was that we requested officers to further investigate the upgrade of Shelly Bay Road between Miramar Avenue and Shelly Bay.
Yeah.
Now, I was on council at that time, and my recollection of that was that was something council was going to do because it wanted a better quality space. So it wasn't part of the deal with Port Nicholson or the Wellington Company. Without putting words in your mouth, but do you have a recollection of when we discussed and passed that resolution?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So would that be your interpretation? Was that something that you thought was part of the deal?
No, it wasn't part of the deal.
Right.
No,
So it was separate.
there was a recommendation that council officers would go back and review.
Yeah,
So
but it was not
never,
part of. It's not never part of the deal.
No.
Okay. And in your 2019 resource consent application that was heard by independent commissioners, my understanding is that you brought an up-to-date traffic assessment as part of that.
Yes, that's correct.
Or was it just purely based on the information in 2017?
No, we presented an updated assessment and also undertook further works in our own right around the road from the cutting through to Shelly Bay.
Okay.
We've got that based on the consent information. We've got that in preliminary design, so we know that what we said we could do in the consent we can do, and we will do.
Thank you.
Councillor Foon, there is time for one more question.
Kia ora. Just in terms of contracting and procurement, you're responsible for the procurement of infrastructure works, but also the businesses that are out there. What commitment will you be making to local business as part of that?
Are these the businesses currently at Shelly Bay?
Yeah, businesses and procurement of the infrastructure works team.
Yep. So we've already started the process around the procurement of an ECI, or early contractor engagement, with contractors, so that we can get the best. They're still in their very preliminary stages of discussions with those parties. So so there'll be local businesses involved in that process. In terms of those that are currently at Shelly Bay, where it is feasible to do so, we'll seek to retain and keep. We've got aspirations around what that commercial precinct will look like. We want it to be a hub for community, for all of community. So yeah, hopefully that answers your question, Councillor Finn.
Thank you. That's all the questions. Oh, one more. Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, thank you. I'm thinking about the future and the land in the future being accessible to members of Taranaki whānui. Could you please expand on some of the green space protections or the public space or important space that you've got designated in the designs?
Yep. So there's quite a significant area within the development that's going to be vested back into council's ownership. Village Green, the Point Parks, obviously all the roads and the esplanades, and which all by virtue of design will be very open and very public, not only for Taranaki whānui but for all of community. That was something that came through our engagement process when we were talking with members. Those spaces, we're working with Taranaki whānui artists currently around how those spaces will look and feel and how they will identify with them. So it is distinctively Taranaki whānui. And so that will be incorporated into that landscape design, urban design, the fabric in a sense, and that connects into wider works that they're doing around the likes of the Naranga to Petone walkway. So it's got a narrative, it's got a whole cultural narrative. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, and thank you for coping through the various interruptions.
Thank you.
Anaru Mefam from Mawhenua, welcome. Antarini.
There's 4 of us.
4 of you, okay, right.
We'd like to stand. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. Greetings. Tēnā koe, individual councillors, tēnā koutou. My name is Harinis Jenkins Mefam, and I am a direct descendant of Matahiwi Tawa, who was an original owner of the land here, among others, with others, of Whanganui Tara. My people are Ngamutu, Pukitapu, Taranaki and Atiawa. I'm also the chairman of Mawhenua Incorporated, which is the legal entity set up to take action legally for the people of Mawhenua and Taranaki whānui. Mawhenua is primarily a collective, a movement of people who express and support the values and belief that is centred on the premise that land sustains us and has a deep spiritual significance. This is expressed through the principles and values of Wairuatanga and Turanga Waiwai, that the whenua is for the benefit of all and not a commodity which is to be sold to benefit a few. Among Mawhenua are Taranaki whānui uri who whakapapa to those who were the signatories of the Port Nicholson Block Settlement Deed of Purchase in 1839, and so subsequently who were displaced from their land yet again, this time by the New Zealand Company, false promises, illegal seizures of land and forcible removal at gunpoint. Now our old people, those who contested with the Crown for the settlement of land that would benefit us, intended that Shelly Bay would be developed in ways that would benefit the Māori owners and provide a place for them to stand again in Whanganui Tara. A place that identified these old people as mana whenua, and a place that they could identify with after 170 years of landlessness. Once again, that was not to be. This time, it was the Wellington Company, Māori with a sell everything mission, a compliant Wellington City Council, and our Treaty of Waitangi partner, the Crown. From 2015 or earlier, all colluded to sell our whenua on Shelly Bay without the required and express agreement of the beneficial owners. And the Wellington City Council took a leading role in the taking of our land. You set up a special housing accord for the Wellington with the Crown, the Wellington Company and Port Nicholson Block Settlement Trust. Over a lengthy period of time, you included our land in that action. You did not question whether you had the right to do so. When in 2016, the Port Nicholson Block Settlement Trust decided to get a belated rubber stamp for taking our land for the Hasher, our people said no. People, your council did nothing. When the council was told directly, then the mayor of that time was told directly 3 times by letter, you did nothing. By failing to carry out due diligence in the very first instance and failing to act when the owners did not approve the sale of our land, this council breached the Treaty of Waitangi, Article 2, which talks about the alienation of Māori from their land. I would like to point out that people elected or appointed to responsible office have a fiduciary duty, a duty of care to the electors, the shareholders, the members or owners who so elect or appoint them. There is an ethical and a moral duty to act in their best interest. Let me say that there are 2 legal actions being taken right this moment. The first is Mo Whenua is engaged in a legal action in the High Court to recover our land at Shelly Bay. Our land was unlawfully taken, unlawfully sold and unlawfully purchased. And the judge will decide that issue, and we believe it will be in our favour. A judicial review is also being challenged, is being held to challenge aspects of the Shelly Bay infrastructure development. This review will examine information that was withheld, omitted, or not disclosed in previous discussions. You councillors, each of you, are going to make a voting decision about the sale of council land on Shelly Bay. I wish to remind you of your fiduciary duty and the ethical connotations of that duty of care. I urge you to respect the legal process that is now underway. Defer your decision until both legal actions are properly determined. Who knows? Given the outcomes, that way may lie a future of real partnership. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. We've got about two and a bit minutes left, Anaru.
My name's Anaru Meffam. I have a statement that has been written by my brother, Paula Jenkins Meffam. He is Mo Whenua's elected representative on the PNBST board. It is crucial that councillors understand that the trustees of PNBST are elected by the full Taranaki Whānui membership, some 14,000 adults. Paula, in the September election last year, received 1,020 votes. He was the second highest polling candidate, higher than any standing incumbent trustees. He stood solely on that election on Mo Whenua, and so 1,020 Taranaki Whānui uri saw fit to give him their vote and elect him into this position on PNBST. They are also supporters of Mo Whenua. I'll leave you with that. Listen carefully to these words, you representatives. The man who speaks them is my brother. They are not only his words or my words, they are the words of our tupuna, our ancestors who have passed their love of the land to us from ages gone. They are speaking through us. It is to our ancestors that you are listening as well. You must not sell the land of our ancestors to this Wakefield. He has woven a cloak of confusion over those that call themselves our leaders. His words and promises hold a sway over some of us, and yet the fruit of his words are only dollars, dissension, and division. He has caused some of us to lose sight of that most precious Māori thing, our own tikanga. This through the allure of his money. The three po that this brother of mine and I, Paura, and those who will not sell the land planted in the ground at Maru Kaikuru speak of Turanga Waiwai, a place for us to stand. They speak of kaitiakitanga, of guardianship, so that all people of this land may love and enjoy the splendour of our place. They speak of kotahitanga, of unity amongst our own and amongst us all. Do not sell the sacred land to this Wakefield, who will smother it in homes for a wealthy few. We who have fought for this land over generations ask you to wait. There is a wise person in the court who is considering the actions of this Wakefield. Our people called out not to sell the land again.
Anaru, can I get you to wind up, please, just in terms of time?
There's going to be more time, I'm sorry. You have to show me the respect of time, please. They wanted to hold it for all to enjoy. Our people dream great dreams of sharing its splendour with all of the people of Te Whanganui-a-Tara, of Aotearoa, of the world. A marvellous alternative vision, and yet sell our land they did. This Wakefield bought it. Do not sell this land you hold. Do not lease it. Hold on to it until the court of the treaty partners considers the laws of the partner and decides to whom the land will go. Have patience. I ask you to hear the voices of those who wait upon justice. Let your legacy stand for all to see on that harbour land for years to come. May your children and grandchildren be filled with the admiration for your stand today. Do not sell or lease this land. Wait for the direction from the court of all of us, the treaty partner. The flounder does not return to his dust. Do not make the same mistake.
Kia ora, Anaru. Thank you. Are you ready for some questions?
Yep.
Patai? Okay, Councillor Rush, I think was the first one.
Thank you very much for that, and thanks for coming along today. Obviously, we're struggling to understand who we should deal with, and I guess we've got a mandate, I suppose, to deal with the trust, and we do that. I guess my question to you is that if your people are dissatisfied with the work of the trustees, why don't you elect others?
Tēnā koutou katoa, kia ora mō tō pātai. To my nei, Dr. Catherine Love, negotiator, present right throughout the claim, the hearings, gave evidence, and initial trustee on the Port Nicholson Block Settlement Trust. The Port Nicholson Block Settlement Trust is a post-settlement governance entity. That is, it is a Crown-designed, Crown-created entity. Taranaki whānui, iwi, are the people, not a commercial company called Taranaki Whānui Limited. So please be clear. There is a clear distinction between the post-settlement governance entity, the Crown-created mechanism, and the people. And there's a clear distinction between the commercial Taranaki Whānui company and the people who are Taranaki Whānui first. Second, why don't we elect new trustees? Many of you will be aware that our recent case in the Māori Land Court, we were vindicated totally by the Māori Land Court, who found that around 12,000 of a total of 19,000 registered members had been lost prior to the Shelly Bay vote from the Settlement Trust Register. Can we vote? How would you feel if over half of Wellington constituents were disenfranchised? Would you consider yourselves to be a valid council? So who should you deal with? You should deal with Taranaki Whānui, iwi members, the people. You're also looking right now at a trust that does not even have a quorum, who had no authority to send you a letter, supposedly on behalf of the trust and other trustees. So my answer is, who do you deal with? You deal with the breadth of the people, not one trust. that is crippled at the moment anyway. There are long-standing landed trusts, mana whenua trusts, and I'm including the Wellington Tents, Palmerston North Reserves, Mo Whenua, marae communities. There are plenty of choices and options and diversity amongst who you can engage with. Kia ora.
Can I just add to that, Sean? It's a great question. Kenny Jean. We are looking at how we get the Port Nicholson Block Settlement Trust healthy. We all know it's not right now. And so right now we have 2 people who have got their names in the hat to go onto the trust because there is no quorum at the moment. Both of those people are connected to Mo Whenua, and in, I believe it's March, there will be another voting of 4 positions, and we will be looking to clean the closet up. And until then, you're dealing with a broken organisation, and we'd like that to be changed because we know you want absolutely a really healthy relationship with iwi. What you have at the moment is a relationship with an unhealthy organisation, and we want to fix that.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you. Any other questions?
I'll ask another one.
You have. Well, I'll ask one, but just look at the time, then I'll go back to you, and then if we've got time. So, could you just walk us through? Did the Port Nicholson Block Settlement Trust tell its membership about entering into the SHA?
No, nor did the Port Nicholson Block Settlement Trust tell its members that on the 5th of March 2014 they had agreed to sign into a relationship with the Wellington Company. I must therefore correct the previous speaker who claimed that the Wellington Company became involved in 2015. In fact, they had signed a deal in March 2014 as confirmed in the Port Nicholson Block Settlement Trust minutes.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. I know we're talking a lot about the last few years, but when I look back at how Taranaki Whanui or the Port Nicholson Trust came to purchase Shelly Bay, which was 2008, 2009, excuse me, I'm not quite sure when. But, and as it's been suggested that sometimes iwi will be, have first rights on land, but they'll have a deal ready in the wings to then on-sell. And it looks like from reading previous material that there may have been some deal with Peter Jackson back in 2008, 2009 to on-sell to him. I mean, do you have a view or do you know anything about that?
I do. I was a negotiator at that time. I was part of the unanimous vote to purchase Shelly Bay. We had advocated for it as a cultural property. The Crown refused to give it to us as cultural redress, so we had to purchase it as commercial under the Crown terms. There was absolutely no way that the original trustees would sell that land. There were offers to buy the land. Those offers were refused, and instead we wanted to enter into the types of arrangements we had done through the Wellington Tents Trust, Palmerston North Reserves and other landed entities, whereby we maintain ownership of the land, partner with the developer, and there are many examples. Athletic Park is one, Village at the Park. Also the Ryman's Petone College site, where we maintain ownership of the land, and in many cases also at least half of the development on top. So sale was not on the cards, especially not of that land that we had tried to get as as cultural redress.
Thank you.
Perhaps I might add to that from the point of view that the land originally was regarded as important for identity purposes. Our people had been disadvantaged and literally forced out of this area, this harbour area, many years ago. And this was a chance for us to have our tribal, our Māori identity established once more in a visual way, and also in a way that would give tūranga waiwai that sense of belonging to the land as the land belongs to us. So it was more than just a commercial deal. It was a development possibility, but based around the needs of Māori, the needs of our iwi, to be re-identified as belonging to this place. Kia ora.
I think it's really important that the way we came to be here at Shelly Bay was a negotiation through the Crown. There was an apology for how things went, and it was right for us to accept and negotiate the terms and purchase Shelly Bay. It means nothing to be given a reserve from a developer. Nothing. There is no mana for me to stand and have that sense of tūranga waiwai when we've been given a suggested space that would be a reserve for the iwi. That's called a reservation in the States. We know how that went. There is nothing of mana from a developer.
Well, tēnā koutou, kia ora. Thank you very much. Time's just elapsed, and so I didn't want to go any longer, but thank you very much for your kōrero.
You face today your ihumātao moment. Please think wisely. Use today to put an end to the conflict that has been and the risk of further conflict, worse conflict to come. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Catherine. Kia ora. Victoria, welcome. We've got you down for 5 minutes, and then if there are any questions, for another 5.
Your Worship, councillors, thank you for making the time for me to present today. I have to say it's a slightly intimidating environment. The only other body I'm aware of that has a timer flashing is the US Supreme Court. So I'll certainly try and be relatively brief and you have no trouble. Well, that's a good thing, I suspect. Or, look, I'm the lead barrister for the plaintiffs in the High Court litigation. So the plaintiffs are Mo Whenua, who you've just heard from, and a group of Kuia and Kamatua, mainly based at Waifatu Marae in Lower Hutt. I'm just going to give you a very brief outline of the litigation, just a few high points. The hearing is due to start on the 15th of March next year in the Wellington High Court. We've provided our evidence, including our expert evidence, and we're waiting for the replies to come in just before Christmas, so a nice Christmas present for me. We have a large volume of discovery we've gone through, 4,000 documents have been exchanged by the parties. The starting proposition has to be that this land is special, and you've heard about why from Sid and Anaru and others this morning. There is a very long tradition of pre-colonisation use of this land, but it also was special in the context of the treaty settlement, so it is specifically referred to. It's not just any land, it is specifically referred to in the various documents that surround that settlement and the deed of settlement itself. And I'd note that this is a particular challenge, of course, for urban Māori such as Taranaki Whanui, where so much land is now in private ownership that the ability as part of treaty redress to have a place to stand is very limited. And for that reason, this land is much more significant than it would be for rural iwi. So the sales process went through a number of iterations. There were outright sales considered, there was a joint venture considered, but what we do know now is that the 4 blocks of land have been sold, 3 blocks in July 2017 and 1 block in 2019. We argue that that land was disposed of in breach of trust, and there's two aspects to two limbs to that. The first is we say, or we will say to the court in March, that the disposal of the land was a breach of tikanga. And we say that the trustees are required to have regard to tikanga generally, but particularly in relation to the disposition of land, and that tikanga required a process of consent, a process of dialogue, a process of hui, a transparent agreement, full and open agreement between Taranaki whānui in its broadest sense for the land to be disposed of. Secondly, we point to the particular terms of the trust deed and the major transaction provisions in particular. The land might have been divided up into two parcels, 3 lots, as I've said, in 2017 and 1 lot in 2019, but that's a form over substance argument, frankly never attractive. The reality is all 4 blocks have gone, and all 4 blocks were part of the resource consent that the council considered. In terms of relief, and I think this is significant, the relief sought is for the land to be returned to the trust, not for it to be returned to Mo Whenua, not for it to be given to any third party, but for it to go back to the trust with new beneficiaries, or not new beneficiaries, sorry, new trustees, and for the trust to consider what is going to happen to that land consistent with tikanga and the Māori way of doing things. And you heard before about the Māori Land Court case, and that is significant. So the Māori Land Court ordered that Sir Wira Gardner conduct an independent review of the voting practices and the voting register of Taranaki whānui. I believe that report is publicly available, and he has found it to be seriously wanting. So that is there is a question there about mandate. And then just in my remaining 27 seconds to deal very briefly with 3 points that have, I understood, been raised. First, the concept of financial benefit, the pointing to the financial statements of the trust indicating an increase in asset value. That's due to a change in accounting policy. Secondly, the suggestion that the trust and the developer are in partnership together, that is a contested matter. Whether or not that is clearly the case, and if so, what the terms of that are, will be something that we will need to be arguing about next year. But I would say that it is in any event irrelevant to whether the land was lawfully disposed of. My third point, which I think I've run out of time, is in relation to the non-binding nature of the trust deed. So.
Victoria, thank you. Are there any questions, Victoria? Councillor Rush, Councillor Cowart.
Thanks, Victoria. I'm going to ask you a question in your professional capacity. I had asked officers to look at this, but they haven't got back to me. You mentioned the deed of settlement. Yep. A reference to Shelly Bay indeed is in there. Schedule 7, Clause 7.5.3 states a person may not transfer or assign a right or obligation under this deed or a settlement document. We received a letter from the chair of Port Nick dated 30 October. Paragraph 9 states, Paiutu, where we passed on our rights of first refusal right to a joint venture led by the TWC. Monarch, we passed on our right of first refusal right to TWC in exchange, I'm just wondering, is that consistent with the deed of settlement? Passing on those rights?
That is quite a difficult legal question, Councillor Rush, that you put me on the spot with that one. The answer is I don't know. Certainly the Shelly Bay land was not RFR land. It is a practice that has developed in relation to this trust in particular of trading in RFRs, and that's occurred in a number of different cases. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Calvert.
Unlike Councillor Rush, I don't have a legal background, so excuse me if I get some of the terms wrong, but you made a comment that as part of the what you're seeking to address through the court case is for the land to be returned to Port Nicholson Trust, or Settlement Board, so I can't quite remember the exact, but and then to decide what to do. But isn't there a trust deed in place? Because I always thought that if you have a trust, you have a trust deed, and you have to abide by that deed itself. So I'm just trying to get some clarification on that.
No, it's a good question. So what the relief we're seeking is the land gets transferred back to the trust, and the trustees need to decide what to do with it, consistent with the trust deed that we say hasn't been complied with, and consistent with tikanga, which we say also hasn't been complied with. So you're entirely right. The way that they dispose of the land will be governed by the trust deed and other obligations like tikanga.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Like Councillor Rush, I do have a legal background, but I'm not sure it's much help. I just had a question really around, obviously the clock is ticking on the resource consent, and you'll be aware that one of the key commercial terms that we're considering today provides for the council to require the land sold to be returned. And this is a question I wanted to put to Mo Whenua actually. Why is this not enough? Why are you also asking us to delay now?
Well, I haven't seen the draft commercial terms.
They're in the council paper.
Okay, I still haven't seen them, so
No
maybe.
website.
Why is that not enough? Why should it be sufficient? Because if the council is going to face the possibility further down the track of having to unwind the transaction once the High Court's determined the position, and it has to delay until then, so no steps can be taken, then why push on at this point would be my question in reply. And I think there is a real risk from an optical point of view when the court comes to consider the discretion to grant relief, that this will be painted as the council endorsement of the sale of the land.
So, I mean, I'm sure courts can get over optics, but what I want to understand is, you say why push on? Because the resource consent is ticking.
The resource consent, as I understand it, can be extended and has been already in the past. Yeah. Perhaps I could just follow up with a supplementary observation. The more that happens to that land in the meantime, the more subdivision that occurs, the more buildings that are demolished, the less value it becomes to Mo Whenua, and the more difficult the transaction becomes to unwind.
Okay. Look, Victoria, really appreciate that, and that was the question I was going to ask you about the further it goes, the more difficult it is to unwind. Okay, no, appreciate that. Thank you very much. It must be Lawyers' Day. Craig Stevens. Welcome, Craig.
Thank you, elected members. I haven't been heralded by that accolade in the past. I'm not sure if that's flattering or otherwise. I think you all know who I act for. There's no hiding of that. Some of you may not know, and some of you others have heard that I'm sort of a council public meeting train spotter, because for nearly 2 decades I had to attend all of the full council meetings. I come with that advantage or handicap. But I want to start by, I've handed out some notes. I'm going to talk to them because you are a bit like the American Supreme Court, and that's quite busy just at the moment. The first thing is Earl repeatedly said, our deal is our deal. The Court of Appeal has recorded, and it's unchallenged, and it's set out there. It should also be recorded that no binding legal agreement has been entered into between the Council and the Wellington Company Limited. There is no deal, and I'm sorry, but I say, and I stand by it, do not be beguiled by that. The second thing is that this is an integrated project. It isn't simply about looking at commercial terms on this piecemeal basis that you're being asked to do today. If you go back to 2017 and you look at your minutes, it was an integrated master plan for Shelly Bay, and that was what was to be considered, not just commercial terms. And that is particularly relevant in terms of roading and pathways, in terms of climate change, and if a court were to review any decision, it would look at not only irrelevant matters, but relevant matters that were not considered. And part of that, and I've seen reference to it, is to say, but council only owns 10% of the proposed development. And this goes partly, Councillor Fitzsimmons, to your question. Without that 10%, the development doesn't proceed. Don't please try and say, well, really, we're just a two-bit player and what relevance is it? You enable the development, and it's beyond optics to give that to the court. It is, we've endorsed this deal, and having been put on notice by some of the tangata whenua that is questionable or improperly gained. So it is important beyond optics. It is really saying to a court, we the council are quite happy with this. I say the analogy there is, we'll take you blindfold to the edge of a swimming pool. The officers say dive in, but they're not going to tell you if there's water in it, or if there is, how deep. And so we'll just look at the commercial terms. You don't need to know what anything else is. And that's not what was agreed. It was to be a partnership. It wasn't, you're enabling it also through not having what would typically be 100% development contribution. The ratepayers will wear the road upgrade, and I refer to the new initiative request of between 2 and 20 million. And I was here for the Q&As, and the officers said, we don't know what you're talking about. And I footnoted the reference to that, and it was for the Shelly Bay governance group from the council, and that was because of the inadequacy of the 1 to 1.5 metre and path and the 6 metre roadway. Whereas back in 2017, you were, the officers, as part of the integrated deal, were asked to look at to further investigate the upgrade and to something that more closely aligns with NZTA's guidance as a minimum, and the Great Harbour Way as an aspiration. And I'll come back to the Great Harbour Way because that is in numerous council documents a reference to that. Steve Spence back then, in 2016, did a paper where he assessed the merits of the development and what was necessary, and at that time said...
Craig, can I get you to wind up the speaking bit and we'll come to the question?
Okay.
Yep.
That it was 6 plus 3 metres, and that's been retreated from ever since. The rest is important, but you can read it. There's just a couple of slides. There's the first, and I'd say the high point from your Q&A or low point was to be told garages are more floodable than living rooms. Section 71 does not cure it. Questions?
Questions. I think I had Councillor Pannett.
Can you just talk a bit more about Section 71?
Yeah, I looked it up. It's where it's under the Building Act, and I looked that up when Earl was talking about it. And it's for land that's hazardous. It can't be developed essentially unless the Building Consent Authority is satisfied that adequate provision has been or will be made to protect the land, the building, etc. It's not about shifting the liability. It's saying, if anything, actually, you'll fix it.
Councillor Free.
Yeah, I just was going to ask about the risks to council from the, from going along with the development that is quite close to sea level, especially the leased land where there'll be commercial buildings quite close to low-lying land or on low-lying land?
Well, I think, Councillor, you're aware I was here for the Q&A, and the officer's advice was, there can't be liability because otherwise you'd be liable for all of the other buildings that are in the coastal fringe around Wellington. That is wrong, because you're going ahead on this development knowing that there are issues. It's new. It's not existing. There is an opinion from Jack Hodder QC to LG&Z that I think some of you are aware of, and who's a highly respected silk, who in advice to LG&Z said, you are increasingly down the track going to be liable. And that's happened in every instance in my career, because you may not think so when it comes to budget, but you have the deep pocket.
Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. I'm going to take a punt that you've read the key commercial terms and are familiar with the off-ramps that have been negotiated?
I'm not familiar with well, sorry, I've seen it in the report. Is that what you mean?
No. Yes, in the report.
Yes, I have seen that.
I mean, the structure is that if there has been some development, the Wellington City Council can buy it back for full value, including whatever improvements have been done, and we carry on with however we want it, or let the Wellington company continue. Are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with that.
Particular structure?
Well, no, sorry. Can I respond to that, or was there more to your question, Councillor?
Well, my question is, what's the how practical is that as a off-ramp?
Well, in addition to my comment to Councillor Fitzsimmons' question, my understanding is that the developer refused to accept any constraints on the developer being able to on-sell, and that is not a covenant that runs on the title. So I think you get a, whatever that old-fashioned expression, a cart and fall through it or whatever. It's a gaping hole in it. The developer has refused to have covenants that will stop it from on-selling.
Okay, so very quickly then, just to be clear then, he could sell it and we don't have anything.
That is my understanding, but it's why would you put yourselves in that position when this is going to court in 6 months' time, and frankly when you haven't considered the roading or other matters?
Craig, thank you very much. Really appreciate that.
It was a pleasure, and thanks for the introduction.
Our next presenter is not a lawyer, at least I don't think so. Randall McDonnell. Randall, welcome. You're a scientist, I think.
Hello, everyone. Everyone's been a child. Everyone's sat in the baths and kicked themselves up and down and washed, caused great consternation to their parents by overspilling. With that picture in your mind, I would like to read an excerpt from 1855 from Commander Byron Drury's remark book. For 8 hours subsequent to the first and great shock, the tide approached and receded from the shore every 20 minutes, rising from 8 feet to 10 feet, and receding 4 feet lower than spring tides. I'd like to quote also from Rodney Grapes, who is a geologist who wrote in 1992. The first great shock of the 1855 earthquake lasted nearly 50 seconds, followed almost immediately by another. Shortly afterwards, the sea rose in the harbour between 2 and 3 metres and receded about 3 metres lower than at spring tide. This cycle repeated every 20 minutes through the night for 8 hours. All the shops and houses along the foreshore were inundated and extensively damaged as a result. This also happened at night. Now, I've just heard the previous gentleman, Craig Stevens, talk about risk. The issue is that should the council be promoting development on the foreshore anywhere? Because you've got these sudden risks occurring, sudden events, and there's a huge loss of life that would be potentially, that potentially result. The second item that I'd like to raise is the influx of marine debris from the Great Japanese Tsunami of 2011. There's a huge amount of marine debris that was washed into the sea from buildings and the associated human interaction on the foreshore. Now, these two issues together are not generally considered in resource management applications, and I realise that this is about a commercial deal, but also want you to consider, in light of that, if you know that you're going to develop in a particular area and carrying a business as a PCBU, there may be an open question as to whether you'll be liable for any loss of life. I mean, we just look at White Island. I mean, that's just a thought that occurred to me now about just listening to talking about risks. And also then the last thing I'd like to raise is, of course, climate change. At Evans Bay, the sea level dropped by 2 feet as a result of the 1855 earthquake. Now, if you add in the 2 feet that's going to be added with climate change, that's effectively you're still going to have a 10-foot high tsunami. So the risk is, I mean, I'd like you to consider that might be an issue that you want to consider in making a decision today, whether you're going to actually allow this development to go ahead. I'm not going to speak to any of the particular terms of whether you're going to sell it or not. But do you really want to put 250 households in the way of a tidal wave that will repeat every 20 minutes for 8 hours when there is another earthquake? Thank you.
Thanks, Randall. I'll just check, see if there are any questions of you. Councillor Day.
Thank you for coming in. Just the other day, Councillor Rush was telling me that in the Kaikoura earthquake, our land actually went up. Were you aware of that? That earthquakes are actually causing our land to, the land is actually rising.
I realise that, but you still, if there have been, if the developer's done associated tidal, tsunami modelling, and has put the buildings out of risk, but I've noticed that if you're going to dig down and put great big basements in and put cars in, they're going to flood.
I was just wondering, because you were talking about the land going down, but the evidence is...
No, the land, no, I didn't, I said the tide went down, so the land went up.
Councillor Wolf?
Yeah, Randall. The other speakers got introduced as to being individuals of some expertise. Would you mind telling us what you do as an occupation?
I'm a marketing analyst at GNS Science.
Yeah.
But I'm speaking here in a personal capacity because I personally don't think any foreshore development should be happening for the two reasons in Wellington, for climate change reasons and the earthquake susceptibility causing tidal waves.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill and then Councillor Calvert.
Kia ora, Randall. I too am a big climate action person myself, and the advice that I've been looking at this year for urban development is telling people who wish to build it to flood the garages and not the residential homes as an urban design principle. Have you seen anything to support how we can accommodate for the amount of people?
I'm not an earthquake engineer, so no.
Oh, okay, no, that's all right. I was just wondering if, or perhaps would you be able to give me some advice on climate change adaptation plans and science in a city like Wellington?
I can advise you to go and speak to make sure that you get the appropriate advice from your staff in council who will be procuring that advice.
Totally, thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
I mean, they are professionals, they know what they're doing. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
So I take your points, but just a couple of weeks ago, this council voted to remediate its central library, which is pretty much on the foreshore as well, and spend $180 million. So I'm just wondering do you have a view on that, or is something you considered?
It's already built infrastructure, so I mean, if you want to throw money in, I mean, just like Peter Jackson's museum, which I thought was foolish as well for the same reasons, which was mooted to be built on the foreshore. Building Te Papa where it is, I thought that was a dumb idea when it was built. But I think any sort of development around this area, which is all reclaimed land, it's Wellington.
Okay.
If the big one hits, there's not really going to be much place you can go. I mean, it's the hills.
Yeah. Okay.
Randall,
I'm speaking in a personal capacity.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
If you want to develop, There's Lincolnshire Farm, there's a whole lot of places up there in Granada. Build the link road through Granada to Petone.
Randall, thank you. Really appreciate that. Hannah Higginson. Hannah Higginson.
Tēnā koutou. E mihi anō ki ngā mana whenua o te rohe nei, o te whenua nei. First mihi is to the mana whenua of the land that we kōrero on. My name is Hannah Higginson. I'm 22 years old. I'm a student studying Te Reo Māori and Sociology. Just finished my second year. I live, work and study in Wellington. I love living here and I intend to for a long time, which is why I'm here today. It's really concerning to me to see my city councillors even just consider voting for the sale and the lease of this piece of land under discussion to the Wellington Company. I want to know how many of you would be able to clearly, simply and honestly explain to me and the public who exactly this sale benefits. None of you nor the speaker from the Wellington Company have provided a clear explanation that isn't full of qualifiers or unclear promises. There's a lot of reasons I'm sure some of you have why you would want to vote for this sale. Not all of them ring real true to me, to be honest. I find it really disingenuous to hear housing, as an example, being used as an excuse for the sale and lease of this piece of currently public land. Do you genuinely believe that this is the kind of housing that's going to be accessible and affordable for people who need it most, who are on the front lines of our housing crisis in this city, people who are genuinely struggling and whom many of you purport to be here representing? Is this housing for our whānau who need it, for the essential workers in this city, for students, and frankly for anyone in my generation or the generations to come? If this is where our council's thinking is at when it comes to the housing crisis, I'm worried, and as someone who voted in council elections, I do not see the public interest being represented. I'd also like to add that cities need much more than just housing to be livable, and some of the other proposed uses for this land would add a tremendous amount of value to it, instead of a handful of, again, largely unaffordable luxury houses. If you want to sell public land for something that's going to cost us infrastructure-wise down the path, instead of the many other really beneficial uses, as someone who's part of the generation who's going to be paying for this with my taxes, I want to really clearly ask you, again, who benefits? Is it the public? Is it my generation? If this is also how you, our councillors, are thinking about climate change, I'm really worried. We're facing down sea level rise, increased climate instability. You've heard about that today from other people. And you want to build these houses right on the shore. That's concerning to me. I'm here to talk to all of you, but I also want to kōrero directly to the two people of my generation that sit on council, Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Paul. You both care about climate change, about young people, about our rangatahi, the well-being of people who live and work in Wellington. You ran on these principles, on these values. You stood with us in the streets of the city as we marched for strong climate action. And I want to make it really clear that voting for yes for the sale and lease of this land directly undermines the interests of rangatahi in this city. It undermines climate action. It's not, voting yes for the sale of land is not responsible or sustainable action for climate change. It does nothing to help people who are struggling with the housing crisis and are fearful of these changes that our city is going to be facing. Councillors, is selling this piece of land for housing for the already wealthy really consistent with your values as public representatives? Do you imagine that this is in line with the bold climate actions that we really desperately do need as a city, that we need to be seeing from our leaders? I know that you all want to act in the best interests of mana whenua and of Taranaki whānui. I respect this. I want to see Te Tiriti respected as a founding document of Aotearoa. However, voting yes in this instance, particularly in advance of these legal decisions that are going to be made, in spite of views that you've heard today, It looks like council is getting to make the decision about who is mana whenua and who gets to be seen and heard as mana whenua. Do you have the right as the council to make those decisions and who gets to be mana whenua and who doesn't? I'd also like to say, and I really hope that you can recognise the Wellington company's statements around participation and representation are empty words on contested land. When you're making this decision, I really ask that you think of the people that you serve, the people of Wellington and the generations to come. Ngā mihi kia koutou.
And perfect timing too, thanks Hannah. I think I had a kate from Councillor Condi, Councillor Cowett.
Okay,
and then Councillor Free.
Thank you. And just to let you know, I take very seriously the oath that I made to serve the city in the best interests of the city as a whole, and as an elected representative. We've heard from a lot of people, and to be honest, as a councillor, we've had a lot of emails from lots of people. But what I've found that a lot of those emails, we were getting feedback, but not many people had actually read the papers and the decisions that we've got in front of us. Have you seen the council papers?
Yeah, I had a look at the papers you have today.
Yeah, it was just some of the comments. It was sort of like I'm just trying to marry them up, and so I was just interested when you saw that. And also, councillors did ask had a quite extensive question and answer session with officers on Monday, which was public, and that information has been made available in terms of what was asked and answers provided. Have you seen those?
I had a brief look, but I did have other things I had to do.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And are you aware that the council's also involved in lots of other housing, like social housing? We have our own city housing, and also that we've recently entered into partnerships with developers in providing housing for key workers?
I am aware of that, yes.
Okay.
I'm really glad to hear that you care about affordable housing for the people of the city.
Yeah, it's got to be a city of choice. We have to provide a spectrum of housing. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Free and then Councillor O'Neill.
I guess I'm just interested, you are of the generation that's removed from mine. How, you talked about the values of this, you don't know what's in this for people. How important is the recreational value of Shelly Bay and the access that we have at the moment over the council land for the people of the city, including your generation?
Like I said, I think that there's a lot more than housing that makes a city a place where people can actually live and survive, and that it makes it a city that people want to live in. I think that it's really important to have public spaces, and I really appreciate some of the proposed designs for that piece of land by locals that include preservation, that include acknowledging and respecting the heritage of that area, that do make it publicly accessible. And I would say that that's really important to me, and I can probably comfortably speak on behalf of a lot of my friends who'd say that is important to us if we're looking to live in this city long term.
Thanks. Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, Hannah. Thank you very much for all of your thinking on this. I just want to acknowledge the work that we've done here. It's a question that we've discussed before as well, but my obligations to iwi and taranaki whānui and the advice that we've received in terms of our relationship as young people and people who care about supporting Māori is that PNBST are mandated by the iwi as the primary entity responsible for representing taranaki whānui. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on how we engage in a meaningful relationship with Māori if your advice to us is to vote no on the sale of the land. I know it's a hard question.
It's a really big question, and it's largely not my place to answer. I think you've heard today from mana whenua who have really clearly told you guys what they as taranaki whānui do want. As somebody looking in on this, I want you to vote no, because I think that that is genuinely in the best interests of everyone involved, well, for the people of the city and for mana whenua. And I think it's really clear, actually, to a lot of people who can follow this and who have been, we've just heard about the legal proceedings that are going to be going on. It's really not clear cut that the interests of mana whenua actually being best represented by the board in that case, or have been tied with the sale. And not speaking as an expert.
Councillor Paul.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me all good?
Yes.
Cool. Kia ora, Hannah. Thank you so much for that submission. I just really want to mihi to you very quickly for raising all of the points that you have made, which I do agree with, particularly those around our generation, and can assure you that we are wanting to make the best decision for our generation. So I just wanted to ask you, so obviously a tikanga Māori approach to this decision is relational, it's around whakawhanaungatanga, and I just wanted to know, have you been able to speak to anybody from mana whenua who agrees with the sale, and has that been able to contribute to your decision in terms of that relational shaping of your perspective of the situation?
I haven't directly spoken to people from my whenua, but I have read the work that they've put out, and I've followed the work they're doing. I'm basing my own opinion on what I hope to be the best approaches to this from someone who isn't mana whenua, which is to really take into account the multitude of perspectives and try and understand our history when it comes to exactly this kind of thing, which is Māori land and Māori land being bought and sold, and how this particular piece of land does fit into that wider history. But yeah, that's what we've been able to do.
Kia ora, Tam. Kia ora to Hannah. Thank you. Sally, Saidosa. Where are we at? Welcome. No stranger to this table either.
This feels decidedly weird. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. I'd like to acknowledge Hannah. She was so super impressive and gives me a great deal of hope in terms of people like her engaging in this decision-making process. I also want to say I'm incredibly bloody nervous. I haven't sat around this table for such a long time, and as many of you well know, I wasn't ever intending on coming back. So it is new, yeah. So look, most of you know who I am, and I'd like to think that you take me at face value in terms of my intentions and why I have decided to participate in this process. I know an awful lot about it, and there's no disputing really that this project started on a terrible foundation. It was a foundation that you got bad advice, and then that bad advice was made worse by officers who implemented it badly. And then that was all made worse by four factors. Firstly, there was a governance vacuum. The elected council was quite simply kept in the dark for a very critical period, 18 whole months. In that time, the project grew 3 to 4 times, and in that time, actually, the issues that Mo Whenua were talking about today, those issues all took place. Never were they brought to the elected representatives' attention until such time as you were bought a final deal that had a resource consent. And I believe that that is a failure in governance process, and that one is hard to walk away from. Maybe you're happy to walk away from your SHA decisions, which were shocking and terrible, but it was a failure in process. The second is, and I have apologised to my former colleagues and my friends, and we still have a glass of wine together, but the officers failed. They failed you in your landowner role. They failed to take into account what you had asked them to do. In April 2015, a resolution was passed, and at the time of making the bad SHA decisions, that said, we will get to agree what happens here. You also agreed an urban growth plan that said we will do a joint master planning process and we will agree a master plan. You, as the elected councillors, did not agree a master plan. Officers brought you a master plan that they had agreed. And the same very officers who had advised you that the district plan would apply then managed to go and sit in a room for many, 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 many master plan meetings and agree a master plan that was 3 to 4 times the size that they'd told you that wouldn't happen. So to my mind, that factor is that your officers, I'm sorry to say, did fail you. The other thing that happened is that your officers and expert professional opinion, in my view, was suppressed. And the fourth factor is politics. The politics on this has been truly awful. Please take into account what actually is best for Wellington. Stop the I'm on this side, I'm on that side. Please vote for what's good for Wellington. Probably the last thing, which is actually not one of my 4 factors, I actually feel bloody sorry for you. There is so much material. Councillor Pannett, I've spoken to her and she's confused what's going on, and she's been here since the SHA decisions. So the new councillors, I think you're in for a hiding for nothing. There is so much material. And in the time since this project's been going, there's been 3 mayors, 2 CEOs, 25 councillors, 3 directors of governance, 4 strategy directors, 4 chief planning officers, 2 city shaper managers, and goodness knows how many general counsel. Were you not concerned yesterday when you asked a senior officer, where in our policy provisions sits the Great Harbour Way? I could list you 20 places it's in your policy documentation, and one of your most senior officers could not tell you. Did it not concern you that one of your senior officers could not tell you how wide your typical shared path is? The shared path that has been proposed is not much wider than this table. But what you commonly construct around the city is 3 to 3.5 metres. So that brings me to roading. In 5 seconds, or 7 seconds, I'm going to do roading. I rate Jeff Swainson. His view was changed. You have not received officers' absolute, full and frank advice. If this is not alarming for you, it should be. Why are you not investigating this? Why are you not asking for a peer review of the traffic advice that you have presented to the commissioners, and asking for a peer review that you are effectively the advice that you're being asked today by signing up to a condition that says we'll give ourselves 2 years to fix the road, and if we don't, we'll accept the developer's proposition. Frankly, you've done nothing on condition
Sally, can I get you to wind up, please?
Okay, you've done nothing on condition X for 3 years. How on earth are you going to come up with an option that meets NZTA guidelines and construct it in 2 years? So please don't set yourself up to fail. So that's me. This is not the Island Bay Cycle Way that can be fixed by 1, 2, 3 notices of motion and a lick of paint.
Sally, thank you. We know it's not Island Bay Cycleway. I've got Councillors Pannett, Fitzsimons and Calvert if we can get them in.
Right. Thank you, Sally, for coming in. And look, just what I was really referring to is the very long history and all the legal processes, including the court case from 1999. Yeah. Can you just, I've had conflicting advice on the Hesher. So if there's an outcome of a court case and the land has to be reverted, would any changes to the design of the project go under Hesher, or would they go under standard RMA processes? So that's...
It's a 2-part question, Councillor Pannett. The first is that the current consent stands unless set aside by the judicial review, but any application to amend must meet a very vital test of scope. Scope means that any amendment needs to fall within the scope. If the council land is not available for this development, there will be no open space, 120 car parks gone, the road will have to change, and 28 apartments will have to be fully and wholly redesigned because they'll need to be set back further because you won't be selling the land. I doubt very much they will pass the scope test because this is an applicant who, when they applied the second time around, wouldn't change one iota because they were scared of scope change. So I doubt they'll change. Then secondly, if it even does meet scope, they still have to substantively be able to get an amendment. So my bet is 95% it's under RMA. But it won't be under RMA. You'll do a plan change. You will find a new way forward for this site. And it won't be 27 metres and it won't be 11, which is the district plan. It'll be somewhere in the middle. And that's what I think you should be doing anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, Fitzsimons. Sorry. Yeah.
You've made really, really serious accusations against, or claims actually, against our council officers. And I find it very difficult to hear those because they are forbidden from providing their defence of it. So I guess what I want to ask, and considering it with respect to your background, rather than come here and talk to us about what you consider to be deeply improper actions of council officers, did you consider going to the Ombudsman, who is charged with independently and objectively investigating these sorts of claims so that everyone could be dealt with in a fair way?
I went to your chief executive on the end of May with a report and asked all these issues to be investigated. So I believe...
Did you consider going to the Ombudsman?
Well, look, did I go to the Ombudsman? No, I actually know the Ombudsman and I know how busy they are. I know of someone who's been to the Auditor General on this and it has got nowhere. So I believe the council... No, because the Auditor General's office is too big. But you say I make serious accusations, just read the facts. There is not a single officer report, briefing, or engagement with councillors. With respect, councillor, you were not a councillor at the time. The councillors here who were will attest to the fact they were in the dark. And in fact, the new mayor, when he was sworn in October 2016, was briefed on the project and he said the same. So no, they're not serious accusations, they're fact.
Thanks, Sally. I think that takes us to just about the end of the time, so I think we'll take a break there. Appreciate it. Okay, councillors, that was the time we said we would set aside for a wee break. So I think we've got afternoon tea at the back there. Everyone is welcome to join us for that. And we're going to come back. We said 15 minutes, so we'll come back at 1:45. Again. Right. Folks, if we can stop talking at the back, would be appreciated. Thank you. We'll get started again. Okay, so first up we've got Patrick, Russell and... Mark, yes, of course, Mark. Speaking for a combination of Cycle Wellington, Port Nicholson Paniki Cycle Club and the Great Harbour Way Trust. So welcome.
Can you hear me? Just leave it. Yeah, it's good. Kia ora, Mayor Foster and councillors. I'm a trustee of the Great Harbour Way, Te Aranui or Porniki, and I'm speaking on behalf of that trust. I'm also a surgeon and I've got a science background. We at the Trust envisage a unique 72-kilometre safe walk and cycle trail around our harbour, but not all is safe by any means. So we value the support of successive councils over much of the 17 years that we've been working on improvements. But we're a volunteer organisation, so we want you and the Hutt Council to own and run this potentially spectacular trail. We applaud your upgrades to new paths along the Bay Parades and Cobham Drive, but our plea to you is please do not go ahead with a vote on Shelly until you have a design for Shelly Bay Road. Vital upgrades to parts of the Great Harbour Way are right on the way now. NZTA is building a 5-metre wide path from Petone to Nauronga, as you'll know, Te Ara to Pua. This contrasts with the planned 1 to 1.5 metre path to the proposed Shelly development. With no credible planned public transport for Shelly, it will become a climate-hostile, car-dependent development, making your recent declaration of a climate emergency a cruel joke. And what about your own transport hierarchy? Walking and cycling at the top, private transport at the bottom. I attended part of the briefing you received from your gung-ho council officers on Monday. I heard of the 7,000 projected vehicle movements along the Shelly Road. I heard the threat of sea level rise being minimised, deemed acceptable for the Shelly development because other parts of the city will need adaptation. But this is a brand new large housing development, and you may be legally challenged if you approve it. Climate experts are warning that New Zealand's sea level rise will be 5 to 10% greater than global rises are predicted by the IPCC. NIWA says that past sea level rise globally is not a reliable indicator for the future and considerably underestimate the rate at which the sea level could rise. The Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment states that new suburbs and the expensive infrastructure they require are very long-term investments. They should be established well above the current sea level, they say. And finally, James Hansen, prominent US climate scientist, states that sea level rise of several metres could arise this century, or at the latest, early next, if fossil fuel emissions continue at the present high level. Hansen has been uncannily accurate in his predictions over the last 30-odd years. All these pronouncements scream to me, be cautious. So I repeat my plea to you, councillors. On behalf of the Great Harbour Way Trust, please do not make a decision on Shelly until you have a satisfactory, safe design for the access road to Shelly Bay, an iconic part of the Great Harbour Way. Don't rush it. Be cautious. It's too risky. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, councillors. Hello, Tam, playing at home.
It's great to see the progress you're making on cycleways and walkways around from Oriental Bay around towards Greta Point and along Cobham Drive. Congratulations on that. Also good to see the council offering more housing choices, such as on Willis Street. Now, I want to picture yourself, you're on the path in the Mount Vic Tunnel, 1 to 1.5 metres wide. You have to share the path with people running, walking, scooting, biking. That's a recipe for disaster. Why would we want more of that? So I really want to support Russell in what he's saying about a 1 to 1.5 metre wide shared path as being nonsense. It's a total failure. I'd also like to acknowledge Mike Mellor for Living Streets. Mike, on this rare occasion, he's given me authority to represent walkers' views as well. So our key point really is that council should not be enabling or facilitating any development at Shelly Bay unless transport issues are sufficiently addressed. What's proposed is unacceptable and flies in the face of what council is trying to achieve in Wellington. I think others will get into points about sea level rise, poor process, all those points, so I won't dwell on those. Just to finish with, I'd like to pass the mic to some of our supporters. We asked them what they thought. From Julie Fitzgerald, it definitely needs a road upgrade. It's such an awesome and iconic ride in Wellington. From Kath Tate, keep the bays, the only flat ride in town. And from Brian Crump, well, if they want a development, we need a carriageway that has room for Point Jerningham style paths alongside the existing road. Anything less is shortchanging tens of thousands of Wellingtonians who ride, walk and fish alongside it. Thank you. I'd now like to pass to Mark Coburn.
Good afternoon. I'm representing... Sorry,
Mark, welcome.
Oh, thank you. I'm representing Port Nicholson Paniki Cycling Club. We have about 200 members. Our newsletter goes to about 2,500 people. A lot of the other cycle groups in Wellington send their information to us and we distribute that. We cover all ages. We've got a very strong schools involvement. We're involved with road, mountain bike and the track at the Haitaitai Velodrome, and thank you to the council for being a recent partner in our resurfacing, much appreciated. We're not all racing people, but we are generally confident and competent, although a lot of our school-aged riders and our lower grade riders would have much less confidence. To be clear, we are not commenting on the development at all, just only commenting on the road. And due to time restraints, we were asked to be included with the other groups as well. I won't repeat anything that Patrick said, but we generally echo their views. If cyclists have to share a 1.5 metre path with pedestrians, dogs on legs, scooters, skateboards, it's going to be too dangerous to ride. Our competent cyclists, we ride at about 20 to 40 kilometres an hour. They need to be out on the road. We won't use a shared path, and I don't think you would want us on that sort of shared path either. If the current speed limit of 40k is kept, most cyclists probably hold up traffic while riding on the road. The 3 metre wide lane each way doesn't allow a vehicle to overtake us, because that would only give us about a metre wide, so that's not enough for us, and they'd have to go over the centre line. But generally, cyclists who overtake us, they quite often keep hard to the left, which creates a danger for us. It's a very popular scenic ride around the coast, and any changes need to accommodate large cycling groups and competent riders. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, any questions? I've got Councillor Sparrow, and then Pannett, and then Cowart, and then Condi.
Yep, thank you for that, gentlemen. Just a question, I guess, directed to Russell. You commented about climate change, sea level rise, etc. What's your view? And we heard from an earlier submitter about who said, should council be promoting development anywhere on the foreshore? Do you think if we were starting from scratch somewhere else that we would be looking at a development of these proportions anywhere on the foreshore?
I hope not. The climate scientists are saying very clearly, do not do that. And they're also saying we may have to retreat inland from existing. So to provide new housing on a large scale such as Shelly makes no sense.
Councillor Pannett.
Thanks for coming in. Just because the roading issues are before the courts, I didn't get an answer to my question. So just to be clear from a cycling point of view, 1.5 metres is not really best practice and won't help less confident cyclists.
Yeah, that would be a massive understatement. It's just simply not fit for purpose. It should be rejected in this case.
Will you take further action on this basis, or how will you be involved to try and rectify that?
I think this is the third time I've been for the council to talk about those issues. So, whatever it takes, Iona, we'll be up for it. It's just, why would you punch a hole in this amazing? It's a jewel in Wellington's crown, this coastal route. It just really doesn't make sense to invest a whole bunch of money in improving access around the rest of the harbour, and then punch a hole through it by inadequate transport provision along there. I guess I'd also note too that it's unlikely that Metlink would come to the party with high quality public transport here. So what we're looking at is another car dependent suburb in Wellington, which is, I think, really the opposite of what most councillors are really here to achieve.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you for coming in. And look, I just want to make a comment about your comment about our officers being gung-ho. And I have to say that I thought that the work that they have done, effort and put in, whether you agree or not with some of the answers, and I think we just need to acknowledge that. So I don't think it was helpful. But look, Patrick, you made a comment about actually Mount Vic Tunnel and how that current part wasn't wide enough for cyclists and walkers. Are you keen to see a double the tunnel?
I'm not sure that's particularly relevant to this conversation, but never mind. Patrick, if you want to answer.
Well, it was just a comment.
I mean, I'm really happy to get into that.
Patrick, you might want to save your time for other things.
I've opened the door and I've got 8 minutes. This is going to be good. I mean, clearly, this is not just about transport. It's about the kind of city we want to live in. We face a whole bunch of problems: housing, affordability, sea level rise, carbon emissions. You need to ask yourself, do the transport plans we're thinking about take us in that direction or take us away from that? It's a great question, and we could talk about it all day, but out of courtesy to the rest of the council.
No, that's fine. Because I'm getting a sense from your presentations, and correct me if I'm wrong, that really what you want to see is the area, not only the whole in the peninsula, but the Shelly Bay component, to retain its sort of Sleepy Hollow type vibe. Would that be fair? Because I'm hearing that you want to see it more just purely for recreation, or recreation being the focus.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think Shelly Bay is not a great site for a new suburban development in Wellington, given the transport sea level rise and high car dependency. So, pretty bad place to spend a lot of money on a development. I don't think my comments cover the whole of Watts Peninsula. I'd be open to other ideas, and I think we've heard other ideas for the development of that area.
Councillor Condon. Sorry, Russell.
I think we need a gung-ho cycling trail with Shelly.
Thanks. Councillor Condon.
Sorry, excuse me.
Sorry, Mark.
I've made no comment about Sleepy Hollows and things.
Councillor Condon.
Thank you. I guess I'd be interested. Obviously, I really care about making sure that it's safe for cyclists to use that stretch of road. But would you say that there are options available to us that would make that stretch safe within the road width that we have available to us at the moment? For example, reducing speed limits.
Yeah. So council already knocked the speed limit down from 50 to 40. There are other options we could talk about. A one-directional road, for example. I don't know if that's palatable to the council too, but again, reducing car dependence in a development there would be generally a good idea. Other people have floated ideas of how about a model development that is not dependent on private motor vehicles. So a car-free suburb, if you like, with a frequent shuttle to Miramar, where there's access to high-quality transport links. Are you up for that? Could be a great statement for the city to make, that a new development won't be dependent on private motor vehicles.
Thanks. Councillor Free.
Recently, I became aware that within the development itself, the road's a little bit, each lane's a little bit less than 3 metres, and also has angle parking butting into it. And it was meant to be an alternative path, but it's not quite clear where that is. What would be your opinion about the safety of cycling on a narrow road with the angle parking just right there?
Do you want to take that one, Mark, or I could do it?
Angle parking isn't good.
And examples would be Thorndon Quay and again around Oriental Parade. It's actually quite tough for a driver to get in and out of parks and see what's coming. So it's pretty poor practice where you've got high demand from people on foot and people biking.
And that's particularly so when the cars are pointing in. If they were pointing out, it would make it safer because they could see cyclists. But I fear when I go along Angled Park on Thorndon Quay, for instance, that somebody's going to belt out and hit me.
Thank you. Councillor Matthews, and I did have you in that order.
Patrick, my question is for you. I don't know if you heard earlier the plan for the development to include, I understand, an electric ferry, and they're going to run a shuttle bus for residents. And I guess my question is for you, because I know that we both share seeing housing as a massive importance for the city, and also that we need to support active transport. But if you were in my position, how would you trade off recreation and housing?
Great question. Thank you, Rebecca. So in terms of housing, density is our friend. Let's go up, not out. That's the short answer. Shelly Bay is out. It's greenfield development. Okay, brownfield. I'm corrected. Yeah, but it's really building out, not up. It's converting existing use to housing development. I think your question about electric shuttles and ferries. When it comes to public transport, we know that frequency is freedom, and I think it's unlikely that Shelly Bay would be served by the kind of frequency that would permit people to do without relying on private motor vehicles. So, yeah, I guess I'd take any promises about an electric shuttle with a bit of a...
and they're also talking about car sharing facilities there as well. So.
Bring it on, that could work. Yep, thanks.
Okay, look, just one from me. Just your thoughts in terms of safety of people, cyclists and pedestrians using the route with predicted increase in traffic. Got any comment on that?
Yeah, so I'm sure you know the numbers, going up to 7,000 vehicles per day. That's 3 or 4 vehicles per minute. Again, that would destroy this as a pleasant recreational route. And I think, this is one of the real assets that Wellington has, something we can offer that's different from other cities, is this amazing public access to our harbour. So I think I've made my point. Yeah, why would you punch a hole in that?
And the comparison's been made earlier by somebody, can't remember who raised that, about the comparison between this road and the Eastern Bays Road, the Hutt side, the Eastbourne Bays Road, and the work that's being done there, with broadly apparently roughly the similar traffic volumes. You got any sort of comment on whether that's the kind of thing you'd be looking for if it were possible to offset the traffic?
Sure. So every time I ride that stretch of road, I notice that most people on bikes are riding on the carriageway, not on the narrow shared path that drops off to the sea. So, yeah, it's not a great design. So why would you want to repeat it on Shelly Bay Road?
Okay. Thank you all. Very much appreciated. Mark, Russell, Patrick.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Kura moi hao. Welcome. How do I? Tēnā koe. So you're representing Te Runanga o Te Aotearoa.
Ara tēnā koutou e te tepu. My name is Kura Moihu and I am the chairman of Waiwhitu Marae, being one of the 3 Yahi Kā Marae. I also am the chairperson of Te Runanga Nui o Te Atiawa ki te upoko o Te Ika Maui, Atiawa 2FM radio station and Waiwhitu Pa Reservation number 4, being the last parcel of land controlled and still in hapu ownership. The following whakatauki I just provide here, Te Atiawa tūporau he auripu I te manganui he ahi kāro ki te whenua. And it has an explanation of translation of the whakatauki there. The following quotation was uttered by the first Pacific navigator to these shores, and on entering the harbour for the very first time, Kupe of the Matawhaurua canoe uttered his famous saying, "Kua kāke ngā ahi," which is translated as the fires of occupation were already alight, reaffirming our existence as well as established well before the arrival of the Waka migrants. Since that time, the people of Waiwhitu, and this is a reference to our marae and our runanga, have maintained and continue to this day to uphold the practice of dahi kā o te mana whenua tēnei takiwa, which means that we have continued to keep the home fires burning of the mana whenua of the land within our tribal takiwa. You may ask why a representative of Waiwhitu is having a say in this forum. It's because, one, we were once ahi kā o Pipitia Kāinga until shunted and forced off the land. The land today is one of the richest suburbs within the Wellington Central Business District, being Thorndon Quay. Secondly, 5 councils live in my backyard. And so when issues that have an impact on either Upper Hutt, Lower Hutt, Wellington, Porirua City Council and the Wellington Regional Council, I have a right to speak as these councils reside in Te Atiawa Takiwa. Waiwhitu Marae is the only tūturu papakanga that continues to uphold the practices of ahi kā, and I've provided an attachment there for a definition of the terms ahi kā with an explanation. The practices of ahi kā refer to are those who continually to support the 3 mana whenua marae regularly, expressing their te atiawatanga daily on either te tatoa te pō marae, Waiwhitu Marae or Pipitia. The only uniqueness that makes us different from any other entity is the practices of our cultural expression and tikanga of Te Atiawa. Take our cultural expression away, and we're merely just another organisation fighting for positions. Our cultural identity and expressions have been maintained and learnt on our marae, where we live and practice them daily. The people of Waiwhitu continue to practice ahi kā as we did on Pipitia. These practices were based on the original social fabrication of Te Ao Māori, being whānau and hapu. Whānau and hapu. Whānau and hapu have continued to keep the fires burning, thereby maintaining ahi kā. Introduction of legislation violated our treaty rights and initiated the colonial process to extinguish our fires, whereby colonial constructs were enforced with terms like the words iwi and mana whenua, which have been accepted by successive governments and councils. There have been many times where we have often heard acknowledgements, thanks to the local iwi Wellington Tenth Trust and the Port Nicholson Block. Let me say it now and let me say it once. They are not the iwi. Te Atiawa Taranaki Whānui are the iwi. Like the Runanga o Te Atiawa, those bodies are entities that support the advancement of our people. So the process of establishing the post-settlement entity, our people agreed to support the Port Nicholson Settlement Trust. This body was responsible for settling our claims through legislation, and we have been defied now by a legal process. However, ahi kā status continues to be ignored. The 3 mana whenua marae hold the mana of who we are as people. The marae have maintained our ahi kā practices. The runanga and marae have been at the forefront of Māori development for many years. Played an instrumental role in a number of movements that catapulted the Māori nation to the bicultural identity that we embrace today. Waiwhitu was the first urban papakanga established in 1947, where urbanisation squatted in our backyard. The establishment of Kohanga Reo, Te Māori, Kura Kaupapa were born out of Waiwhitu through the calling of Māori leaders to Waiwhitu. We have led from the front and the back and will continue to play our role to lead with pride and dignity as we uphold our responsibilities to our past, present and future. As Te Atiawa Taranaki Whānau, we are coping with our damage, our hurt, our shared colonial experience. We will continue to set fires ablaze as ahi kā so that our tamariki a mokopuna Cultural sustainability and expression is continually present. Waiwhetu are focused on the growth to build our future potential. We as Te Atiawa Taranaki Whānui Nation have now become part of Te Kāwhiao, a global nation through marriage into many cultures and every religion known to man. But one thing we can categorically say is that we are Te Atiawa Taranaki Whānui, not Ngāti Shelly Bay. We are living in a post-treaty settlement world, and like our tupuna, we are navigating our way through the journey of how best do we do this. Since the settlement and up to now, we must admit that te tūtū puehu, chaos has never settled, and that chaos has ensued, and it is this chaos which lies between us and realising our true future potential. Te tūtū puehu was an outcome of a purchase of land of $15 million commercial redress with a $25 million settlement. That chaos was a further loss of $10 million in cash in the bank in ventures and projects that yielded little to no return. That chaos was the rise and fall of our tribal leadership. That chaos was the sale of our cultural redress of Waiwhetu School to cover debts, lands that set aside part of the Y105 settlement. This chaos has challenged even our own ahika status, our tikanga, our tribal law. The things that Te Atiawa Taranaki Whānui rely on to give us peace of mind that ground us to who we are as ahika. Our future, as with our past, comes from our passion, and today we are suffering from the suppression of our passion. Our identity and culture, and instead of being fluent in te reo Māori, we are facing anger and frustration and resentment. Our work going forward is to mend this sense of hopelessness and lack of direction, so that we can put an end to the frustration and anger which is seen so evidently today. All you have to do is read today's, yesterday's, and probably tomorrow's paper. And I'm embarrassed to see our business being put out on the front page of the Dominion Post. The big question is to where to from here. Our future is informed by our past. It is an interconnection with past, present, and the future. Our long-term memory of our whakapapa and narratives through waiata connects us to our past, both good and bad. We learn from the past in order for us to manage our future. Te Atiawa Taranaki Whānui is strong in our views and is driven to succeed so our people can enjoy prosperity and peace. Our future requires inclusion, our people's inclusion, our entities, our marae, our tikanga, our cultural entity. This is about all of us moving together with a common purpose. Te Atiawa, we will not leave this takiwā. We are here in perpetuity. We are now, we are in the present, and we are the designers of the future of our city that represents our narratives, values, interests, and aspirations. We want to embed Te Atiawa Taranaki Whānui tanga waituri at our takiwā. Shelly Bay is more than a development. It is a kaupapa that will test and will resolve to challenge how we do things, and most importantly, how we respond to pressing environmental needs of our time. This is an opportunity for us to share our narratives, our stories of Te Ara Tupua. Shelly Bay has been transacted, but that's okay, because it was set aside as cultural redress. When those responsible purchased it, it was a commercial deal. Te Atiawa Taranaki Whānui are still here. We go nowhere. Our interests are still here. Our rights to the land in this area still exist. We are not going anywhere. Our commercial partners know this. The Crown knows that. And today, you know that as well. In years to come, you will start to see our presence and positions growing our potential, bringing forth a future, a new future that is uniquely ours. Nō reire te tepu, nei rā te mihi atu ki a koutou, wakaronga atu mo, wakaronga mai, ki aku kouhau ki koutou, kia ora tātou.
Kia ora kura. Councillor Young.
Thank you very much. So thank you for this very clear explanation. I just wonder if you could be absolutely crystallised. I think I know your intent at the end, but are you saying that you support the Shelly Bay development?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, whoever that was, please, no. Any other questions for Kura? Sean. Councillor Rush.
I'm just a little bit confused. So you support the Shelly Bay development as proposed by the Wellington Company. Do you support the sale and lease of the land from the Wellington City Council to the Wellington Company?
Well, that's an issue for the Wellington City Council. That is not an issue for iwi. I'm very clear about that.
Councillor Condi and then Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora kura. We've had a lot of questions about who the sale benefits and who the development benefits. And there's been lots of questions about, is iwi set up to receive any further financial benefit from this? And I guess I just see that as quite a narrow view of what a benefit out of a partnership could be, that the only benefit is if you get some money out of it. So I guess I'd be interested in your view about what you see the benefit is for the iwi to be involved in this development going forward.
Well, the benefit is actually putting our cultural narratives out there, putting our cultural stories out there, so that they're not lost over a period of time. And there's enough examples out there that actually have demonstrated that those stories have been suppressed, I suppose. But it's more than the sale, it's more about our expression, our ability to show our presence right within our tribal takiwa, right from Tūrakirai to Rimutaka, down to Te Murapa, and expressing who we are, where we are, so that the future generations are not faced with the same challenges that we have in trying to build our narratives.
Councillor Rush.
How did you know I was going to ask a second question? Thanks very much, Kura. I mean, I have proposed an amendment to the recommendations if the proposal to sell the land and lease it back is not successful. And that amendment is to broker an agreement with iwi, with the developer, and with the community to put in place something that's meaningful, which has got the sort of things that I think I'm hearing allows us to tell all our stories, including my Pākehā ones as well. Is that the sort of thing that you'd support? And I'm just trying to understand how the development that the developer is proposing enables you to tell those stories.
I can't talk too much about the developer, but there's always been the saying, we have to move, ko kiri ngātahi, we need to move forward collectively. And that's the kaupapa that, from the Runanga perspective and the Waiwhitu Marae perspective, has always been. That which has allowed us to grow kohanga reo, which has allowed us to grow and develop kura kaupapa, and also the collective of when the Te Māori exhibition came about as well.
Kura, just a question from me, because it's been quite a long journey, and obviously Shelly Bay was a place that the 60% of the settlement money went into, and I can recall the ceremonial handing over it and the sort of the words that were said at the time. I guess my question to you is, what's the journey been to get from what was one aspiration there, which was more a place that was actually significant, and it was, I understood it to be more culturally significant, but it had to be bought, which was probably something that wasn't wanted, to the situation where now it is just commercial and it's on sold. What's the process that's been gone through in terms of the discussion within, Taranaki Whānui, or to get to that point?
It's definitely been a struggle between a number of entities, that's the way it has been since the settlement. Not only just with the Port Nicholson block, but there have been challenges from other iwi entities and iwi groupings as well. So my view of it, it hasn't been a smooth road. It's just kind of been trying to navigate ourselves through rough, turbulent seas. And I think we've still got a long way to go.
I'm hesitant to ask this, but there were a number of resolutions passed by, and I know it's the beneficiaries of Port Nicholson Block Settlement Trust. I don't know how you relate to that, but there were a number of resolutions passed not to proceed with this. So what do we make of those at AGMs?
Well, at AGMs, they over the past couple of years, they have been rather heated. A lot of huge debate for and against. And there has been I suppose, a stronger group that has been constantly against the sale.
Okay, look, Kura, thank you.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou.
Oh, sorry, Councillor O'Neill. Sorry, I just got... yeah.
Oh, kia ora, kia ora. Just a quick question about what you see the role of council is in upholding principles of Te Treaty. I know it's a very broad question, but ambitions that you think this council should be taking, or how we can better fulfil our obligations?
That is $1 million question, because that's a question that nearly every organisation in Wellington has been asking. How do we have a relationship with mana whenua, and what does that treaty relationship look like? And so, to be honest, do iwi know? Not really, because we wouldn't be here. That's the reality of it. So my view on it is that if there was to be a meaningful dialogue or partnership, it would be co-leadership. It would be the ability to sit at the table and work alongside to make collective decisions. That's at that level, at the governance level, but then you have a whole set of levels in structural change, as well as down at the grassroots level. So.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Liz Mellish. Welcome, Liz. Tēnā koe. So, representing the 10th Trust.
Kia ora, everybody. I think I don't have to introduce myself to most of you. You know who I am. And obviously you know I am here. Now, I've brought something that I want you all to read. And I want to come back in a week and test you and see the answers. This is the tribunal report on the Wellington claim. And I'm here today to talk to you about that. I was in the claims team. I was leading the cultural negotiation for Port Nicholson Block Settlement Trust, and I was a founding trustee. And I have intimate understanding of the negotiations and what happened. And I'm really concerned that there is a high level of misinformation that has been promulgated, particularly in the media, because there hasn't been enough understanding by anyone of the complexities, not only of Shelly Bay, but of the settlement. Now, the settlement and the claim was taken by Wellington 10th Trust and Palmerston North Māori Reserve Trust. It cost those owners $5 million of their own money that they paid for out of their own pocket. Those owners, Wellington 10th has nearly 7,000 whānau as registered owners and registered in Māori Land Court. The reserves the trust was determined in 1839 with the advent of the New Zealand Company. And the negotiation with Waripodi and Honiana Tupuni in particular. And Tupuni sits outside your door. I directly descend from that man, and also Witako Natata, who lived at Kumoto and was one of the principal chiefs in Aotearoa, New Zealand throughout 1840 to 1900 at least. Now, why am I sitting here saying to you that you need to understand what this claim was about? It was about 209,000 acres taken off us in the process through A, the failure of the New Zealand Company, B, the acceptance by the Crown of all the land from the New Zealand Company. And when we were negotiating, we said, if this councillor Rush came and stole my bike and then handed it on to Councillor Wolf, you are trading in stolen goods. And that was the backdrop to the negotiation with the Crown. Why is Shelly Bay important? And certainly people have said there was no power site there and it wasn't Waihitapu, and it wasn't. What was really clear, it was an issue for the tents. It was an issue for the tents in the same way that Fort Dorset was. It was an issue for the tents in the same way as the land taken off us from our tents for hospitals in Wellington, for education in Wellington. And so, and military purposes. So 3 really serious things. When the Crown administered our reserves on our behalf and they acquired all that land. And to give you an example, College Street. Do you know where College Street is? Why is it called College Street? Do you know? Because that land was taken off us to build
college.
Wellington boys. They still collect rent off it. Guess what? It's our land. These are the sorts of things that happen. So Fort Dorset and Shelly Bay were really important to us because they were military sites taken off our land for the government. And we worked for probably since 1842 with, I think, 7 royal commissions, starting with the Spain Commission in 1842, followed in 1847 by the McCleverty Awards and so on, which is why I want you to read this book. 553 pages. You can see the effort we put in to tell the story. Have any of you ever seen it? Should be in your library, and I'm fairly sure it is. And as councillors of Wellington, you should understand what happened here. And so I'm making the point that you haven't got all the information. So a couple of things happened in the taking of our reserve lands by council and Crown. One of them is called Crown Grants and one of them is called endowments. And so the idea was that the Crown would take land. Wellington Girls College was taken for a hospital. It wasn't a hospital, ended up being a college. It got reinvested back into the iwi through the settlement. So the importance of Shelly Bay was the same as the importance as Fort Dorset. When we talk rights of first refusal, the first right is always Crown to Crown, the second right is Crown to City Council, third right is Crown to Wellington City Council contractors, the fourth right is Public Works taking. Guess what? Ours is the fifth right. And it's understanding the actual process of a treaty claim. And most people don't have a clue. The government has failed to educate the whole country in how hard it is to get a claim. When we started on this journey, I think it was in 1987, that Sir Ralph Love and Sir Ngātata Love filed the claim for the Wellington Tents Trust and the Palmerston North Māori Reserve, and actually all of Taranaki as well. The Crown said we can't do it all together, so we'll split you up, which created immediately difficulties in relationships between cousin to cousin. So we are constantly and forever at the mercy of public servants, just saying. And it's understanding all of this that makes you understand why there are groups that are opposed to the sale and there are groups that support the sale because they see a commercial development. Now, I have no bones with a commercial development, if it makes sense. And I have no bones with if something is so important to iwi, they want to keep it. They're both very valid points of view. And Andy, like you, I remember the hundreds. We had buses that came from Wairatu. We had buses that came from New Plymouth. We had buses that came from Hawera. We had hundreds of iwi, our iwi, Taranaki whānui, descend on Shelly Bay. Excited because finally we were taking back Wellington Tents lands that were initially in that negotiation with the New Zealand company. And I know I come in here and I give you history every time I come, I think. But it does create difficulties. I'm not here to tell you how to vote because you're intelligent people voted in by the citizens of the city, and your decision is not about us, actually. There is no benefit to us from what is happening today. All it's really done is put us in a hell of a position where it's divided us. And I've just seen that happen in America. And I find that particularly sad. And what we actually need to be is understanding that everybody has a point of view. We're all not going to agree. and out of it, something's going to happen. My concern is when we lost Port Dorset because it went crown to crown, so it went from the Ministry of Defence to the Ministry of Education. I look at Mahanga Bay, and Wellington City Council have put a claim on Mahanga Bay because you can before us. So we've put a claim as a site of significance because that was Honiana Tupuni's, one of his past sites. And the cultivations around there. There is really important stuff for us. Mahanga Pa is overtaken by Fort Balance. Is that a surprise? That we put a defence thing on top of a pa site? Of course it's not. Fort Dorset, Orua Iti. We negotiated Orua Iti Pa and its environs, which are the dunes at Fort Dorset. We had a joint venture with Wellington City Council. We applied and received 400,000 from the Plymouth bequest, and we built a beautiful area up there for the whole of Wellington City. And that was always how we had been. And we've had Ahika, and I support Kura's discussion about Te Atiawa and his runanga, but Ahika has been maintained in Wellington since 1840, since the signing of the treaty in the harbour on April 29th. So there's lots of history here. There's lots of concern that we've ended up with. We've still got Orua Iti. We still have the top. And that is, in my view, and I have to admit that I am on the Māori Heritage Board for Aotearoa New Zealand, and I would love to see that as heritage, not as dock. I don't believe it has dock significance. And, you know, I'll put that out there and say that. Hang my hat on that. I believe it should be heritage, and that we should use that along with Orua Iti to tell our story. And so, Andy, that's what I have to say. I just think it's important that you know, and do you want me back in a week to test if you've all read it? I give you 2.
Might need to be 2.
I had
Maybe
to bring
Christmas.
it just to physically show you this is what it is.
Kia ora, Liz. Are there any questions of Liz? Councillor Rush and Councillor Rush, Free, Calvert.
Liz, very good of you to come along, and I didn't realise that you descended from Te Pōni, who looked after my ancestors when they first arrived on the Oriental, so kia ora. I suppose we're hearing a different sort of points of view, which is great. And so what I'm hearing is that you're okay with the development and that the transactions to Mr. Castle's company, but you're also okay with iwi having a place to stand and with Shelly Bay being quite important. So I'm wondering, as I mentioned earlier, I've put forward an amendment to, in the circumstances that we don't sell and lease the land, with a view to try and get a broader kōrero together. But it may well be that falls apart in the Wellington Company build. But is there an opportunity then for the Wellington City Council to partner with iwi and to provide a place to stand?
I think there's always an opportunity for Wellington City Council to partner with iwi. I don't think Shelly Bay, we stand and fall on that. I think we stand and fall of that because we are who we are. And you are our natural treaty partner. And Wellington Tenth Trust and Palmerston North have had a relationship with this council for well over 100 years. So we have no difficulty in working with City Council. And Orua Iti, I think, is a model you can look at and say it absolutely worked. I am going to respond that, am I excited that we sold the land? Hell no, I was part of the team that bought it. Okay. Just saying.
Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. Councillor Free.
Well, I guess I was trying to work out if you had the ability to say where you stood, and I think you might have just answered that. But my question is really, given that there is legal action occurring, a case between iwi, Is it wise for us to proceed, do you think, or would it be better to say no to this development to allow for this uncertain outcome, which we don't know yet?
Yeah, that's a big question to ask. I always of a mind that you need as much information as you can get. It's your decision, but personally, I would be loath to do something that is before the court. Because, if I'm making a business decision, and that's really my go-to place, to be fair, I would make sure that I understood all the risks, all the due diligence, and allow a court case to take place before I was precipitous in making a decision. But that's because I come from a very strong commercial background, and no serious commercial business person would do that.
Thanks, Liz. Councillor Calvert.
My questions have sort of been answered, but thank you, Liz. The other two, thanks.
Liz, just a question from me. It's kind of the same question I asked Kura. How did we, what happened, what changed from, busloads of people, hundreds of people coming along to be excited about Shelly Bay, and because I know that in the redress deed, it appears no less than 19 times. The only other place I could see that it appeared more than about 3 or 4 was, in fact, it appeared at all, was the railway station. So what happened going from there to actually...
To where we're at now?
Yeah.
Well, as we all know, there was an issue in the leadership.
Yeah.
And we had less experienced people, in my personal view, who came into play because they were passionate about their beliefs. Wellington, Tenth and Palmerston North, although we'd paid for the claim completely, our owners went 17 years without a dividend to do that. Most of them have died, can I say. I think that we ourselves, as iwi members, were at fault, all of us. And we have to be collectively responsible for that. But I do think that one of the things that have come out of settlements, and it's now rearing its ugly head, is that settlement trusts were considered to be the be-all and end-all of the world. What the government didn't understand, and that's of every colour you can think of, that the Māori economy was actually firmly strong in New Zealand, and that ahu whenua trusts that operate under tūturu whenua are worth 52 billion currently to the New Zealand economy. And in the statement that the Māori economy, and that includes Māori business people, is 60 billion, settlement trusts aren't that much, to be frank. And so what councils did, they took the easy route, and this council was one of them, and said, we'll just talk to the settlement trust, they're the mana whenua. And suddenly we went, and yet we're your biggest ratepayers by miles. And so council has to put its money where its mouth is and have a treaty relationship with iwi authorities that are from Taranaki Whānui, which include Wellington Tenth Trust and Palmerston North Māori Reserve Trust. Because guess what happens all the time? Is you come and ask us for advice, all of you. And you pay us nothing, and therefore you treat us as not very good people, or we're worthless unless you need us. You actually have to start thinking about how you address all the various iwi authorities within this takiwā, and accept that you have to deal with all of them instead of one. And accept that actually Māori are allowed to have varying views. You guys do. Why can't we? We're not all going to fall in line and sing and dance for you. Give us a break.
Cool. Thank you. I've got Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora, Liz. I want to come back to that sort of your commercial kind of background and your sort of views on that matter, because given that the key terms of condition for the sale give us off ramps, we get out basically if the legal proceedings go a certain way. That what do you think? Because there's kind of before we've had we've done a deal, and I guess I'm worried about our reputation. Because we have got a lot to build and strengthen in the city if we're not seen as a trustworthy partner to actually, get the work done around here. So what's your views on that?
I think I wouldn't want to be in your position. I think it's really hard. A decision was made in 2017. And I bet you're all talking to your lawyers like mad, because I would be if I was in your shoes. I don't envy the decision you guys are trying to make. And I think that you're doing a really good job of trying to come to the right place. And I don't know quite where that right place is, to be honest. But I do know that if decisions are made, it goes to that word trust and relationships, which are really, really important in a commercial world.
Kia ora, Liz. I'll take the one last question from Councillor Pannett.
Thank you. I won't read that in 2 weeks, but I'll do it over the summer, I think, just as we do our district plan. Look, I hope this is an appropriate question to ask, but some of us are just struggling to meet the needs of Māori. We believe that Māori we did not meet our treaty obligations as a Crown partner. So it's very difficult when we have different perspectives on what we should do on this particular bit. I guess just my question is, what is the best way that we can support you apart from paying you properly, so that we don't have enduring damage of relationships, which no one wants?
Well, I think it is to admit that you need more than one relationship. I think it is to acknowledge in your annual plans all of the iwi entities that you deal with. I think it is about understanding and acknowledging that everybody brings a different perspective to the table, and each one of them is valid. And don't, the onus on us to be able to do everything is enormous, is absolutely enormous. And you as councillors must have exactly the same record. You will have people stopping you in the street, in the supermarket, on the phone. You've all got it all the time. And just to understand that, so have we. And so understanding that helps a lot in building that relation. And it's accepting that there needs to be a relationship. I'm very excited about Nanaia Mahuta. The reason we've, for many, many years, advised council not to develop a ward for Māori is because the legislation is blinking awful. And that's not your fault, that's central government. But you should be pushing central government hard and saying, do it, for goodness sake, so that we can start to build more relationships. So, there's many ways we can do this.
I am going to take one more, even though time is up. But Councillor Young, yes, because you were the one who wanted us to go quickly, so that's why I'm going to take you exactly now. Yes.
So Liz, thank you, and thank you. A very helpful explanation of the torturous relationships all round. So can you just tell me, thinking of torturous relationships, how you see the way forward now for iwi with the Port Nicholson Block Settlement Trust?
I just think we've got to have time. I think we've got to have time. And I think from council's perspective, you need to acknowledge that there's more than one authority. Now, guess how you become an iwi authority? Can I just explain? It's down to the Inland Revenue Department. I'm serious. They're the people who determine whether you're an iwi authority or not. But what must also be understood is that you have to have annual general meetings, you have to have elections, and you have to be mandated. And often, these organisations are not. Now, I can remember the initial Port Nicholson Block meetings, and they were fantastic. I had my annual general meeting for Palmerston North in Wellington this year. played Poyer, Barbara, the original, and everybody got up and danced. So we can work very well. Wellington Tent's exactly the same. And that's because we've been around for a very long time. We're very experienced. We know how to do things.
So what do you think the first step would be?
Should things go tits up? Is that what you're saying?
You know, let's assume we're in a...
That's a technical term, isn't it?
I just thought, you know, you guys, it's been so serious all day. Sorry, Nicola.
This question was Nicola. Councillor Young.
What do you think, what would be the first step?
From your perspective or from ours?
From your perspective with the Port Nicholson Block Settlement Trust.
Well, we have to be talking to each other. We have to be doing that. And we're quietly doing that. But we do it under the radar. It's not a public thing. I don't want it splashed over the Don Post. Gosh, where's that reporter? Good work.
The Herald's here, though.
But yeah, it is. We do need time, and actually, believe it or not, we are working on it. But you will note that we struggle because the chairmans keep changing and those sorts of things. Absolutely.
And look, we had a pretty please for one more, so Councillor Day.
And it's really just a clarifying question because I think many councillors won't necessarily understand how an ahu whenua trust is set up, that it's to do with the land and the owners, and you know it doesn't go through the same sort of voting process to get on. Is that's correct?
No.
No. So do you want to explain it, because that is clearly it is a complicated process, and I think it's something everyone needs to understand.
The ahu whenua trusts were established because really. And it's based on Māori freehold land. So they're right across the country. We have an organisation called the Federation of Māori Authorities that we all work through. And mostly it's rural land, it's mostly dairy farms, sheep, beef, horticulture. We're serious business people, we export all over the world, and we're very, knowledgeable people. We work under an act called Te Ture Whenua Māori 1999. It was previously the Māori Affairs Land Act, and previous to that it was Native Affairs, and then it was the church, and going back to 1840. Now we have a set of rules, and we have a Māori Land Court. We're quite stringently and managed by Land Court and by the acts we work under. So we work under the Trustees Act, we work under the Te Ture Whenua Act, we work under the Māori Reserve Land Act, obviously, the Tax Act and all the other acts that everybody operates under. We run very serious databases, and we pay distributions to our owners. So our job, out of those original tents, is to grow the business and to support our whānau by paying them a dividend annually. Not that dissimilar from any other business in this country, except we can't trade our shares, we're not allowed on the stock market, we were not allowed to charge more than 3% of the unimproved land value of our land for 21 years, and they were 999-year perpetual leases. And in the city, we were allowed to only earn 4% of unimproved land value. So anything that was on top, we couldn't charge for. It cost us more to run the business than it did for the money we took in for many, many years. And in amongst that, administered by the Crown, when they needed to build a school, they took our land. When you needed roads in the city, you took our land. When you wanted the town built, guess whose land you took? Not saying we don't love the town belt, we do, but do you know what I mean? That's how it operated. So we've done all right.
Liz, kia ora, thank you. We did go a little bit over there, but it's actually helpful for, I think, all of our education too. Yeah. And obviously there's more education to come. Yeah. Okay, getting close. Darcy Nicholas. Oh, sorry, I've got them wrong order. Sorry, Darcy, Richard Burrell. Yes. Richard, welcome. So Richard Burrell is representing Building Solutions.
There's a roading plan to pass around and I'm going to talk about it. Kia ora, everybody. After hearing the last hour, I've only been here for the last hour. After being here for the last hour and hearing what's going on, I do actually have maybe a solution, and I will put that up at the end. When I speak at the property Massey every couple of years to the property graduates, my opening remark is, and I'm in quite a unique position, which will horrify some people, but my family have been stealing land for 1,000 years. And my grandfather in 1896 stole 1,000 acres from Te Awi and the Manawatu on the Orwell River, some of the most fertile land. And that gave my family a legacy for 3 generations. My brothers and sisters and my cousins have no sort of concept or idea, and some of the cousins are still on that land. Guys, I'll talk about what I came to talk about and then put a suggestion at the end. Why I bother? I'm passionate about Wellington. There is a very big missed opportunity for Shelly Bay. You are mucking up the peninsula. There needs to be an overall master plan, including the National Sculpture Park. Where is your vision? The current sale process of Wellington City Council land, there should have been public land, a public process. The council land is small, but it's prime land, it's valuable and a negotiating tool. But what have you negotiated? A development that no one wants, a development that will mean you will have to pay to fix the road, a development that has divided Wellington, a development that will make someone a lot of money, but not the JV, joint venture, and profit share with Maori has gone. It won't be iwi. You should be sending your staff back and telling them to do a better job. Where is the affordable housing in the project? There is none. But the Wellington Company might do somewhere else. The Wellington Company is going to do that anyway. If the city is giving land away, let us give it to the Housing Corporation or give it back to the iwi. Remission of the development impact levies. The analysis in the report is hopeless. Every developer in Wellington will be rubbing their hands. Will you waive everybody's development contribution fees going forward? Every time your staff give away development contributions, ratepayers have to make up the difference. Citywide contributions, 880,000K, perhaps paid for the citywide infrastructure. Bit by bit, every new household pays to connect to the infrastructure you have already paid for. Is the development not going to connect? Why else should it not have to pay? You never waive citywide development fees to anyone. The city is missing out on at least 1.2 million. That's not the first time for this developer. Do not rely on the resource consent. How can you trust a process that didn't allow anyone in to comment on it? How can you trust a process that says the traffic effects are minor when there are 6,000 to 7,000 cars a day going to be on car movements on that road? Judicial review underway, but why are you putting everyone through it? You have no plan for the road, but when you wake up and do one, you are in for a very big shock. It will cost millions. Look at what you have spent in Cobham Drive in the last 12 months. Why is the developer not paying for it? We have just completed a project in Upper Hutt, in Silverstream. One of your ex-engineers, Jeff Swainson, made us pay for the water $1 million, and we were halfway through the project and got a tenant that had an extra 100 staff, and we had to spend another $1 million on a road in slip lane. It's just and there was no and it's fine. There was no negotiation. All my consultants who know about the project are rubbing their hands. They will be knocking on your door and asking for the same deal for every other client. We have had a roading design done a year ago, and I passed this round using the same size carriages there at the moment, but giving you a 4 metre wide cycle footpath. And it's been said to you that Spencer Homes is available. They've been paid for a full set of working drawings to get to that level. Ryder Hunt Bicknell, who you guys used, quantity surveyors for the library, have costed it. It's 92 million or 95 million. Say it's 80 to 90 million. Somebody is going to spend it on the road in the next 10 years. You're already hearing from the cycling people, they want it. We are not going away. We want the road upgraded for 5,000 extra cars a day. Can the city afford another $100 million project? I'm only asking. The developer stands to make millions from the ratepayers. I have one thing after I've heard today. To change the mood and change the idea. Why we have Te Awi and we have Taranaki, and and then we have the settlement block, and you guys are working all this out. But I'm suggesting that it clearly Te Awi and the Taranaki, and I've been speaking to a group in the room next door.
I think, Richard, you mean Te Aotearoa.
Oh, sorry, Te Awi. Sorry, my apologies. That's why are we not giving this land to them and getting there? Ian and the Wellington Company have their land, and that's history, and that's not going to change. But why we're in a situation where I'm only putting it to you guys, give Te Aotearoa, is it? Give them the block of land, stop all the legal stuff. The council needs to be involved to go through, get a master planning that involves Ian, it involves Te Aotearoa. Sorry, you guys, I deserve a kicking, but anyway, that. And guys, you're not going to get anything out of it, but I'll put my money where my mouth is and say I'll throw $1 million on the table for the council because my grandfather stole 1,000 acres. Okay, as a crazy idea, and I'm quite serious. But I'm just saying, you guys are hearing what's going on today, and I think maybe it's not possible, but I think there's a possibility. The whole peninsula needs a master plan with all parties involved. Sorry, guys, that's all I've got to say.
Thanks, Richard. So, because you're a property developer, I'm just wondering how much profit do you think there is in developing these 350 houses? They start off at 780, go over $1 million.
Well, we've got a property boom on, and I would say there won't be a property under $1 million, and there may be, and there's going to be some $5 and $6 and $8 million homes. They've already got some architects designing homes, and they've been talking to me. It's fantastic. And they will deserve it. There's $100 million. There'll be $100 million in the project, and if there's not, there's a problem. They're not paying for the land. Land's cheap. They've had a bit of legal expense getting there, and they're not going to go away. But you've got a group of people on the other side who are not going to let the council out of a road. We have to have a cycle track. My 13-year-old, she would bike around there 3, 4, 5 times a year. And up till now, we've always been behind her in the biking, but going forward, and I think the cycle action people they've done the work for you. There's a set of plans there, and the consultants. You guys can go to Ryder Hunt. There's a set of figures there. I've got them, and they've been sent to you, but they will confirm that it's going to cost, and they haven't even taken in rising seas.
So $100 million profit, do you think then developers, when they're making that level of profit, should pay more in development contributions? The city, going forward, and I'm the only property person who will say it, and I've said it to the new mayor of Lower Hutt, because they didn't bother to collect them off us for 5 years, and now they've got a problem. You are not charging enough development contributions to us, guys. We all have an infrastructure problem.
your drains, your water, whatever. Guys, we moan and we groan. I tell you where you do pay, and if you go to Lincolnshire Farm, Rodney Callender, north of Newlands, and Granada North, it is double the rate. And I'm only an industrial man, I only build sheds, but my rate is twice what it is in Tawa. And I've just bought a site in Tawa, and I'm going to get that consent in real quick before you double the rate. But what I'm saying is, the Hutt City, industrial. This is what's in my mind. I don't know anything about your contributions, but you've got. Barbara would tell us. I think it's $3,000 a house. For every home unit. For my industrial buildings, it's $40 to $50 a metre. In Granada and Rodney Callender, if I'm building an industrial building, it's $75, most expensive in town. Most of the people building serious office buildings in town seem to be able to do a deal, and they are not. If it's $2 million, there's a deal to be done. And I don't know how the deals are being done, but you don't make it public, and it should be public. You need the money going forward. You've got $1 billion under the ground, haven't we? Next 30 years, is that right? 2 to 4. Beg pardon?
Yeah, more.
Oh, well, okay. Well, I'm out of touch. All right,
Yeah, if it was only $1 billion, it'd be good. Right, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, this development contributions point you raise, it has been, we've been talking about it a lot as councillors. I just want to understand from your perspective, how do you think Wellington City Council got in this position where we're not charging developers like you enough, and you're coming saying, charge me more? How do we get there? Why did that happen?
Well, I haven't been doing any work in Wellington City I've been in Lower Hutt, Seaview, in fact Granada, but all my work has been out of the city. And if I tell you, Lower Hutt used to be $12 or $15 a square metre, where you guys are 50. Upper Hutt currently is 0, and Porora is 9. And you guys, you all need to be charging us, every commercial building, $75 a metre, and that's a starting figure. And there should be no. It was designed 20 years ago, and there's only Ian is not paying them in Shelly Bay, Erskine College. There is no development impact levies. Spark House, he paid 800 out of 2.1 million. I believe One Market Lane didn't pay any at all. So it's not just Ian, but there's and it hasn't been made public. When I write in and ask questions, it takes 3 months to come back, and by the time it comes back, I look at it and I'm busy on things. So it's, guys, you're going to be focused on it, because clearly, I think you ask most Wellingtonians, they know we've got $1 billion to spend. We don't know that there's 4 or 5. Go and poll it and find out what everybody's saying. I know that Lower Hutt has $1 billion of asbestos pipes, and I now hear Porora's got the same problem. But Fleur, you and I had a discussion about the possible some funding, but who knows? And Andy.
Thanks. Somebody else had a hand up there too. Sorry, Councillor Rush. Yep.
Thanks, Richard. I'm intrigued with your idea about doing something separate. 2 things, I suppose, in the conversations that you've been having. We've also heard from Enterprise Miramar, who believe they could pony up with some dosh too. Is it feasible that we could work with iwi to come up with a place for them to stand that they can be proud of? And that could sensibly integrate with the sort of project that's going to be undertaken under the Wellington Company's plots?
The Wellington Company want to do it. They've been here, I don't know how many years. It sounds like the first 2014 it started with iwi. They're not going away. You've got Miramar Biz. That group's not going away. And then you've got people like George and myself and other people that are joining us that are now focused on the road, and that road, one way or the other, is going to get built. And you guys, not only that, you need to start thinking about the health and safety issues of the road during the 10 years or 5 years of construction, because it's your road, and you've said you've already lowered the speed limit to 40, is it? I suggest that every one of you hop on a bike this Sunday before you make a vote and bike round there. on a Sunday morning and just see how hairy it is, and take some children with you as well. You know, it needs, you've done such good work from Oriental Bay to Miramar Cutting now, and sooner or later you're going to be doing down to Shelly Bay, because if it gets developed, and it's going to get developed in some form, Ian's got his chunk of land. I say to you loud and clear, whichever group, give them the land. It's no big deal. Give it to them and get a settlement, and then get appoint. The city needs to appoint their urban planners, your urban planners, to master plan the whole peninsula, and Ian will win out of it because he's already got his chunk of land. Te Aotearoa will win, and it will solve a whole lot of issues for you. And there'll still be the odd person you're not going to get, but I think you'll find if Miramar Biz are involved. And anyway, next question. Sorry, I'm
and there is a
rambling.
next question.
Stop me rambling.
That's no, it's Councillor Foon.
Sorry, Richard. I'm still just trying to get a sense of your master plan that you're bringing to us today. So, are you saying to give the land that council's selling and leasing back to a one group or all groups together, but make that a centralised piece of land?
It's going to you own the whole South Bay.
Yep.
You don't own the Officers Club, but you own the other. And it's more than a hectare. It's 3, 4, 5, I don't know. You own a huge amount of land there. What's happened, what you're dealing with today is the little bits and pieces that have been cut and diced, and nobody really understands why. I could comment on it, but I'm not here to comment about it now. What I'm saying is, find that group, and I think, there is a group of disaffected within Te Aotearoa, sorry, with you guys.
Aotearoa.
And give them the land. It's not going to make any difference to the city, and then, but the city needs the vision. The city needs to appoint the urban planners to plan the project. There's been a lot of work done by Ian. There is another proposal that's already starting to happen up on the prison, I believe, and then there is the sculpture park.
And then
Sorry, I need to go to school. It's not going to help me, okay?
And then what was the cost of the, so the cycleway, you're saying to build that cycleway at 3 to 4 metres? The plan, and is that to Shelly Bay or around the whole?
No.
Yep.
From the
development?
From the Miramar Cutting, no roundabout, from the to where your Shelly Bay, South Bay starts, is $92 million. There is a drainage pipe, and I thought that was in it, but it's not. There is a drainage pipe that has to go with the new development all the way back to Kapuni. Who is paying for that? There is water, Wellington Water, they don't have the infrastructure there either. Who is paying Wellington Water? These are the costs. If it's the Wellington company, great. But somebody, that I can tell you the disruption alone and sending the drain all the way back to Kaburnie is major. If your current staff can't tell you this, drag Jeff, I can't think of his name, who's at Upper Hutt City, who was pushed out over this when he talked about it. I'll tell you his name because I spoke to him today. Jeff Swinson is now the chief engineer at Upper Hutt. He did a report. It's there with all this stuff in it. But he was told that he didn't know what he was and basically asked to leave the council. So he went to Upper Hutt for some peace, and he's been giving me grief. The bloke that was here before him wouldn't have charged me anything. Or he would have.
Richard, I've got one question for you.
Guys.
And that is, so basically what you're saying is that there's, you think there's $100 million in it for the the profit margin effectively. And that we've got to spend a significant amount on the road at some point in time. Are we doing a good deal in your view?
No, absolutely not. There's, you put the whole South Bay to the market. If you really want to get money in the kitty to pay for something, put the whole South to tender. you will get somewhere between $25 and $40 million. And you will be. We've got the biggest property boom on this country has ever seen, and none of us know how to slow it down. And the government's starting to think about it, but it ain't going to slow down. We're short of 20,000 houses, and we've got 200,000 people coming home or whatever. But put it, if you really want to, it's not going to solve. You're going to have ongoing problems with the Wellington company. Sounds like where are we? Te Awea. Sorry, guys. I couldn't even speak French at my daughter's wedding. But you've got several parties, and it's your job to have the vision, to pull them together. And I don't think with some of the bills that the council's facing at the moment, the 8 million or 4 million or whatever you're getting off this absolutely matters. I think to get the peace and get all parties, Ian won't get everything he wants, but if all parties are involved, and the city needs to have the vision for the whole peninsula, get it master planned, get everybody together, and you might just pull it together. So,
Richard, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Can I just ask?
Oh, no, I think we're done time-wise. That's why I was going to cut it there. Right. Okay, and we're getting close. Darcy, sorry, Darcy, for the false start a moment ago. Welcome. Tēnā koe.
Sorry, I can't hear anything on Zoom.
Oh, sorry.
Just to explain to you who I am, my previous occupation was with the Porira City Council. I was General Manager of Community Services, and I served 20 years there, and in the process had a wonderful time with the community there, and as a result the community recommended me for a Queen's Service Order, and I accepted it reluctantly because I always feel that the strength of your city is based on your community and the way you actually work with your community. I was brought up in Taranaki and amongst people very steeped in our history. We were in a place where the land wars began, and all the people around us, some were born in the 1800s, and I'm sorry, this always makes me sort of unusually emotional, but I'm not really that sort of person, except I am an artist. We lived and we bred our history, and the elders around us gave us one basic instruction, and that was to get our land back. And that was the total focus. Before I was part of the Porira City Council, I was appointed to the iwi Transition Agency as one of the executives to review the Department of Maori Affairs. And we sat down, and before you begin with any strategy, you have to have a vision. And the vision was a very simple one: get our land back. And in order to do that, we had to go out, and in my area, most of the assistant general managers, there were seven of us. 6 of them have since passed away. I'm the last surviving one because I was the youngest one there. I was also the only one who didn't speak Te Reo fluently, and I had far more iwi to deal with than any of them. I had 18 iwi, and most of them had 1 or 3 iwi to deal with. I selected a top group of people who became my iwi development team, And we went down and we sat with every single iwi and listened to all their arguments. And the manipulation that went on, I can assure you, it was tough going. In some areas, there were a lot of threats to us, but we persevered. And we won through, and ended up with 14 iwi in my area. 13 have since made their land claims successfully, and they've established themselves, and that includes the 8 iwi in Taranaki, apart from Ngāti Maru, who are still waiting. But they are what we call Taranaki Whānui, is actually based in Taranaki. Okay, and Taranaki Whānui is based, when people up there talk about Taranaki, they talk about the mountain Taranaki, okay? In ancient history, the name of the mountain was Haupapa. Ho meaning the breath, papa of the earth, okay? And that's the mountain Taranaki, and everyone up there belongs to it, and that is Taranaki Whānui. Down here, I was aware that a lot of our people went back to Taranaki because settlers were arriving in large numbers and just basically taking the land. At the same time, that was happening down here. And a lot of our people went away, and it left Witako Ngātata as the paramount chief to try and handle that with the Wakefield community. He had a wonderful vision. The first comment was that change is like a raging river. The longer it flows, the more powerful it becomes. And he had this vision that one day Maori and the new colonial settlers would work together to create a great nation. And that's a vision that I think still should remain today. When you look at our people, our Maori people today, there's been mass intermarriage. And we have to accept that we are now part Scottish, English, Irish, French, and a whole other cultures. And it's important that we as Maori learn to accept that. And what happened in the past happened because a lot of the tribal wars were extremely vicious. We killed each other, we ate each other, and a lot of stuff was really bad. We now have a future. And the future is where we sit down and listen and talk to each other. Now that includes city councils. If you have problems within your city, and you do have in that Miramar Peninsula, it's important that as Maori people, we sit down and we listen. We don't turn around and just push our way over the top of people. And that's one of the concerns there when the land was sold. Because when you're mana whenua and you have tribal land, there is no mana in selling your whenua. Okay, and that's a very, very key issue. That's quite different to if you own your own private house. Okay, that is not tribal land. You can own your own private house and you treat it as you like. But on this occasion, I'm trying to take a totally objective view on this, and in the piece I sent around you, you will see there were certain categories that we considered to form an iwi. And Kuramoyo illustrated some of those. I should say I was a member of the Runanga for nearly 30 years, and my job was to actually create the Runanga. It was one of 14 Runanga I had to create. And in order to do that, we had to go through all the iwi and sit down and check their whakapapa, in other words, who they are, their genealogy, what land they occupied and whether they actually occupied it or not, what the tribal boundaries were, and the agreements were often quite fluid. They were arguing over their tribal boundaries, but they had to make the decision. There had to be a clear whānau, hapu and iwi structure, and in most cases they should have a wharenui. In this case, the Te Atiawa wharenui, and they are Te Atiawa ones, Tātou i Te Pō and Petone, Waifatu, out at Waifatu, and also Pipitia here. Those are Te Atiawa Wharenui, okay? The term Taranaki Whānui, the first time I ever heard that was from Uncle Ralph Love. And Ralph is my actual uncle because his father and my grandmother were first cousins. So my whakapapa comes also through the Love family. Through John Agar Love was my great-great-great-grandfather. My relationship was through Mereruru Hikanui, who he married, and the group who comes through there. There's a whole range of things that have happened since Maori have become more sophisticated and smarter at negotiating, particularly with local government and with government itself. And a whole range of issues have come into that, which some of you will find confusing and some of you will find unsettling. One of the great objectives of the old people who brought me up was not to learn our language, to learn the Pākehā way, so you can sit down and negotiate head-to-head with them. And that was one of my skills in the iwi Transition Agency, was to sit down with Landcorp, sit down with governments and argue issues with them. But at the same time, there was also this desire that we would build a future for all New Zealanders. And that desire is still there, and it was the desire of Wītako Ngā Tata, that we would build a future and build a strong nation. As councillors, you're in that situation whereby you may see conflict, and Mo Whenua is not a minority group. They just happen to be a group who have the courage to oppose or to question things that have been done by what appear to be Maori leadership. Okay, now Maori leadership today, when you're dealing with collectives and trusts, is very fluid. It can change overnight just with a voting system. Whereas iwi is there forever. And that's quite different. And Taranaki Whānui, you'll find if you look up their definition of Taranaki Whānui, they are a collective of tribes. Okay, and that could change quite rapidly, so be aware of that.
Darcy,
the previous speaker mentioned...
Can I just get you to wind up? I've sort of let it run a little bit, but...
Okay. The previous speaker mentioned a vision, and everything begins with a vision. All strategies begin with a vision. And the vision for that peninsula is unclear. Personally, I have a care for that harbour. I want to see people swimming in that harbour still. And if some of you read the paper recently, you can't swim in the Porirua harbour. And that was a concern I had when I was there, is that the harbour was being polluted by the development. Okay, all the development from there, including from the roads, went into the harbour, and my concern then was it was being polluted by the development. And you may have a situation here which is exactly the same. If I was to suggest any recommendation to you, it would be that you delay your decision and do all the other work that requires what the vision is and how that place is going to look eventually.
Darcy, thank you very much. If there is a question, I'll take one, but I think it was very obviously very, very clear. Kia ora, Darcy, thank you. Thank you so much, Darcy. And then we've got Derek Kawati, Te Motu Karangi Design Group.
Kia ora tātou. Tēnā no tātou, I rungo i ngā tini āhuatanga o tēnei ahi. Ka tūau ki te tuku atu he mihi ki a koutou e ngā kaiwhakahaere kaunihera. Kia koe te koro matua e Andy, nau nei whakahaere tēnei wāhanga e tēnei ahi, tēnei te mihi. Ko Derek Kawiti ahau, ko tētahi o ngā uri o Ngāti Hene, no te taitoke rau. Ahau I ahu mai, he pānga nō, ngai tūhoi, Ngāti Prau I te taho tōku pāpā. Tēnei te mihi kia tātou katoa ki te rangatira e te kaumātua e Darcy, I mui ahau koe tū, ki te tuku kōrero, koutou rā, matua hirani, me te tini atu. Tēnei te mihi. Ahuri no ki te whare tēnā tātou. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to everybody today and to to show you, probably for some of you the first time to have seen this presentation. I've tentatively socialised it with a team of our design collective to a group of Te Atiawa over at Hikoikoi, Mana Whenua, Mau Whenua, Whakarongotai Marae, and various other groups over the last, say, month or so. There were also a few articles in the Dom Post in the last 2 months just describing the project. We've had I guess, an objective in the development of the project that I'm about to show you to keep it all under wraps until a certain time. We've had no connection with iwi until this time. We're not associated with Peter Jackson at all. And so I have quite a bit of material to show you, but the aim of the session today from my point of view is to present to you a scheme that's been developed over the last 18 months by our team, Motu Kairangi Design Collective, to look at the potential of the peninsula from a design point of view. We haven't assumed to run roughshod over iwi. We've taken a few provocations in our design journey to drive us forward into formulating the design.
Derek, can I ask if you can try and keep it to within that 10 minutes would be great?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we're all familiar with the peninsula, and this is quite a general overview presentation. I've got a lot of material, so forgive me if I skim over a lot of it. We're all aware of the vast history of it, the beautiful spaces. You've heard a lot today from the various submissions. The vested interests, the different cultural layers of the peninsula. If you're looking at your screens, from the war encampments to some of the Parsite remnants that are still there and memorials. One of our first provocations occurred when we attended the public submissions at Shelly Bay itself, where the developer of the Wellington company was present with his architect. We heard twice definitively, iwi do not have a history here. Taranaki whānui don't have a history here. I was quite upset about that. Being from the north, you never, if you're mana whenua, you're mana whenua. And so that was a really big provocation for myself as an architect to try and understand that and to communicate with various interest groups a strategy forward in terms of delving deeper into what this place actually meant. As an outsider, gave me a bit of extra, I guess, boldness to dig deeper. So in our investigations, we found much evidence, as you would expect, but we started with looking for design drivers to push the project forward. So looking at the peninsula, we looked at all of the old places and all of the old names and all of the kōrero that go with those places as well, and how we might bring them forward as a valid cultural layer. Bearing in mind that we're aiming to get to a design, who we could implicate in these sets of cultural layers from a contemporary perspective as well, so picking up on the various research partners, Victoria University of Wellington, Massey University, Niwa, potentially a whole lot of business and commercial interests that could be pulled in to what we thought would be a network of interdependence around what could be put on the peninsula. We looked at how what could go there as a central briefing document. We looked at how they might all be implicated into a web or a matrix of contribution, a matrix of positive change for the peninsula. We were also provoked by these external, I guess, marketing plans for the housing that was being put in place there, especially the Sausalito plan. And we're also aware that developer housing doesn't appeal to, is not the same thing as low-cost housing, and that, in fact, New Zealand hasn't produced low-cost housing and affordable housing since 1995. We're also aware of climate change, global warming, sea level rise. So that's a sort of a prelude into that first provocation. The second provocation is the international hit that we were getting at the time. So New Zealand is like a beautiful person with cancer. So that's from the Eden Project founder in the UK, Sir Tim Schmidt. Also New Zealand Polluted Paradise and other negative press that was being bandied around internationally. We were also, on the other hand, aware that there were positive internal initiatives that were not necessarily iwi driven, but very much iwi influenced in terms of how the lens was being applied, Wilder Lab, Ground Truth, and predator free. Kaitiaki plans submitted to the council. And moving into this next part of the presentation, we picked up on a lot of recent press around climate change, global warming, and climate impact of industrial development. And trying to shift the focus and trying to reset the thinking around the peninsula, looking at how we might do that with a more wider Indigenous lens focus, looking at different trends and developments, and also referring to local, the 2040 plan put out by the council for an eco-friendly city. We knew that Karakia Sanctuary, since its inception, had had the task of banishing predators, including people to some extent. And so we were looking for models that would reintegrate, bring people back to the peninsula. We first looked at the Eden project in Cornwall, UK. The build cost for that was round about 140 million pounds. Over 4 years, produced 700 pounds of income, 1.2 million visitors a year. We looked at Singapore Bay Gardens, a similar story where you've got passive ecological systems at play in terms of revitalising the land, revitalising brownfield sites. Thomas Heatherwick, Seed Pavilion, and others such as the Orongo Station, which is a local put together by an American billionaire on the Gisborne East Coast Peninsula that reinstates the natural environment that was there 200 years ago. Fully pest-free, has invested more than DOC in 1 year than 30 years. Masdar City and other trends around the world that signal a different approach. We're also aware of the Bilbao effect. And so these are just setting the context for how we might think about the iconic nature of the peninsula. Bilbao effect, you build it and people do come, tourism, that sort of thing. We did have a problem initially with tourism, or we still do in terms of its carbon footprint. One of our members went to the Eden project and slagged off their model of tourism, ecotourism, in relation to carbon footprint, and they agreed, and they had quite a lengthy discussion, in-depth discussion, and they said, well, what have you got? This person indicated that it could be potentially iwi-led, and they said, right, we're still listening, keep in touch, we want to know how it's going as you formulate it. So these are some of the initial sort of sketching out development plans. We did we looked at how the entire peninsula could work, not just Shelly Bay. Shelly Bay is a critical part of the puzzle in terms of drawing people in, receiving people, welcoming people by land or by sea, but also how could these cultural layers be pulled up through the land and materialised? How could our partners inhabit and settle on that site as research partners, educational partners with a future-orientated focus? We looked at a really dire kind of project initially that looked at communicating this idea of a climate event or an extinction event, which they say will eventually happen. And then we started moving into master planning. So the images that you see now reflect some of that thinking around how the peninsula might work as an entire master plan, coming in from the Shelly Bay connection with an orientational building that orientates and then sends you up the hill or further around the peninsula, but basically unlocks all of the civic space on the foreshore and brings you up into some of the bushwalks, looking at very dynamic public open access spaces, taking it a step further than the Karakia Sanctuary, which was lauded internationally in the mid-1990s. And so looking at creating a sort of a world-leading yet iwi-led proposal for the peninsula. So here are some further shots that we developed. We were just thinking that these would just be placeholders until such time that potentially, if the thinking was reset enough, that the interested groups would sit around the table and this whole process might start again, but with a big vision, a vision that brings people from all walks of life in all orientations to enjoy the peninsula. I know it's a big vision, it's a big dream. my role as an architect and our role as a team working together on this design vision have grappled with this work in order to find the right vision for it and to draw people in. So looking at a real future focus, ecological centres, museums, that sort of thing, cultural centres that can actually become that cultural expression that Matua Kura and others have talked about in the earlier sessions. A night shot. And so there are that's the final render. And so really big open landform architecture celebrates the landscape, puts the landscape at the centre. We're aware of projects like this, and these are the last two slides. Christchurch, which is tourist orientated, and now the Dunedin waterfront project as well. So we know we have something a lot better than that from an iwi-led point of view, from an Indigenous international point of view as well. So that's what's driven this initial concept for Whātaitai Nature Heritage Park. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, Derek. Are there any questions of Derek? Any partai? No, I think it's pretty clear. Derek, oh, sorry, one from Councillor Calvert. Oh, now one from, gosh, I shouldn't have asked twice. Oh.
Sorry, I just, it all looks very impressive, but in all the information I've seen, there's been no information about who might invest or how much it might cost, which obviously is, given our financial situation, is really important at the moment.
I'll just answer that first. Yeah, that is the big question really around investment. Who might invest, and how might something like this come to fruition? In a nutshell, I mean, we haven't had the luxury of expensive being able to pay expensive consultants. All of the team have done this in their part-time, usually on the weekend or a night during the week, and it's been difficult to keep the lid on that. But we have thought a little bit about what the next steps might be in terms of how the process might work in order to get things moving towards the implementation of something like this. We know that the Eden project does feasibility studies, so we need to do something like that in order to know what we don't know, which is costs for a start. Getting an investment, that's something that you never know. You know, that's everybody's question for every project. We don't have the answers to that, but we do know that social, cultural and ecological investment is really pressing at the moment, central government perspective and so forth. But we're looking at it potentially as an iwi-led project to start formulating and getting around a table with interested parties that have this really strong future orientation towards our grandchildren's legacy. So we also know that from the kind of really general feasibilities that we've done, desktop feasibilities, that these kind of models are really successful financially. And it comes down to tourist visitors and that sort of thing. I alluded to it earlier, we wanted to be sensible about how we approach that and not go for sort of an ecotourism model. But we know that while we haven't got the hardcore verifiable financial evidence and feasibility studies, we are still, I guess we're positive that it can be done. It's like any of these big dream sort of iconic projects. They all start at this point. But we're not sort of shying away from that question either. Yep, that's fine.
Yes. Councillor Pannett, Young, Rush, Day. Oh, done? Okay, cool. Young.
Thank you, Derek. Are you aware that there's a plan afoot for the government land up above Shelly Bay, which is to be turned into a sculpture park? And currently the land is with Lynn's. It shouldn't be. It should have been passed over to DOC, and our local MP, Grant Robertson, is pursuing this. And in fact, the council has money in its budget to help clean the land up as well, and that there are people who want to help fund the sculptures which are carved into the land. They're not they're not metal. They're I don't know what the term is. Are you aware of all that?
Yes, we are. With our orientation, I guess, with the design was that we want to the people who come in and invest and become partners, and they could be the niwas or they could be commercial partners, research partners, they all come under the kaupapa auspices of an iwi-led approach. So hardcore kaitiaki. So I mean the practice of kaitiaki, which a lot of councillors I would appreciate don't know what that would mean, and especially in a contemporary sense. Companies like Wilderlab are starting to work in that space, but not an iwi-led type approach. And so what we were aware of that, but we're also aware that there needs to be a behavioural change, especially in industry, commercial operation, that those companies coming in have to change their behaviour. No, we're aware of that too, and but we didn't want that to get in the way of actually fostering something greater in terms of a vision. And so that's the whole aim of it, is that through education, through exposure to real practices around the environment, not just talking about it, not just talking about the catch cry of kaitiaki, but actually practicing it. And so that's what we saw as having an architecture that supports the practice of kaitiaki. That's fine.
Thanks very much, Derek. So I guess one of the concerns I've had in this process is that the master plan for Shelly Bay has been designed by the developer, including land owned by Wellington City Council. Your proposal is a massive extension, and I'm not even sure whether it could be consistent with what the developer wants to do. I'm just wondering, is there an incremental sort of build that allows us to maybe do what one of the previous speakers said, which was to do something with our land, with iwi, on our land that integrates into the Wellington Company's plans, and also then allows us to maybe build over probably a couple of decades to that sort of dream that you've laid on the table?
Yeah, absolutely. And I remember 3 years ago, a group of us went out to Waifetu Marae, and Ian Castles was there at the marae. They had a massive taumata pai there to greet us, and at the time we said we potentially have a game changer around thinking about what this could be, but there was no interest indicated. I did see something in the newspaper to say that that Ian Castles had never heard about it before, but that was the time. That was a pivotal time that we went out to Waifetu and wanted to get in front. But the thing is, we also saw, as developers, as people invested in this city, what kind of legacy do you want to leave? We actually think that the economic model that this alludes to is a stronger economic model, because it, on the one hand, potentially revitalises the peninsula, but also revenues are stronger and in a shorter length of time. It would take decades to build, absolutely. But it would take decades for, say, regrowth of some of the original forest and some of the reinstatement of, say, cultural tradition that was lost, that was originally on the peninsula. So it would all be a time thing. Te Rarawa in the north are looking at 500 years intergenerational investment. And that's we're sort of saying, well, 2040. Te Rarawa are looking 500 years ahead. So what does that mean? It's so I think we shouldn't be afraid of thinking in the decades and thinking ahead if the vision is a good vision.
Thanks. Well, I will take that one last one. Councillor Day, you've been very patient.
Kia ora. You've spent a lot of time on this design. It's got some beautiful elements. Is it usual for you to do designs without the landowners being your client? If so, have you done any for Tangako Civic Square?
Yeah, sorry, Wellington Civic Square. Yeah, no, that's a good question. No, absolutely we do. And as a Māori architect, yes, absolutely. Māori actually pay you to have a vision. They pay all architects to have a vision. I know there are heavy politics around the land. I've received correspondence to say, what are you doing? This is iwi land. But then they went and contradicted themselves and said that the Crown owns it at the moment. And for me, that's kind of familiar story. The Crown always being the lead designer of a colonial program or whatever else. So it's not absolutely, and it's not a question I'm kind of worried about actually, because there's a whole lot of the past that Matua Darcy has talked about and various others that implicates you in the present. My implication in the present on this place is the taiaha Te Rongo Taketake. Te Rongo Taketake was given to my tupuna in the late 1830s, and it was given to it was gifted to the group that he was in through Ngāti Ira Kai Putahi at the time. And so we were kaitiaki of that taiaha for many years. It's now in Te Papa. And so I feel I have a link of some sort of depth.
Derek, thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Kia ora.
Councillors, it's been a long time, but I think I'd probably like to have a clean break. Yeah. So we're going to ask the Port Nicholson trustees to come in, then we can have a clean break between having heard from people and sorry. You want to whare paku? Yes. I think you all need that. Yeah, and then we're actually going to have a bite to eat straight after that. Yeah. Well, we just got one more, which is yeah. We'll carry on. Tēnā koutou katoa, welcome. I'll hand over to you to...
Ai kāti, kei te koromatua. Tēnei ngā uri o Taranaki Wānui. Tōna karangatanga, no roto ana mai rā i a pōneke, a te mihi ki a koe, o tino ki a koutou, ngā kanohi o te kauni hera nei. Nō reira tēnei, a te mihi ki a koutou, me tēnei kaupapa nui, kua rongo nei rā mātou i ngā kōrero mo te rōngāke o tēnei ahiahi, ko te tūmana ko ia. A waiwa kāro koutou ki ngā kōrero o ngā kanohi o Taranaki Wānui, ko tau mai nei i tēnei wā. Nō reira, ka puto haku kōrero i tēnei wā, engari, e mihi ana ki a koutou, o tino ki a tātou, tēnā rā tātou katoa.
Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou. Tō rangatira tēnei. Trustee Port Nicholson Block. I also hold the position of Chair of the Taranaki Whānui Limited, which is a wholly owned subsidiary. And in part of our settlement deed, the commercial assets were to be put into a separate entity and administered by a separate board. You'll be aware that this project, Shelly Bay, is subject to court proceedings, so there will be some issues that I won't be able to talk to you today. 2008, the land, as we know, as Shelly Bay was purchased prior to the settlement at Shelly Bay, and then paid for on a swap basis with the Crown on settlement. The purchase price and the holding costs of that transaction, by the time I got to the trust in 2012, were quite substantial and took up quite a contribution of the cash component of the settlement. $22 million was the circa number of cash that was in the settlement, and by 2012 there was 15 to 16 million that had been expended in the purchase of Shelly Bay and the holding costs. It had substantial negative revenues for the first few years that I was on the trust, and by 2015, when we entered into a relationship with the Wellington company, it was a major problem for the trust. When we formed a relationship with the Wellington company, part of that relationship was that the Wellington company picked up all the costs. This was a significant major turnaround for the trust. We then entered into a period of time where we were to develop a plan for the best use of that property. And so in 5 years, we were able to work up a development plan with the Wellington company. Our partnership with the Wellington company has gone way beyond that, but our first transaction was with Shelly Bay. I make no apologies for that relationship with the Wellington company. Without him, the Wellington company, we would not have been able to be the major contributor, a major shareholder in the Taihekia partnership, which purchased the ground from the Crown under the High Court library National Library, Archives, Wellington Girls College, Northland Primary School, Hutt Valley High, the District Court, the Kiwi Rail properties on Waterloo Quay. It was a major transaction that we've been able to complete, and for the first time in our history, we've been able to this year turn around the net assets of the trust for a position that is ahead of what the settlement was. So on settlement, the asset value was around 30 million in its first year. It's now standing at 42 million. As I say, Shelly Bay has been a major turnaround. One, a problem that has been turned into a plus as we have been able to transfer out of that and into a long-term Crown relationship on their properties with the Crown as a tenant. And with that, I'll hand over to my colleague Huia to give you some other ideas.
Kia ora tātou, Huia Puketapu, Trustee Taranaki Whānui, Port Nicholson Block Settlement Trust. So, as part of our kōrero, and what you've previously heard, we're in a bit of there's some confusion with us because we thought that we were here to have an enabling discussion, an enabling hui. And so our approach is one of positive in terms of beginning with the end in mind. And let's say that we move forward into, say, 2050 and what that might look like as in beginning with the end in mind. And how it is that, given that you understand that a decision was already made or a preliminary decision was already made in 2017. I wasn't a trustee at that point in time. However, since being on the trust since last year, September, I'm aware of the aspects that have taken place. And so it was, as I said, we were of the understanding that we were coming here to have a enabling discussion, given that we'd already come to an agreement back in 2017. And so positively moving forward to, let's say, 2015, what might that look like? And the decisions that are going to be made around your table in terms of how you're going to contribute to enabling that decision, and what that 2050 vision might look like. For us, in terms of our people, our uri, who total, as I'm sure you're well aware of, because you're well schooled up on our trust by multimedias, you will know that we have 19,000 members and a certain proportion of those are of voter age and over. But what you might not be aware of is that there's a good proportion, 47% of those are a young population. And back in 2011, 12, 13-ish, around about that point in time, that 47% of that young voter, that 47% of that of our membership, of our uri, 25 were under the age of 25. And so we have quite a young membership within our trust as beneficiaries. And so therefore, now in 2020, that number of people will be moving into young family ages, and therefore, as a large proportion of them are constituents of the city. In 2050, let's say, what are we able to provide for them in joint partnership as Taranaki Whānui PMBST, as well as Wellington City Council constituents. And so knowing that I won't be a trustee at that time in 2015, and you certainly won't be councillors at that time in 2015, what we're talking about here today does not affect us directly, as Liz pointed out earlier. But the point of difference in that, which I think we all do understand, as Kura pointed out earlier, is that as Taranaki Whānui, as uri of this and mana whenua of this rohe, we are the constant. We will always be here. Wellington City Council and the constituents of Wellington City don't necessarily, and perhaps may not, choose to live here for their longevity. But we don't have a choice. This is our home. This is our mana whenua. And so the decisions that we were of an understanding that were going to be made, and you already understand our stance because you've already received that in written form. And so I guess what we're trying to perhaps come to some joint understanding of what 2050 might look like in terms of benefiting on the ground is our people will add to the economic growth of this region. They also perhaps may live in this particular area of Mutukairangi. We can't foresee what futuristic potential that might lead for Wellington voters or constituents, as well as we can't foresee what that might look like for our uri. However, it provides that opportunity to create a pathway for what that might look like. And so in terms of the unforeseen but plentiful benefits that might cover off in all aspects, educational, health, transport, everything that everybody's talked about today, as in the what ifs, predominantly in the negative, we're not here to talk about that. We want to understand if there's a problem, what might that problem be, and how can we sit on the same side of the table with the problem on the other side of the table and address it together? Because that is our stance in terms of having a relationship with the council jointly. We're not interested in creating another problem for us as constituents of the city. We're not interested in creating additional problems for our people as mana whenua of this rohe. And we're absolutely certain that you don't want to be doing that either. We're absolutely certain that you don't want to be creating further issues or further problems for us, because your grandchildren will be growing up with our grandchildren. And your grandchildren will be the ones that are saying, well, you were on council in 2020, and my grandchildren will be saying exactly the same. So what is it that we want them to jointly receive that's going to be beneficial to their future potentials and not hinder that? Now, we've heard lots today about what has and shouldn't have happened. We've heard lots about past experiences and the people that were attached to those experiences and the emotions that were attached to those people. Our job here today is not to minimise any of those experiences. Our job here today is not to judge any of those experiences, but at the end of the day, we can't control or change any of those things that have happened. Now, don't misinterpret what I'm saying in that not wanting to rattle off which historical experiences that are important to me, not bringing those to the table, but knowing that I speak from a space where that hurts my heart as well, times that by 19,000 others. And we don't want to recreate that. And I'm sure by your hand you won't want to support that either. So the question is, we're here for sorry, I'll back up a moment. We're here to have a discussion about enablement. Our question is there a problem that you foresee that has changed the situation since 2017 that perhaps we might need to have a discussion about so that we can help fix that problem, which is on the other side of the table? Kia ora.
Kia ora. Right, I'll take some questions then, if I can. Thank you very much. Councillor Free.
Are you saying you think there needs to be a bit more time to have some further discussion about the matter that's in front of us?
Okay, I'll answer that with a little bit of a story. It'll be very short. and I'm talking about we're sitting in 2050 now. So using the example of Hamilton, who hasn't been to Hamilton? Cool. So using the example of Hamilton, you can drive around anywhere within their rohe, you know who the mana whenua are. It's visibly appropriate and adamant who the mana whenua are in that city. Can anybody quickly tell me where that's visible in this capital city of New Zealand? Cool. There are places. Yeah. There are places. I don't diminish that there are places. My point is...
can we just have a bit of... I mean, it was a question, but it was a question more to us, I think, and probably a rhetorical one, so please at the back, Catherine. Right.
Just for future, if the gallery chooses to speak, then I'll stop and I'll wait until they finish.
I have asked them to stop.
Because I'd like to pay the respect to them too, because if it's clear that they have something really important to say, then I'll stop and give them that respect. But I'd like to be reassured that I'll have the same respect accorded.
100%. We have already asked some people who spoke up earlier in the meeting to depart, and they have done so.
Thank you. I realise people are passionate about this situation, however. So I don't diminish the fact that there are places around Wellington, but I mean, if you've been to Hamilton, you clearly understand the comparison I'm making. So let's say that looks like our city in 2050. Isn't that something to be proud of? And so if we're looking at this situation of enablement at Shelly Bay, that's the gateway into our harbour, and that's our beginning of what it could possibly look like potentially in terms of cultural identity, of stamping a space at the beginning of our harbour, the mouth of our harbour, as ahikaro. Now, I don't believe that there's anybody here that would question who we are as ahikaro, but in terms of culturally benefiting our people, we're not shy about saying we want that recognition in our rohe. And I don't believe that you would not want to be supporting that. However, if that's not the case, probably we should say so now.
Councillor Condi. Councillor Rushton. I was going to say I've got given you a name, so.
Sorry, I got confused because I thought we were responding to exactly what you just said, but I was on the speaking list. One of the things that we've been hearing about a lot is that since you no longer have a financial interest at Shelly Bay, that therefore what could the benefits possibly be to PMBST and to the iwi, and that, how can this be a true partnership with the Wellington company? And those are, I'm a Pākehā girl. I don't know a lot about te ao Māori, but I do think that those have a slightly westernised tilt to them when we ask questions like that. So I guess I would just kind of like to throw that back to you to respond in whatever way you feel is culturally appropriate.
Tēnā koe mō tērā pātai. So that's, we've read a lot also in papers and other things. So what we have is a partnering and venture agreement with the Wellington company. And that partnering and venture agreement sets out the role we play, which is touching on some of the matters that Huia has discussed around, and Kura touched on, because Kura has provided the cultural narrative that goes with that development in terms of Te Kāhui Tupua, Whātaitai, Ngake and others. So that's one element in terms of the design of that place and how it represents not only the cultural narratives but the values that we have as Taranaki Wānui. Alongside that, we have a group of our designers and artists who are working with the group of architects that are designing Taikuru Shelly Bay. And so they're sitting alongside, providing that cultural input, that cultural insight, and those values and that narrative. And so that's really important. I think we've outlined in our letter the challenges we found ourselves in where we didn't have an option apart from, because it was mere survival for us at Port Nicholson Settlement Block Trust. And so where we find ourselves, we have the partnering agreement, so we have a lot of activity relating to the narratives, the cultural values and so on and so forth. Now on the financial side, Tor has highlighted as a consequence of what has occurred at Shelly Bay with the titles, we have a stronger financial position now. So that financial position actually allows us to engage more proactively in broader opportunities throughout Te Wanganui-a-Tara. He touched on Tai Hekinga, which was a sale and leaseback arrangement where we've partnered with the iwi of Taranaki to be able to secure a broader footprint for Taranaki whānui here in Wellington. That's one example. The second example is we have an options agreement as part of the agreement with the Wellington company, which provides us some optionality around being able to purchase commercial assets in relation to the development without having to take the commercial risk for obvious reasons given our financial situation. So we're preserving that particular right and that option. But I think more broadly when we look at Shelly Bay, we look at it in the context of motu kairangi. So you'll be aware in terms of that significant parcel of land being, I think it's about 96 hectares, which is inclusive of Watts Peninsula and Mount Crawford. We see a need for us to ensure that there's a coherence in terms of our cultural narrative and aspiration and how that from Shelly Bay Taikuru sort of moves up onto that peninsula. And so we're taking the view that we are disappointed with what's occurred at Shelly Bay, but we've made the most of the situation we found ourselves in. We see significant opportunity for Taranaki wānui on motu kairangi in terms of amplifying not only our cultural footprint, but also opportunities around marae development, around cultural centres, around being able to tell those layers of history and that story relating to motu kairangi. Secondly, there are potential opportunities around affordable housing that we're exploring currently as well. So I think when I think about the benefits, you can't see Shelly Bay in isolation of all of the other activities of Port Nicholson Settlement Block Trust, because it isn't that simple. It's much more complex. We outlined in our letter some of the other development opportunities we've worked with the Wellington company on, and those are, pai tutu. In the hut, we've also got Te Punawai at Wainui Omata, where we've housed 18 families, and we now have kaumātua units that are going to be available for our taueke and paake. So I think, when we look at the benefits and where we've found ourselves in, I mean, one, it's broader than just Shelly Bay because of what I've just outlined. But secondly, coming back to Kura's point around we will endure. We have a whakataukitanga kōrero, e kore au e ngaro, e kore au e ngaro. No te hoko whitua, wakatau pōtiki, no tū tāwake, he kākano I rui a mai I Rangiatea. That we will survive, we will endure, for we are the descendants of Whakatau Pōtiki. If you want to look into Māori mythology, you can see the amazing things he has done. Tū Tauake, another fantastic person within our Māori narratives, and we are the seeds of Rangiatea. And, we've heard today some of the challenges. Taikuru Shelly Bay has tested the resolve, the very social and cultural fabric of Taranaki wānui. And certainly all of us sitting here today have a view that we need to unify the iwi. We actually need to move beyond Taikuru and look at motu kairangi, but also Te Wanganui-a-Tara. And so that's certainly the way we've looked at it. And as I said, it's not simple because it is connected to a lot of the other activities that we've been undertaking.
Thank you. Councillor Rush, Day, Foon, and then I've got
thanks for that. I suppose I'm still struggling a wee bit, but one of the things that's concerned me about the development, I suppose, in particular in regard to the land owned by the Wellington City Council, was that it was entirely done by the Wellington Company, right? It was a master plan by the Wellington Company, and we, as a council, didn't write our own piece. We haven't set out what we might want to do. We'd like to have a community engagement which would give an opportunity for iwi as well, and we heard from a previous speaker that there would be interest in a proper partnership with council on that land and developing it. I'd like to see a marae that tells all our stories, and my ancestors planted their tree in 1840 here, and I'm moody for this city as well, and my kids will be here, and to join in a real collaboration, I'm struggling to understand how that could be inconsistent with what you're saying, nor how that might be a problem for the relationship with the Wellington company.
So you're seeking to understand and identify how it is that our partnership is going to enable a creation to happen. Is that correct? Do I understand you correctly?
Not that's part of the question, but I'm also offering an opportunity to partner with the Wellington City Council on the land that has not been transferred to do something that is. So all I see at the moment is strengthening of old buildings and some apartment blocks, whereas it could be more open space, an opportunity for a marae and other areas where the stories can be told for all our people.
So I think.
I can answer this for you.
So I think what you just said was you're wanting to help contribute to a discussion around creating a new pathway forward.
Well,
Would that be
building on
correct?
one.
That's what I heard you say. Would that be correct?
I'm not sure if it's a new pathway forward.
Well, it sounds new because that's not what was discussed at 2017 and since then, and your fellow councillors are alluding to that fact.
Sorry, I wasn't here in 2017.
Me neither.
Yeah. so at the moment
it means it's important enough to research what you come to the table and what you bring to add value.
So today we're discussing the key commercial terms, and I've got some serious issues with them, and I think value can be garnered in a number of ways, including financial, but also cultural. And I think this is an opportunity to bring parties together and to maybe stop this litigation and try and get us all together. That's all I'm saying.
I totally understand. That sounds like we need to have a creation discussion, as I spoke of at the beginning, to explore what that pathway might look like. I feel sad for you that you are confused about that, but I think, as your councillors have said, that's a discussion that hasn't been held with your table. And so therefore it's not appropriate for us to comment on that because our table hasn't had that discussion as well.
But I think if I just touch on, in terms of the development scheme, and as I outlined earlier in terms of that sort of cultural narrative and layer, and also the sort of optionality that we have, we are comfortable with the development proposal as a whole, and we're very confident that the team of people that we have working alongside the architects will ensure that that is maintained and the integrity is maintained in relation to that. And I think the point I want to sort of touch on is, again, is Shelly Bay is part of a broader aspiration that we have as Taranaki Wānui around motu kairangi. And so there are opportunities, and we've been over the land. We had the benefit and the privilege to go over the land. We looked at past sites. We've been talking about those cultural narratives and then sort of how, and we'll come to the council at the appropriate time to discuss with you what those opportunities are in terms of how we might partner. But we see that there are broader cultural opportunities across motu kairangi as a whole, from a cultural, social perspective, but also in terms of development for affordable housing as well.
Cool. Thank you. Councillor Day.
Tēnā koutou. Thank you for coming in today to kōrero with us. I just want to check, because we've got some people around this table that are thinking that it would be good to lay this on the table to have more kōrero about this. Just to be clear that today you are asking us to make a decision. Is that correct?
Yes.
Kia ora.
Thank you.
If we could provide some context there.
I was going to say that was too quick a question, too quick an answer.
Yes, we
most unusual.
Please do.
Because I can tell you, and this is from my own children, our uri, our rangatahi, do not appreciate waking up every morning to read misinformation about Taranaki Wānui. And it needs to stop. It needs to stop. Because, you know, there are certain there are certain individuals, there are certain motivations and intentions out there that aren't really about the future prosperity of Taranaki Wānui. And I think we just need to, you know, for us, we need to move forward. And so by not making a decision today, you are exposing our uri, our mokopuna, our rangatahi to further violation and abuse. And yes, we have our own internal dynamics. as all iwi do, and it's really unfortunate. Kura outlined the chaos, te tūtūtanga o te puehu. You know, from settlement right through to leadership, through to the financial activities of the trust, some of the disunity that exists as a consequence of, I'd say, different ideologies and philosophies. But, you know, I think at heart, the situation that we found ourselves in was one where it was about the survival of this entity to ensure we could provide that 2050 vision to be a reality. And so we do ask you to make a decision today.
Thank you. Councillor Foon.
Tēnā koutou, and thank you for coming in today. Thank you, Huia, for asking the question, what is the problem and how do we address it together? And I guess some of the problems we have are around space. So space on roads particularly, how do we all move together in these small places? So that's one of the big challenges that we've got to go through together. And also you talked about affordable housing, because that is another one that the people of Wellington are saying to us, we're not seeing you meet that need through this. And so how would you respond if you could you help us with an answer or ideas around how we can approach both of those problems together?
Sure. So from the Trust's perspective, and you will be well aware, I'm hoping, that our responsibility in terms of communication, amongst other things, is to our uri. We're responsible to them. So we're not responsible to this table, and so therefore you can appreciate that our kōrero will be had with them first and foremost. And whatever benefits roll out as a result of that onto the Wellington City 2015, or 50, sorry, will be seen at that time. However, in terms of the kōrero that you give about space and roading and all that sort of thing, in a similar vein, we can't contribute to that kōrero because that's not at our table either. And so that's solely a decision for you to make. Whilst I can, understand how those considerations will need to be discussed at your table, we don't have any input into that in terms of your decision making, other than that of a constituent of this rohe and as a ratepayer. So it's difficult to, unless those problems are common problems that we can have a discussion about, once we've had that discussion at our table and with our people, and likewise with yourself. Because that's just a respectful process, isn't it, really, rather than coming to a table with assumptions. And so for that to happen, I might use the analogy of a cake, if we bake a cake. So time is part of the ingredient. And if you don't put a cake in the oven for long enough and you take it out too soon, it's just a mushy mush in the middle, isn't it? You can't really eat it. So unless you accord it the due time that it requires in order to cook the cake to the state that it's supposed to be in, where it's palatable and you can actually swallow it, you should give it the time that it's supposed to receive in order for it to be cooked properly. So I'm sure you can figure that out on your own in terms of interpretation.
And I'll touch on the affordable housing piece. So part of the role that our commercial board has is we've been looking at what the opportunities are to partner with various central government agencies. So in terms of Kāinga Ora, the housing HUD, and we also see there being an opportunity with yourselves in terms of understanding the need and demand, given the fact that we have a number of first rights of refusal throughout Wellington, and certain government departments with land also have obligations to be working with us. And it's also something that's outlined in the schedule of our 2017 MOU around rights of first refusal and some of the properties that you have in your portfolio. So I think, again, I'll reiterate, Shelly Bay is part of that broader context that enables us to participate much more actively in affordable housing throughout Aotearoa. But secondly, I think it would be very useful if we had the ability to talk constructively and partner with council in terms of some of the land holdings you have, some of the rights that we have, and what we're able to do with central government to ensure that we can work collectively to overcome some of these challenges that we face as a city.
Kia ora, Councillor Wolf.
Yeah, Jamie, you said that it was really important to unify iwi. Would it not be best that that happens first?
I'd like to answer that question. I'm reading into that question that you are of an opinion that you have a right to understand iwi politics and our iwi scenarios.
Not at all.
Glad to hear that. Thank you.
Yeah, not at all. But yeah.
So I don't actually think that that's a discussion for your table,
Sure,
given the fact
okay.
that I don't talk about what goes on in your family, in your household with your children, so I don't appreciate that kōrero coming to us and having to be justifying ourselves with our people to you. I'm assuming that's not a council collective question.
I apologise if that came across that way, but
did.
It wasn't meant to.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
You finished, Councillor Wolf?
I might ask another question a little later.
Oh, well, you don't have too much a little later, so I'd ask it now.
This one relates to you asked what has changed since 2017. I have a question relating to the land sales, and I'm wondering if council knew about those land sales prior to the meeting that we had on the 27th of September 2017.
I'm sure that fellow councillors that were on the council in 2017 could answer that question for you. I think that's your research that you needed to do at your table, not mine. I'm unclear as to why you would ask us about a council matter that happened at a council table in 2017. It's not our business, it's yours.
Councillor Rush.
Can I perhaps maybe be a bit more direct? It seems, and maybe this is one of the myths which we can clear up, but I mean, it seems that at least one councillor understood that you own the land in question and made that comment clear while iwi were, or the trust were present, and that was not the case at all. And the complaint was that no one bothered to correct them and so forth. And so there's a number of, you know, as I say, I wasn't there, but you know, would you respond to that?
Is your question? What's the intent of your question? Are you trying to rectify something that's happened in the past that we can't do anything about now? Or are you simply wishing to be informed about something that I don't know anything about?
Well, I'm wondering about myths. So another myth is that at the 2016 AGM, 400 people voted unanimously to direct the trustees to stop negotiations with the Wellington company. So is that a myth?
Okay, so we're here for the purpose of having an enabling discussion. I wasn't aware we were coming to have a methodical conversation. So I'm happy to discuss facts with you. And if you haven't gathered those facts, then I can't surmise on what sort of response you'd like to hear, Councillor Rush. Perhaps somebody else of your council might articulate what it is that you want to know.
Just trying to figure out the myths, because we heard from
I'm not
Jamie.
having a methodical discussion with you, Councillor Rush. Okay. If you want to know facts, and I can help you with that, apart from that, it's a surmising conversation.
Were there 400 members at the 2016 AGM that voted unanimously to direct the trustees to cease negotiations with the Wellington company?
Because you didn't pre-warn us of that question, we'd have to go back through the minutes and have a look. But that's fine. I'm happy to ask others that were possibly here at that time, because I wasn't a trustee. So I wouldn't like to say yes or no either way, because I wasn't a trustee at that time, and I don't want to speak and give you the wrong impression. But I'm guessing that because you think that that is the case and you've got some numbers around it, that you've been informed of such information. Would that be correct?
I was
Because I'm sure
checking
you
to
just
see
didn't pluck that.
whether the source was reliable.
Well,
That's why
okay, so
that's why I was asking.
that's where we're going, isn't it? So it's probably better just to be upfront about that, because clearly that's a problem for you. How is that a problem in terms of the Shelly Bay, the discussion that we're having here about the Shelly Bay vote?
I mean, I don't think this line of questioning and Q&A, I mean, I'm here to try and
Going
listen
down a
to you.
different angle.
Yeah, I'm here to listen to you. I want to help the iwi. I want good outcomes for Māori. And
excellent, that's what we want to hear.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's why I was, and I have proposed an amendment that says, hey, let's
do it better.
Okay, so can you articulate what it is that you're actually wanting to say instead of beating around the bush?
Well,
We're all adults here.
I'm trying to understand. There's a lot of defensiveness coming from you, and there's a lot of defensiveness to the idea that maybe there's a way of bringing a larger part of our community, including iwi, together. But the barrier seems to be the relationship with the Wellington company, and I'm just still not
Foster,
very
I don't think
clear.
this is constructive questioning. I think that's badgering now. We need to stop.
Sorry. I just want to clear up and perhaps kia tau to resettle. So if I start at the beginning again, beginning with the end in mind in 2050, what would that look like? Because we're here to have an enabling discussion. And in order for us to enable our support of, which we've already stated our stance, so that we can further help our Uri members who are also constituents of this city, look forward to what 2050 might look like in terms of what it is that we are jointly going to troubleshoot, problem solve, move towards, because we're on the same side of the table and the problem's on the other side of the table. We want to know what the problems are. So if this is what you're suggesting is a problem, Councillor Rush, I don't understand what it is that you're trying to ask me in terms of progressing this vote forward, because that's what we've come here to hear, what the vote is. So if it's relative to the vote, then yes, articulate your question to me. But if it's not, if it's just trudging up things from the past that we can't change, then there's no relevance as far as I'm concerned.
Look, I have moved an amendment.
Councillor, I think we'll leave that one there. No, you haven't. Councillor Condi. Yeah.
Kia ora. Coming back to the key commercial terms that we're voting on this evening.
Thank you.
One of the things that's in the key commercial terms is this notion of off-ramps. So we know that there are several cases before the court at the moment, and the idea behind these off-ramps is that it kind of gives us a bit of risk protection that would allow us to kind of untangle this in the future if it needed to be, depending on the court decisions. And I would just be really interested to hear your views about how you feel about the off-ramps. Do they seem like a good idea? Do you have any views about that at all?
Well, I can start, Councillor. I think, in terms of mitigating perceived risk or otherwise, it does provide that, and really it's something that you need to sort of find comfort in. We know there are matters before the court. We have a particular view as to where that will land, and we're very confident. However, I think, the off-ramp is a really useful commercial mechanism to be able to mitigate risk. And I think, the fact that you have that in place and it's part of the key commercial terms is a good thing.
Okay, and look, and one question, sorry, from me, it's the current MOU that we've got, and it is that how do we have the conversation? Because I think you said there were some things, I think, that we need to have a creation discussion, and neither table have had that discussion, and I would agree with that. And, we obviously have great interest in all these areas as well in terms of how they are developed. In our current MOU between Council and PMBST, which was signed in 2016, it specifically identifies Shelly Bay and the Miramar Peninsula. And it says, as significant landowners in Shelly Bay, the parties, i.e. WCC and PMBST, recognise the importance of working together to ensure a wider strategic vision for the Miramar Peninsula is achieved for all citizens. And I guess the reason that we hear so much noise is because by hook or by crook, certainly we have helped exclude people from the kōrero so far in terms of a real dialogue. That was the special housing area basically said, you don't get a real say to anyone else. And at the moment, I know that there's conversation going on about, you've already said there's conversation going on with HUD on the top of the peninsula. I know our people would like to be part of that korero, but at the moment we're not. So kind of like what I'm saying is, how are we actually giving effect to that? How have we given effect to it? And how are we going to give effect to it in both of these parts of the peninsula?
Well, I can start. I think as I outlined, we're always looking for opportunities to work constructively with the council, with councillors and council officers. It would be fair to say that, Shelly Bay taikuru has been a significant issue around distracting, I think, from the broader opportunities that exist between ourselves, yourselves, and the wider sort of general public. And so, we've been doing our own internal work around motu kairangi as a whole, and when the time is right, we will engage with you about that, because I think there are significant opportunities. I think Huia was a party to some of the conversations that we had with the broader community, which I know was an undertaking by the Wellington company, that they would engage with the broader, wider community at Shelly Bay. And there are a couple of public meetings where representatives from the trust, such as Huia, were present. And all I can say, and I think this may have already been reflected to you in writing, is that as a consequence of that engagement, the development itself reflects a number of those views that were expressed by the broader community. And I know from what I witnessed and experienced during that time, there was a significant number of people who were in favour of what was happening out at Shelly Bay. Hui, is there anything else that you want to add?
So, whilst it's one statement, there are actually three components to that sentence, and I don't want to pick them apart individually. However, I will say that as a trust, our discussions in regards to this are at Crown level, and local body don't enter into it at this point in time. So given that situation, we will engage with you in due course. That's all we can say at this stage.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question?
It does. It doesn't give me any comfort, because if we were going to be working together on things, it would be good to be doing it early rather than when you've already worked everything out that you want to do.
I'm sure that would be the case.
We don't end up with a position. And I think that's the issue which we've got with our community.
I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
However, given that we're working at Crown level, we can't be inclusive of local body level for decisions that are made at a different level. I'm sure you can appreciate that. So there's no intent to not be inclusive. It's just a timing thing.
Okay. Thank you. That's the last of the questions we've got. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Councillors, we're going. Oh, you've got one. Oh, right. Okay. One more.
Just in terms of how we are as a council, and your, and thank you for coming to us with that, asking for how we, the enabling question, but what can we do? How do we do enabling that works better?
So, as mana whenua in this rohe, as a trust that represents mana whenua in this rohe, there's an expectation of us that this council does support it, does support the things that we envisage that we want for our people as the constant in this rohe. I want to reiterate again, we're from here. This is our whakapapa. Wellington City constituents who perhaps might not be from here can choose to up and leave if they want to. And so it's hugely important to us that we maintain that ahikaro in the various ways that have been expressed by the different speakers this afternoon. So in terms of council support irrespective of who holds term at this point in time or who holds term in 2050 and beyond is irrespective to us as well. Similarly, as it is irrespective of those of us who hold a termship as a trustee, as you have heard from 2 previous trustees of this trust. It's irrespective. The point is, by whakapapa, we will always be here. So for any consecutive councillors or council and any consecutive trusts, people who might sit, trustees who might sit there, it is an expectation that we would work together to support the benefits that everybody will benefit from, whatever that potential might look like. But in order to create those benefits, you have to hold hands and support each other to get to that point. And the only way to do that is if the problems are on the other side of the table and you're sitting on the same side looking at the problems so that you can fix them together. But if I'm sitting on this side and Councillor Rush is sitting on the other side and there's a problem going on here, then we're not going to fix that, are we? So we have to have the attitude that we're on the same side. Because actually we are. We all live here right now. We all need to reap the benefits from it. We all need to create the benefits that are going to happen in the future. And yes, there will be some hard tasks that we're going to have to encounter along the way and be considerate of them. But that's not necessarily what... sometimes you just have to, as you well know, have to make the hard calls.
Be bold.
And be bold and be brave and courageous. And still stand by what it is that you say you're going to have to do in order to reap the benefits over there for others, not for ourselves, for others. Because in 2015, when they sing the mōtiatia about those of you that sat at this table that helped them get there, when they do that haka or the poi or the waiata, you want it to be a good song about you, don't you?
Councillor Wolf.
I'm sure you would.
I think we started the wrong way. We don't know who you are in positions and all that. Just went for it, so we don't know the various different personalities and the positions that you may hold, your responsibility. If you could go through that.
So there are two trustees here.
It was just that.
Who are you?
Yeah, Jamie, you can introduce.
Kia ora mai tātou ngā mihi kauna rā kia koutou katoa. Ko te nuinga nā e mōhio nei I ahau. A good proportion of you know me. I was a former trustee and now my name is Karapukitapu Dentis and I'm here as an uri of Taranaki Whānui to support my trustees and to support this kaupapa. Kia ora.
Well, kia ora tātou. Jamie Tuta, I'm a director of the commercial entity of the Port Nicholson Settlement Block Trust, Taranaki Wānui Limited.
Kia ora, Tō Rangatira Pomare, a trustee and also the chair of the Taranaki Whānui Limited.
Huia Puketapu, trustee.
Dial Macallan, advisor to the commercial company.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko mai ora tēnei, I'm a uri.
Kia ora. Thank you. Well, that was your last question, was it? Who's sorry. You were hiding behind Iona. Kia ora. Okay. Sorry, I didn't see you behind Councillor Pannett there. So, Councillor Wolf, is that all done? Councillors, and to our guests, thank you. And what we're going to do now, we're going to take a break. I'm going to suggest that we come back at 7:30. which gives us a bit of time to have have a bite to eat and refuel. Now, what I do need to do in terms of standing orders, and I will stand for this one, is that if the meeting continues to 7:30, which we're going to restart at 7:30, we need to move a duration motion, and that is that we agree to continue the meeting beyond the 6-hour limit as per Standing Order 11.7. So I'd like somebody to second. Thank you, Councillor Day. I'd like you to vote on that, please, unless there's any debate. No. Oh, that was a you dare. Can Tam vote there? Has she?
Yeah, I'm voting via Zoom.
That's working good. Yeah. Excellent, thank you. Right, brilliant, thank you. Okay, what we will do... No, we haven't done anything yet with the paper, so we'll do that. No, we haven't got to that. We'll get to that. Now, councillors, can we just take a quick 5 minutes before we head downstairs? So we'll go downstairs to level 8, but Barbara wants to have a wee chat to us first.
Sorry, Mayor, could you just outline the process and what hospitality will be offering all of our guests as well too, and just you'll know that my concern is to be transparent, so if you could just explain what the process is.
Right, so hang on, Donna, can you just highlight what will be there? Yep, thank you.
Kia ora. The refreshments will be in this room, and also there'll be some separate for councillors. Is this the end of this part? Do we do Karakia? Yeah, okay. Jamie? Kia ora.
One on the agenda. I think it's the longest prelim that we've had, I think, probably ever. Look, I'm just going to speak in to introduce the paper. The paper we've got here essentially is because of former CEO Kevin Lavery's undertakings to me to allow a reconsideration. Now, those undertakings, those councillors who were here last year would remember that it was because I had filed a notice of motion, and that notice of motion said essentially before we make a decision on the sale and lease of land, I wanted to do a number of things. And the key one of those is I wanted to deal with the road to my satisfaction. That was really the recommendation 10, which was part of the recommendations that we considered in 2017. So part of the recommendations we passed in 2017. So I think that the Kevin's undertakings were to either get me to withdraw, because he actually said, I want you to withdraw the notice of motion, or to reduce support for it. I didn't withdraw it, but I suspect it did reduce support for it. Anyway, the result was the notice of motion failed, but he gave the undertakings. That's why we're here today. And the undertakings he gave were the key transaction terms, which is what we're discussing today, including the counterparty, which is vaguely covered in the paper, and the time frame, scope and funding of further work in respect to Shelly Bay Road, which isn't covered in the paper because it's subject to the judicial review process. So anyway, that's the backdrop to this. Shelly Bay, it would be fair to say, has consumed an enormous amount of time, of passion, of money, of energy, and I've got to say it's wearying. It really is. It's been challenging. I've found it really challenging. It's certainly taken an inordinate amount of my time, but it's because it's something that matters. And why is it so controversial? Why are we bombarded with emails? Why do we have protesters outside? Why do we have so many organisations over so many years telling us they're not happy with it? And why do we have, why we've had 2 court cases already? Why have we got 2 more at the moment, at least in process? And the reality is, councillors, it's because, in fact, we didn't do a good job. In fact, the process that counts, it's not this council, it's not even the last council, although last council wears some responsibility, it's the council before that. It was an awful process. And we, as a council, should never, ever have done what we did, especially to a place that we knew was going to be of that much significance and that much passion for so many people. It's been completely self-inflicted, in other words. We have just been through a fantastic process, which I have said, well done, team, on the library. We went out with a set of options, open mind, etc. Our community came and they made submissions on that. I've got to say, for me, this process has been right at the opposite end of the spectrum. And where we went wrong is we actually said to people, you don't get to have a say. So I'm just going to traverse a little bit of that history there. So first of all, is the place special? Well, we know it's a special place. The Environment Court, in setting our planning rules, which they did very carefully in 1999, said, quote, the future development and protection of Shelly Bay is, we consider, one of the most significant environmental issues in Wellington as the city goes millennium. It's the place that is referred to in the PMBST deed of settlement 19 times. I think the Wellington railway station is about 5 times. I don't think there's anything else in there that's one, if even that. We've already heard about the celebration that there was when it was handed back in 2009, and we had hundreds of people come along. We had the full military presence to hand it over. Jerry Mataparai was there. Chris Finlayson was there as Minister in charge of treaty settlement. So it was a big deal. And obviously things didn't quite go the way that they were planned. The then chair of the PMBST, Natata Love, said, we will work with all relevant communities so that over time, everyone in the Greater Wellington region will benefit from the settlement. Actually, I also found a quote from Enterprise Miramar chairman, then it was Alan Probert at the time, and he said the plans for the area would generally turn it into a place where people can go and enjoy the coast. It will be strongly community focused. It will really be a jewel in the crown of Wellington. Happy days. But it didn't quite turn out that way, unfortunately. It's a place which the current MOU between WCC and the Port Nicholson Block Settlement Trust specifically identifies, and I've already asked that in the question. As significant landowners in Shelly Bay, the parties recognise the importance of working together to ensure a wider strategic vision for the Miramar Peninsula is achieved for all citizens. And you think that all of this stuff would say, let's get people involved in the process. We didn't. And that's where we fell down. So by the time we got to the decision, which was in front of us in 2017, the die was in large part cast. there's debates about what we know and what we don't know. Look, I could go into that, but I think it would just be damaging to do that, and so I won't. But I think there was information which we probably should have had, which we didn't have, about the relationships were there. I think I've probably said enough about the SHA decision that we shouldn't have made, but also the advice that we got at the time was, you've already heard from some of the public participants, in several places it wasn't correct, and it was shown not to be correct. I mean, we were told that there would be extensive consultation if we got into areas which were, which were open space. There was absolutely no consultation other than with the landowners. We were told that the district plan. In fact, we're about to go into a district plan process, and I thought I might read this one actually.
Point of order, Mayor Foster, is this relevant to the matter at debate today, which is the key commercial terms that are on the table for us to vote on today?
It's part of the overall story, Councillor. So I guess, in my view, it is, because it's how we've got to where we've got to. And I'll come to the key commercial terms shortly. All I was going to say there is that we're about to embark on a new district plan process, and we were told that the district plan will be a really significant part of the decision-making process, and ultimately it's turned out not to be. So I just think that there are some things which we have done really badly, and I hope that we will learn from those. I'm not going to traverse the road, which will make you happy, Chief Executive, even though I would probably like to do so. We've obviously heard, in fact, I've got to jump over those things as well that I was going to talk about. I will go straight to terms and conditions though. Look, are we getting a good deal? Well, in my view, probably not. We are forgiving development contributions. Normally development contributions pay for things which are both on-site and off-site. In this instance, we're forgiving them, and I think that's probably not particularly desirable. I think Richard Burrell said that the level of development contributions we charge is pretty low anyway. It is really low compared to most parts of the country. Frankly, I've never quite understood why we are paying for half the infrastructure. If this was a greenfield site, we wouldn't pay for any of the infrastructure on site, so I have difficulty with that as well. And I also don't like the lack of safeguards in respect to sea level rise, which is something that Councillor Pannett, you raised in the 2017 debate, and there was an amendment which was passed in respect of that. I do think it's helpful that the issue of on-selling has been dealt with in the last couple of days, and that's been worked through. And I know that there are off-ramps which may give some of us some comfort around this. There is, I know, concern that some of those off-ramps may compromise some of the legal actions which are currently underway, and I hear that. We also know now that what affordable housing means, and I stand to be corrected, but I understand that what it means effectively is that the houses sell at whatever the price is, let's say it's $1 million or $750,000, and the first 5 years are 30% of it is interest free. In other words, you get a loan covered effectively by the seller for the first 5 years for 30% of the price. Can the development proceed without our land? Well, that's clearly an issue which some lawyers are saying yes and some lawyers are saying no. We'll see what would happen with that, but I don't think we're going to end up in that place. In my view, and this, Councillor Conde is probably answering your question, this is a paper which is dealing in the details, and I guess I wanted to take it a little bit higher to start with and say I think there's some big picture things which we need to understand, because for many councillors around the table, you weren't part of those, and so you may not know all of those. And obviously in 10 minutes I don't have a lot of time to traverse them in detail, much as I would like to do so, but I suspect that is not really where you want to be at the moment. Look, many of us stated our opposition to development at Shelly Bay in its current guise. I've certainly been saying that for 5 years. I said that it was wrong to cut people out of the decision-making process. And we know that decisions that people made or positions that people took on Shelly Bay affected election results as well. So look, this is a big deal. Why? Because effectively we've prevented meaningful public input. I think we've prevented coherent placemaking. I think we could have done a lot better and had this in the context of the wider Miramar Peninsula. Look, I think we all agree there should be some development on the site. I think the issue here is the scale of that development. I've never been happy with this, and I guess I'm still not, and I don't see any reason to change my view on that. So it's the big picture, effectively, which says to me that the terms and conditions are about what colour are we painting the door. I think it's whether we should have built the house the way we did, whether the house is on firm foundations or not. And that's why ultimately, while I have to move this, I'm not going to be supporting some of the parts of it, particularly around the sale and lease, and I don't think that will surprise any of you. Councillor Day, you're seconding.
I will second it. Tuatahi, it's iwi mana whenua, taranaki whānui ki te upoko te ika, nei rā te mihi mai aha, ki o maunga, ki o awa, ki o tupuna, ki o tamariki mokopuna, kia koutou katoa. Firstly, I want to acknowledge mana whenua. Your tupuna have paved the way for us all here today. Thank you for your hospitality, patience and forbearance. To those who have worked hard for the prosperity of Taranaki whānui, I acknowledge you. I respect and support the desire to build collective prosperity for your uri. I just want to clarify too that this is not a reconsideration. We have committed to this, and this is about the key terms and conditions. So, Mayor Foster and councillors, I guess my main question to you is, what is your vision for Wellington? Our leadership here today will demonstrate if we're a city open for business, or if we're a city that sets pathways with traps. How will people have the confidence to do business with us? And we've heard that from submitters today, that business confidence is extremely important, and that is something in our city at this current time that we can't take lightly. Councillors, I also just want to bring your attention to the fact that many of you regularly ask in workshops and in meetings, you're asking officers for the input of mana whenua and Māori. Today in Wellington, in this room, we are being asked to make a decision on the self-determination of our Indigenous people. I ask you to carefully consider your decision on that basis. True allies stick with us even when it feels difficult, and boy does it feel difficult for many tonight. We have heard that this development will go ahead, whether we vote on it today or not. If we do not support today, and this development can go with some changes, we are committing Wellington ratepayers to unknown amounts, which we know will be well more than the $10 million that we have put a cap on, and it will reduce the community outcomes through loss of public amenity. I'm not going to speak for long, but I do want to leave you with just one thing. As Jamie Tuta said today, by not making a decision, you're exposing our rangatahi and mokopuna to continued abuse. Maybe if mana whenua had been around this table for the last 150 years, we wouldn't see the massive power imbalance that we see today. My vote is one small step to address that power imbalance. And I do just want to finally say that this is a good deal for Wellington. It delivers housing, economic development, better infrastructure, and we all know it will be much better than it is there now, and public space, as well as a home for the penguins. And it does not burden ratepayers with the unknown costs and repairing the rotting, crumbling infrastructure that is currently Shelly Bay. Wellingtonians will have access to the harbour. I am very happy to support this today, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, and it's been a rather intense couple of weeks. Look, ideally and in a perfect world, the council would have been at the forefront of helping to design the whole of Karangi Peninsula in conjunction with iwi, major landowners, business owners and the local community. We would have had a master plan for the area and taken into account the future Watts Peninsula, Mount Crawford, the roads in and out of the peninsula, the airport and the social housing land available around Strathmore. However, life's not perfect and this has not happened. The land around Shelly Bay was part of a treaty settlement. Whilst there's been much said about what happened after 2015, little is talked about what happened between 2009 and 2015 other than on public record of a failed deal to lease to Peter Jackson. The land was made a special housing area in 2015 under central government legislation supported by the then owners and council. This designation has not been rescinded and it still stands. In September 2017, I voted for the sale and lease of council land. I did it was approximately 11% of the land, and I did it on the facts presented to council at the time. And it was after quite a robust engagement process. Who specifically owned the land, whether it was iwi or some other private developer, was not a significant element in my decision to support it. I supported it because I wanted to see a properly integrated development on at least one part of the peninsula. In September 2019, all local body candidates were asked by a community group just to provide a very simple yes or no on their intention on the future, on the council's future sale and lease of land. I said no. There were too many allegations swirling around. We were still waiting for the outcome of the resource consent that came out about a month later. Since that time, we've had clarity of information. We've had the resource consent decisions. We've had further in-house briefings. We've had a lot more information and clarification from many of the parties involved. There's been a suggestion that the information decisions presented to us is a reduced version of the undertakings by the previous chief executive. I can't go into any more detail because of time constraints, but one was the road is not sufficient to handle the increase. And as many of you know, I travel daily up Onslow Road. It's a road narrower than Shelly Bay Road. It serves a population that is what is projected to, in terms of traffic movements, what is projected for Shelly Bay in 10 to 13 years' time. That road has no footpath. It has no even cycle lane. I know I've probably just over, but look,
Councillor, I'll give you another minute.
Okay, well, thank you. As Port Nicholson Trust said, this is about the future prosperity of their people. It's also about the future prosperity of our city, and we all need to move forward, even if it is just one step. Sorry, that's my doorbell. Because of other roadblocks in the way. I also want to just shout out to officers. They have been working immensely hard on this. I have a great deal of trust and confidence in the information they provided and the impartiality that they've given that information to us over this year. The public want council to make a decision. They want us to make a sound decision and in the best interests of the city as a whole. And so for that reason and for what's gone on before and listening to the submitters, I will be supporting the officer recommendations in the paper, which are integrated and provide us with a total package.
I was moving an amendment. Do we do that now or later?
I haven't seen your hand up yet, so... well, is anybody else going to be moving an amendment other than Councillor Rush? No, I think it'll be useful actually to get the amendment on the table so we actually know what it is and get the amendments out of the way, because that's what we usually like to do. So I'll take Councillor Rush, and then at the moment I've got Councillor Fitzsimons and Councillor Matthews when we get back to the substantive. But obviously with this we'll have to have a...
Hi colleagues, yeah, so...
I can't hear anything, sorry.
Sorry. Is that okay? Okay. Yeah, this amendment came about as a consequence of, in my career, I've found that people who are, in court are unable to really talk, and sometimes it's often easier to get someone new in with some new ideas to try and broker a solution to a difficult situation. And it was noticeable when I met with Peter Jackson and expressed how charming Mr. Castles was in his one meeting in a brief sort of way. And I said to him, well, have you not rung the guy up and had a chat? And he said, no. And I just thought, okay, here's a train wreck waiting to happen. And I then contacted Mr. Castles and said, look, I'm very concerned that no one's going to come out of this looking great. We've got a massive amount of public interest, almost all but one against this development. I know the community in the east are extremely concerned. So this amendment is, should we decide to not go forward with the lease and sale, it provides an opportunity to start a discussion with iwi, with the Wellington company, which might be a different part of the development on the Wellington Council land. It may be something that's a bit more integrated, but it's really just designed to try and broker a conversation with the right people in the right room.
Thanks, Councillor. Do you have a seconder?
I am happy to second it, but I'm not sure I'm actually going to support it, but we can have we'll put it on the table.
Councillors, if someone's going to support it, let's have a serious support, somebody who actually wants to support it, not doing it pro forma. Just, will you? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Pannett. Do you wish to speak?
So my view at the moment, and I'll speak to the substantive in a minute, is a little later, is that the lawyers are winning at the moment. No one else is. All this litigation could go on for years. Now, it's obviously the party's right to engage in that litigation if they wish, but generally my approach is to get people around the table and come up with some kind of consensus. And so I am entitled to a view, and this litigation I don't think really benefits any party. And I think that there have been a number of very significant issues raised, and they do need a bit of hearing. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Can I request some officer advice on the amendment, please?
Yes, you may. And just before we get that officer advice, I'm assuming, Councillor Rush, that this would only happen if essentially the recommendation 5 failed.
That's correct. So I spoke with Donna about that and agreed that we would do the wording later, if you like.
Oh, so we should do it up.
So we can't actually vote on this now then, because it could be a moot point.
It's a foreshadow.
Beth, could you give us some advice on that? And I guess probably also the process. Do you need to take a short adjournment for that? Yeah, you do. Okay, well, we'll take a short adjournment.
For the break, we hadn't had the chance to consider that amendment. Our advice is that is a direct negative in terms of the current substantive motion before you. If that failed and you were in the alternative space of looking at what we will do if you don't approve the terms and conditions, then that amendment could be considered at that time, but currently no.
So at the moment you can foreshadow it, but we'd only take it if 5 failed. Okay, so if 5 passes, we don't get to vote on this one. I think that's the way I understand that, right, Barbara?
Yeah. So at this time, our advice is that you shouldn't be considering this as an amendment to the current motion before you.
Okay.
Understood.
So we don't have to debate this. No. Sean, Councillor Rush, sorry, we don't have to debate at this stage because we can't debate at this stage because it's a negative. If 5 fails, then you can deal with that. Okay, so I think that takes us back to substantive. So I've got Councillor Fitzsimons. Councillor Matthews.
Ina iwi mana whenua na mihi mai o hākia koutou katoa. I want to start by acknowledging all of the public participants who came in today. Your kōrero is valued and it's important. I also want to acknowledge our council officers. It cannot have been easy to answer the hundreds of questions that councillors had for you, and I want to formally put on the record my sincere respect to you all and to thank you for your dedicated service for the residents of Wellington. I've seen nothing at all in the actions of any officer that gives me any concern, and I have the utmost respect for your professionalism and your integrity when dealing with this. Our decision today has its roots in the housing crisis that Wellington is still facing. It's about the special housing area, which was about speeding up the building of much needed houses in Wellington. And in 2017, the council agreed to sell this land. Opposing this today, really to me, is an attempt by some who never supported the special housing area or the sale of the land to relitigate those arguments. We've been asked on many grounds on which to oppose this proposal today, and I've grouped them into 3 key reasons which I consider we're being asked to oppose this, none of which I'm convinced by. The first one is a request by various groups that this council somehow acts as a judge or a mediator between PNBST and Mo Whenua. In my view, we are neither equipped nor is it appropriate for us to do this. But in any case, the key commercial terms which our officers have negotiated have an effective insurance policy within them if the litigation from Mo Whenua succeeds. The second ground I would broadly categorise as concerns around sea level rise. I don't accept that our genuinely held personal or political objections on this basis can properly be advanced here when there is a valid resource consent. We simply just cannot change the rules on a case-by-case basis in this way. The third one is objections to housing development, including truck movements. In my view, all Wellingtonians have an interest in us addressing a housing crisis, and we cannot keep opposing housing developments, no matter who they're for. Finally, in my view, all Wellingtonians need to be able to rely on the decisions around this table, and that's one of the key reasons why I'll be supporting this paper today. I also wish to say that in my view, the current state of Shelly Bay is not something that Wellingtonians can be proud of, and I'm optimistic that this development delivers a better future for Shelly Bay and a better future for Wellington.
Thank you, Councillor for time. It's Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi mai o ha e te iwi o o tēnei rohi taranaki whānui ki te ōpoko o te ika. I would like to start firstly by acknowledging the genuine concerns that have been presented to us by different parts of the community, but also acknowledge that many of them are outside of our remit today, that we're looking at the conditions of sale. And, you know, I think that many of the issues, I would think that this whole council has a commitment to work through, especially the issues to do with roading and transport. People fear change and can be against things. Like every major change to the built environment in Wellington has been opposed by someone. Many of the things that we like now, Te Papa, the stadium, even the airport. It's a given, and I do think a significant part of the objection is NIMBYism writ large and supported by some very powerful people with some very deep pockets. I'm going to make my decision to support this paper based on 3 factors: housing, trust, and our obligations as a treaty partner. We have an undersupply of housing in Wellington, and I would like to quote Brendan Harray, who's a bit of a guru in the housing world, that you need to build homes for the full housing continuum. We have undersupply at every price point, and even more expensive housing eases demand further down the ladder. And there are also more affordable homes attached to this project. You can't fix a housing crisis by stopping everything being built. You also can't fix a housing crisis by trashing your reputation as a reliable partner. And we are going to be, reliant on those relationships with developers, with government, with social housing providers, and the wider construction industry in order to do the things we need to do to rebuild our city and address our housing supply. And then I'd like to quickly talk about our role as an iwi partner. It's like at this council, we don't all agree, and if 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 of us, is opposed to something, we still have to work through things and abide by our collective decisions, and we do have a role to represent the city. Thinking back to treaty training I've done with Moana Jackson, you're concerned with your house and the other house, that's for them to sort out. So that's very important to me, to honour the relationships that we have, and to I also just quickly want to thank officers, and I look forward to us getting this issue off the table and be able to focus on other issues that are much more important for our city, and to be able to fix those issues like infrastructure and housing on a wider scale than Shelly Bay. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Is there anybody else? Anybody else? Donna? No? That's. I was going to say that was it.
You can put the motion.
We can put the motion if you want to. Councillor Pannett, you wish. So hang on. Who's putting their hand up to speak? Or is that a motion to put the motion?
Tim wants to
okay.
put my hand up to speak.
I have to. I have to take. Councillor Rush, I can't, because you've already spoken to the substantive.
No, I haven't.
When you moved an amendment, that's speaking to the substantive. That's the way.
So that takes precedent anyway, Andy.
We have to take the motion to put the motion. If there is a seconder for that, is there a seconder? You've already spoken. We just check. You've already spoken, so I don't think you can. Councillor Sparrow can though.
Well, I did take advice about whether I should speak for the amendment and to the substantive at the same time. I was told not to.
Councillor, we do have to do the procedural motion. So the procedural motion is that we put the motion. All those in favour will push the green button, and those against will push the red button.
75, is it? Yep, 75.
If you want to go straight to the vote,
you want to go straight to vote.
And if you want to continue the debate, it's red.
Councillor O'Neill? Councillor? That clearly doesn't pass. It's got to be a 75% majority, so it isn't a 75% majority. Okay, so back to the substantive again. Councillor Free.
Yeah, so look, just very quickly, I did support the sale and lease of the land, but that was back in 2017, and I think, there has been a lot of debate and a lot of things that have happened, and it was a pretty marginal decision for me, to be honest. I did understand the need for housing. I did understand the need for a integrated development, a well-planned development, but at the same time I really did feel like it was very tight and there wasn't an awful lot left of the public space. I know some people would argue that wasn't the case, but I perceived that there actually wasn't an awful lot of public space, and the roading was in particular really tight. Councillors have expressed concerns about the roading all the way through, and this is relevant because at the beginning what we went to consult on was a 6-metre road with a 1.5 metre shared pathway. And along the way we actually had some advice that it could be made a bit better, that 40% of the road would necessarily have to be 1.5, but that the remainder of it could be a balance of 2 metres, and that was in our papers that came to us on the 27th of September 2017. However, even though that was actually there in the recommendations that was the preferred option, we thought we were providing extra protection by actually asking councillors to go away and do some further work on some, and the actual wording was to investigate, including key stakeholder engagement, the upgrade of Shelly Bay Road between Miramar Ave and Shelly Bay, comprising options that more closely align to NZTA or the Great Harbour Way as an aspiration. But what's actually happened is we've got a 1 to 1.5 metre road in the actual terms and conditions, and I must confess I'm disappointed in that. I know we can improve it, but it does come at a cost. But more devastatingly to me is actually looking at the roading that's currently being provided within the development. And I accept that we can do some stuff about that, but again, it's going to be difficult, and particularly difficult because instead of it being 0.3 hectares we've agreed to sell, it's actually 0.36. And that's quite a difference because a hectare is 10,000 square metres. So that's actually 600 square metres difference. And that's a whole section. And if you're looking at trying to improve that roading through the development, it's really, really tight. And all I can see is, in actual fact, this is more tight than it was going to be, and I felt like it was tight in the first place. So I am concerned about how it's going to be made safer through the development, and that matters because it's part of the Great Harbour Way. It's meant to be a prime recreational route. I suspect this will pass, in which case what I'm trying to signal is I have still got some reservations, and I hope that people will listen to what I'm saying and maybe try to work on it, because I realise there is more scope to actually fine-tune this, but all I'm saying is I have these reservations and they're severe enough for me to think that things have actually changed. We haven't got enough time to go into some of the other things, but I am concerned about sea level rise. I think the risks around that are bigger than what we might have thought in 2017. I think we know a lot more about sea level rise, storm surges, and we've seen recent ways in which that can actually
Councillor, I'll give you an extra minute.
The last thing really is the off-ramp. This is subject to a lot of court uncertainty at the moment, and the off-ramp is there. But if developments actually started on our land, we have to buy it back with the value of the improvements. And to be quite honest, I'm not sure what we're committing to when we agree to do that. So I'm not entirely comfortable with that either. But my main concern does remain around the road and the safety of the road. And I know we're looking into that and can do some stuff about it, but I'm concerned at what that will actually mean in reality.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else? Councillor O'Neill. I had Councillor Pennant too, yep. Councillor Rush, I've got just before you start.
Do you want to clarify? The amendment was not accepted, so I haven't spoken to an amendment to in one sense. Standing Order 2110.
Councillors, look, I'm going to be lenient here and allow Councillor Rush to speak, given that the amendment wasn't. So yeah,
Put me to the standing order that says I can't.
Well, no, I was taking it that you'd spoken to it, but if that wasn't accepted, then I think we will be lenient there, and I think people are.
Nice to win something.
So, Councillor O'Neill, and then Councillor Pannett, and then Councillor Rush.
Kia ora and thank you. I want to first begin this 3-minute speech by acknowledging mana whenua, members of Hapu, members of Taranaki Whānui for being here today and enduring this questionnaire process. I would like to, and do so, recognise that we are operating in a very colonial structure and a Pākehā place where power is tipped in our favour, and that things might sometimes be quite uncomfortable to talk about at this table. Like others, I believe many are people I have spoken to over the last few weeks and over the last 2 years would like to seek and consider that everybody in our city deserves the best, and that people in my ward in Te Motu Kairangi and in the peninsula would all like to see a vibrant, growing city where everybody has a place to live and enough food to put on the table for their family, and they'd like to see their children and their children's children thrive. And acknowledging that we have different ways of seeing how we will get there. I look into this crowd of this room and I see my neighbours and I see my friends and friends I have made along the journey. I want you to understand that I have listened long and hard and that my decision today may disappoint some people. A huge part of my commitment as a young person in this council and as a climate activist is my commitment to decolonising my own mind and my journey in supporting Māori in this country. I acknowledge that at some times there becomes a big conflict and there has been a lot of pressure placed on people today, and I would like to thank those that support me and believe in me and hold confidence that I'm on a journey of learning. I would like to recognise today the people that have come to talk to us about climate justice and the people that have come to talk to us about their city to see walkway and cycle lane and how important this is to them. And I would like to acknowledge that in order to care for these things comes a great deal of privilege, and a privilege that I hold as a representative for the peninsula that would like to see it growing and thriving. I care for the Little Blue Penguins, but I also care for Māori economic development, and I hold trust in Taranaki Whānui and the way that they have handled this process and going forward that we can continue a partnership. I believe that it is in everybody's best interest to have a diverse, inclusive and thriving New Zealand, but the guiding principle that is fundamental after considering all the factors is that it is my obligation to honour Te Treaty of Waitangi. Lastly, I think there is one key learning and a clear message of today that will carry me through, and I hope will carry other councillors through, that there is a lot of work to do. There have been very clear signals of change, challenge and commitment into fulfilling the obligations of Te Treaty, and I would like to thank everybody that's come to talk to us for laying down that challenge. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor O'Neill. Next, Councillor Pannett.
O kia ora koutou. I'd just like to ngā mihi to mana whenua, Taranaki whānui, acknowledge you for your leadership and vision and for being katiaki of this land. And I'd like to thank other parties in this debate, because I like to expect that people act with the best of intentions and care deeply about the city and this part of the city. Councillor Day, I'd like to thank you for your leadership, constantly reminding us that we do have treaty obligations, and that is right. I won't be speaking on iwi matters now, but I just want to say that I acknowledge the many breaches of Te Tiriti, that the Crown and Council have an obligation to put it right, but my understanding would also be that there are numerous ways to address those grievances. And I'd also just like to, Councillor O'Neill, thank you for saying that, because I'm on my journey too, to making sure that I am a good Pākehā ally. And so this decision today has been extremely difficult for me. If it had just been a Pākehā developer, I would have bared my teeth and protested and gone to court. I have done it, I have proof. But I am trying not to do that just because of the complex issues at play. So look, I want to talk on 3 issues, which is around sea level rise. I hope that I have credibility enough as someone who's taken a strong stance on this for many years, and that I do feel that we have responsibility to our residents, present and future, Māori and non-Māori. That I feel that climate change continues to be a second, third, fifth consideration, and that the precautionary principle does apply, because it is Mother Nature, or Papatūnuku, who ultimately makes the decisions about whether we can live on this planet, and we must respect her. I do have questions around whether the mitigations are adequate, and I guess I would have, I'm not criticising staff of course, but I would have liked some further analysis on that. And I don't agree with the argument that just because there are other areas worse than Taikuru that this doesn't make this right. That there's still going to be some issues. I'm extremely concerned about insurance. Again, council and government do not have really much ability to put that right. And if we price people out of the market because of where we build, that is also problematic. I'd like to thank the submitters who raised Section 71 of the Building Act. Thank you. Section 1 and 2, this does not limit our liability. What it does is that we will have to prove that we have put adequate mitigations into place, and that is what future ratepayers all over the city will be challenging. I have consistently been opposed to inappropriate development. This went from 7 to 11 metres to 12 to 27 metres. It's too dense. While I appreciate the efforts of the developer to ensure that the suburb or the area is not car dependent, I do have a few concerns around the economic viability of the ferry and the shuttle bus, and whether we just end up again with people driving because the road's not adequate. And just
I'll give you another minute, Councillor.
Last point. Look, as the mover of the motion to have a review of our process, I was of the mind we didn't really need to, but I think there are a number of issues. Now I've done some more reading. You know, the moving of open space B, whether it was right in fact of law, the implications of the Environment Court case, the application of the District Plan and Part 2 of the RMA to this land. There's a whole lot of complex and difficult issues, and I think those need to be considered. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Pannett. Councillor Rush.
Merci. Thank you very much. I too acknowledge mana whenua in all your various forms, and I'm thrilled that you, along with others, came to talk to us today. I learned a lot. I'm always interested in that early New Zealand history. But today we are here to discuss the commercial terms, and in my view, they suck, and the Wellington company know this. In reality, it requires massive value transfers from the Wellington City Council and the ratepayers to the Wellington company, who seem to be retaining the uplift. So the valuation is based on the Wellington company's own design. So there was no design that where our community, where our council inputted. This is the Wellington city, the Wellington company's master plan over our land. The valuation is therefore determined based on what our land looks like and is valued by the buyer's own preferences. No one has asked the seller. No one has asked the people of Miramar, the people of Wellington. In my view, I would not value this incredible piece of property by way of how many houses it can sell and reach on the market. I would value this as a unique piece of amenity where kids, including my own, have learnt to ride bikes, which has got incredible natural beauty and history. It's an amenity in the same way as a library might be, as a Frank Kitts Park might be. It is certainly not to be valued by the amount of houses you can jam on it. And throughout this negotiation, the negotiations have been driven and been on the Wellington company's terms. Even today, we are debating to conform to the Wellington company's timetable. It is clear that the Wellington company could extend the time for its for the need to get its project going, and as a consequence, we do not need to make decisions today, given, and we shouldn't, given the amount of uncertainty still around. Now, we talk about the off-ramps, and Councillor Deputy Mayor Free is absolutely right. The off-ramps do not work effectively if there's any sort of building on our land at all. We will have to either pay the whole lot to get it back, and of course we wouldn't do that. The developer would continue. So other things such as the guarantee, the valuation is dated 2017, so actually is well out of date. The infrastructure, although stated as a 50-50 share, actually the Wellington company claims tax write-off for their share, so the taxpayers picking up a chunk of their bill, ratepayers the rest of it, and yet we normally have developers pay for the full amount of infrastructure. So I say actually the best option commercially is the do-nothing option. Opens a partnership with iwi and the community. Land continues to improve in value. It's gone up already 25% since 2017. The Wellington company will then have to pay for the infrastructure itself. We will get a $1.6 million uplift from DCs. We can adjust the district plan.
Oh, sorry, I'll give you another minute.
I thought you were giving me some leeway. That was pretty much it. As I say, I think the timing is not right. And I actually think that the circumstances, the consternation in the community, the battles in court is just the wrong thing to be doing. And as I mentioned with my amendment, that I think we need to be having a grown-up conversation with cool heads in the room, with senior rangatira, in order to broker a solution that the whole community can get behind and celebrate.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. Councillor Wolf, and then Councillor Paul.
Kia ora. Mana whenua, Taranaki whanui. Wellingtonians, especially those who submitted and offered feedback, members of our wider community, you've all done great, and the way that this process has been undertaken is nothing like 2017. And I want to pay tribute to the officers. I've actually told them that in person, but I want to tell them publicly, this is a very, very different situation and it's far more transparent, and the advice that we received has been far more robust as well. It has been down a narrow channel, but that's because it has had to be, and there are 2 legal cases, as we know. This has been tough and complex, and it's been a big curve for a lot of us. I know that a number of councillors have lost sleep over this. I know that it's been really, really emotionally draining, and I'd just like to thank the new councillors in particular, the 7 of you who weren't here in 2017. Boy, have you done your due diligence, and whatever you vote today, you can be proud of yourselves. Because I just have absolute and total respect, because we all justify our decisions in different ways, and your way might not be my way and vice versa, but in the end it comes down to respect, and I think that in a general sense there has been. I'm not going to go over some of the other aspects that councillors have dealt with. You've all got your perspectives, and that's why we all got voted in, because we all do have different views and different skills that we bring to the table. This is a business deal. It's a complex commercial deal for Wellington, and we have to weigh that up because there's partnerships and all that sort of stuff that's involved. But if we say yes today, we will never know if this is the best deal for Wellington. This sale and lease agreement should have, at the very least, been a contestable process. These are prime pieces of Wellington harbourside land, and they've never gone to market. By saying no to the sale and lease proposal, we have the opportunity to test that proposition. Today, there's only two things that we can do: say yes or no, and there will be really a whole heap of people that are going to be very, very unhappy and divided. Councillor Calvert mentioned earlier in respect of the oath that we all took when we signed on to this job, and I take that really, really seriously, and I know you guys do as well. I took the oath for the entire city, and that's how I'll be assessing once I've listened to absolutely everybody around the table, and I'll be
an extra minute there, Councillor, as well.
Cognizant of that fact. But I do just want to thank you guys around the table, in particular. This has not been easy, and I think whatever happens here, we just have to move on for the sake of the city in a very cohesive and collaborative manner. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wolf. Councillor Paul.
Kia ora, can you hear me all good? Is that
thank you for hanging
all
in
right?
there too.
Sorry?
Thank you for hanging in there too.
No worries. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Cool. Look, you can hear in all of our voices how taumaha this decision has been, how heavy it's weighed on us, and how much we've lost sleep and grappled with this, and stewed over all the different conversations that we've had with our communities. But like Councillor Wolf just said, we make this decision for all of Wellington, and I truly believe that Wellingtonians care about Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And I know for a fact, through conversations that I've had, through messages I've received, places I've been asked to speak, that there's an expectation on me to honour that relationship that we have between mana whenua and the mana whenua of Wellington and of ourselves. But I think the thing about Te Tiriti and honouring that is that if it was clear cut, and if it was easy to honour, then we would be doing that everywhere in Aotearoa. But it isn't. It's uncomfortable, it's divisive, and it's hard. And amongst the noise, I think, and obviously in the absence of clarity, suspicion arises. And I believe that the narrative that's been created and the suspicion that there has been misdirected at iwi, and it hasn't been directed at us ourselves, and the processes that we have set out for our treaty partners to jump through these post-colonial hurdles. Even though they have done so much for us, they have voluntarily and involuntarily given up their land to build our hospitals, our roads, our schools. If we take a Te Ao Māori approach to this decision, which I'm going to do because that is the narrative that we have here, and that's what many of our public participants talked about today, then it becomes about relationships. And something about Te Ao Māori is that you are able to make assessments on people based on their character. So with my decision today, I have decided to honour those people who taught Councillor Day and I all about the history and natural environment of Te Whanganui Atara. I choose to honour the people who have given us names and karakia. They've given us paikaka, tākina. They've helped us right our wrongs through Te Whare Pōuri Street. Those who have supported the development of our district plan, not the spatial plan, the district plan, and those who have preserved Te Mana o Te Wai through the Whaitua Committee. They've done so much for us, and to leave them in the 11th hour doesn't sit right with me, doesn't sit right in my puku. And if I'm wrong, that is a cross that I'm comfortable, I'm happy to bear. I just wanted to respond, being the portfolio holder for climate change, that I I 100% believe that climate justice is Indigenous justice. The principles of a just transition mean that those who have contributed the least to climate change should not be the ones that are punished or held back for something that they have not contributed to. So for me, that is not something that should hold iwi back from being able to pursue this development. I just want to finish by thanking officers so much for their resilience, and I know you've tried so hard to provide us with the most honest, free and frank advice that you can, so thank you from the bottom of my heart. And to mana whenua on both sides, I want to thank you for your tolerance and your resilience. And that's all I had to say anyway. Kia ora. Thank you.
Kia ora. Right, I think that's us. Okay. Oh, sorry, Councillor Foon.
Tēnā koutou mana whenua, taranaki whānui. Thank you to everyone who has helped us to go through this process today. I'm going to be, I have been on a 360 journey and even a 180 again, and possibly the full 360 around this table today. I've remained open the whole way through to listen openly and really understand where people are, our community that have concerns about this are coming from. But today I am going to make the decision to enable this these terms and conditions to go ahead and really try and understand what it's like to get that toward that vision of 2050 and share the vision for Te Motu Kairangi. And today I also want to, I'm just going to table the paper from Shelly Bay Taikuru. It's really important that there have been agreements that have been made on why this project will be beneficial, and they must go on record. That the commitments around sustainability and Green Star communities, honouring local businesses, and local Māori, our Māori artists, local Māori businesses must be honoured. And I thank the developer for coming with these, but we really must make sure that they are part of this story. What I heard today was a request. What has moved me is a request today to move forward and to do it now. It's going to be a different set of arguments. That's one thing I've learned about this table. There are a different set of arguments today, tomorrow, they'll be different. But I do know that my tamariki love Te Motu Kairangi. They are proud of Te Whanganui-a-Tara, but they will be even more proud of a city that honours a relationship with our mana whenua. And so part of this process for me is letting go of the vision I have for a unified vision. And I ask Wellington to join us on that, please. Tata. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Okay. Oh, sorry, Councillor Condi. Sorry.
Kia ora, ngā mihi mai aha, te Atiawa, Taranaki Whānui, and to all the uri from the iwi who have come and spoken to us today, not just those from PNBST, I acknowledge you and thank you for the time that you've taken to come and speak with us and share the differing views that you hold. I wanted to address a number of questions that came up during public participation today and a couple of things that have been raised by speakers before me. And one of the things that we heard from Richard Burrell is this notion that we're waiving the development contributions for this deal. And that's simply a mischaracterisation of what's happening here. They will not be paying development contributions based on the calculations that we have in our development contribution policy, but they will absolutely be paying for the infrastructure that was needed for this development. This will be done through the agreement that we have on the key terms and conditions that are in front of us right now. Mayor Foster, you said, I've never understood why we are paying for half of the infrastructure, and Councillor Rush, you made a similar point about why we're paying for some of this infrastructure here. This is a brownfield site, which means that there's already infrastructure there, buildings, pipes, all of which we have a responsibility to maintain. And if we do not go into this deal with the developer, we will have to pay for all of those pipes, for the upgrade to the road, the resealing, the sea walls, the buildings, all of that stuff. We will have to pay for it if this doesn't go ahead. So, I can understand perhaps Councillor Rush that you're new, but Mayor Foster, you've been here a long time. I would have thought that you would understand the difference between a brownfields and a greenfields development.
I do.
I'm not quite sure why you find it so complex. The infrastructure cap that our staff have negotiated here will save ratepayers millions of dollars. We won't know how many millions of dollars until it's finished because we've capped our contribution at 10 million. But the infrastructure estimates have gone up significantly since 2017, and all of that additional cost will be borne by the developer because of that agreement that they've made. And the value to the ratepayers of that infrastructure cap far exceeds any concern we might have about the valuation being slightly out of date, Councillor Rush. It's really a very good deal for the City Council and for the ratepayers of Wellington. One of the other questions that came up constantly throughout the day was around who the sale is going to benefit. Whether the Taranaki whānui iwi were going to benefit from this, and I think that many people have spoken about how those benefits will be, and that they're not necessarily about financial benefits in this case, they're about the wider benefit of this partnership that they have, but they're about the cultural sustainability, telling their cultural narratives and sharing those stories in a really public place in Wellington and be able to stamp their mark on that. And if that's what iwi think is an important benefit to them, it's not up to me or anybody else to tell them that that's not what they should want. We've had somebody ask why have we not asked for a review? One of our submitters today asked about that, and I would say that hasn't been brought to a vote. That's still laying on the table. And Mayor Foster, I think that's a question for you. I would have voted to support a review.
A minute. Yep.
Thank you. Well, since I've been elected, that has not come to a vote. So I have not been able to cast a vote about that, and I would have voted to support that. Similarly, there was a question about why is there no Miramar master plan. Again, that hasn't come to a vote at this table since I have been elected, so I haven't had an opportunity to vote on that. We had a question about why has there been no investigation of the road, and I think that that's been answered by officers that there's simply too much uncertainty for us to do that practically at this point. We need a decision to move forward. And Deputy Mayor Free, I absolutely agree with you that there is a lot of mahi for us to do on that road, and I look forward to doing that with you because a development is going to happen here whether we sell a lease or not. So we're going to be doing that mahi either way. I want to thank the staff who negotiated the off-ramps into this deal, because the biggest stumbling block for me is the ongoing court action that we have in place, and for me the off-ramps mitigate that risk and mean that we can actually move forward in this. So they've taken what was a really difficult decision for me and made it really easier. So I'd like to thank them very much for the work that they did on that. Finally, I just wanted to say there will always be many reasons not to do something, but generally speaking, I'm on the side of action and progress, and I think that's what our city needs, and that's why I'm going to be voting for this evening.
Thanks, Councillor Condi. Councillor Sparrow. Sorry, but you can still speak. No, the question which was raised is you seconded the procedural motion, but that doesn't stop you speaking. You can't have spoken and then seconded procedural motion, but given that you hadn't spoken, you're perfectly welcome to speak now.
Okay, right, thank you. I may well be the last, and in usual fashion I won't be very long. We have heard compelling arguments for the recommendations in front of us and compelling arguments against. So thank you to all of those who have taken part today. I was uncomfortable about aspects of the proposal when it came to us in 2017 and voted against it then. I still have many concerns which, in my view, have not been adequately addressed, and there are various other problems to which I think we don't have adequate solutions. One very pertinent question asked by one of today's submitters was, should Council be promoting new development anywhere on the foreshore? In terms of predicted sea level rise, I think the answer is pretty obvious, but we seem to be overlooking that. We're also waiting on certain legal decisions, so perhaps we should continue to wait. And another suggestion was that we wait until the design for Shelly Bay Road is sorted. I could go on, but I won't. My view is that making a decision on this today is premature. If we do have to make a decision now, and it's pretty obvious that we do, I will not be comfortable supporting the recommendations currently in front of us.
Thank you, Councillor. Right. right reply. Look, I'm going to start just by acknowledging again, which I should have done in my first speech, but there were so many things to get through there, and I only just did that in the time that I had available. But I just want to acknowledge all of you for your participation today, whichever side of the argument that you've been on. And actually, it's been a very educative process as well. I think there's some things which have been raised before us which are kind of unresolved at this stage, but it's been a very interesting process and quite an emotional process, I know, for many of you, as it has been for us as well. So I want to thank you for that. I want to thank our officers as well for the work that they've done. Look, I'm not going to say that I agree with everything that's there, but you know that. But I want to thank you for the hard work that you've done to get us to this position. I also want to thank you, councillors, for the thinking that you've put into this, and for many of you, you've been to engage with members of the community about this, and you've listened to them, and I know that some of you have wrestled with this. Personally, I'm disappointed with where some of you have landed, because I can see where things are looking. But at least I say thank you for doing that, and for engaging, and for listening. We were never going to get to a place where we were going to please everybody. That was the reality. Some people have said that this is one of losing sleep. It is. It is. There's not many things I lose sleep over, but this has definitely been one of them. Because this is something that there is a lot of passion, a lot of emotion behind, because a lot of us care, and we care very deeply. And there'll be a lot of people who, whatever the decision is made, are going to be really upset by that decision. And I suspect we'll be flying against the majority of Wellingtonians with the decision I suspect we're about to make. That's my view. You may disagree with that. So I'm personally going to be very sad if the answer is yes, but I hear what you are saying. So some of the things that you have you've talked about, Councillor Calvert, you said in a perfect world we'd be doing a master plan for the whole area, and that I guess was the dream. That was the dream when this land was acquired by iwi, that would happen. But it didn't. There's a whole lot of reasons behind that, but it didn't happen. And I guess all I would say is that we might need to make very, very sure that whatever we do, whatever the outcome is, and there's still some hurdles for this to get through, but whatever the outcome is, that we don't make the same mistake again, collectively, for Te Mutakarangi. That we don't make the same mistake again for that. And what we should have done, and I've said this many, many times, is we should have everybody around the table right from the start. Not with a fait accompli, and that's what we effectively got presented with. We put ourselves in that place. That was what we did when we made it a special housing area. It wasn't last council said, it was the council before that. Put us in that place. Councillor Fitzsimons, you said opposing it is an attempt to relitigate. Well, actually, previous Chief Executive Kevin Lavery, and I just looked at the wording there, he said he was quite clear. He said, I believe it's appropriate that the transaction be reconsidered by council once the outcome of the resource consent is known. So that effectively is what we're doing, because if we weren't doing that, we wouldn't even be here. So that's the decision you've got to make today, and you've all spoken as the way you're going to vote. Councillor Rush, you said that the terms and conditions are poor. Again, I don't think that's today's fault. I think that's the fault again of the council last time round that said basically that's the terms and conditions. There have been some tweaks to it, off ramps and things of that nature, but by and large it's the same proposition we had before. It wasn't a case of not understanding greenfields and brownfields, Councillor Condie. It's just that given that we won't own anything that actually needs servicing in the bay, then I'm struggling to understand why we would need to fund some of the infrastructure ourselves, and why that wouldn't all be on the developer. For example, we look at the development of a place like Steppings Valley, that will all be on the developer, because we're not owning stuff that needs to have the infrastructure in place for it. And you also mentioned the review. Thank you. Maybe we will pick that up off the table and have a wee look-see at that, if that's what councillors want to do. And you also mentioned the Miramar Master Plan, which I've already covered off. Councillor Sparrow and actually Councillor Pannett, you also both raised the issues in relation to risk of sea level rise. Look, I hope you're wrong, but I think we should have protected ourselves and protected future ratepayers from that. If something does go wrong, if it's fine, then why shouldn't it be in there? But if it's not fine, then we should have protected future ratepayers, because we are putting some significant new investment, within Kui of the foreshore. And I know we do that in some places, but this is residential, not commercial. I think that's probably all that I need to say. I personally agree with you, Malcolm, Councillor Sparrow, that I would have preferred to have the legal issues sorted. I would have preferred to have the engagement that we're going to do on the road and what we do with the road before we end up coming to make this decision. But we are here making the decision tonight, and so I've already indicated which way I'm going to vote, which is not to support it. Councillors, we're going to put the vote. Does anybody want to take anything separately? It might as well stand as one. It's Councillor, you know, it's automatically a division at council, so it's always recorded. Right, councils. Oh shit. That passes by 9 votes to 6. Councillors, we will complete our meeting. I'll try and do it in the normal way. Yes. Unuhia, unuhia, unihia te uru tapanui. Kia wātia, kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua. E te ara takatu, koia rā e rongo, whakarea aki ki runga. Kia wātia, ai rā kua wātia.